Eliana was a noble daughter of a duke in the Vianteka Empire. Her family, founding contributors with a long history, supported her as she became a revered social figure.
She feels trapped by the invisible chains of her station.
Entering her room, her father questions the disgrace she is causing.
Dmitri Rozana, a powerful duke of the Vianteka Empire, looms over the room.
She collapses to the floor with a heavy flop sounding while crying out to her father. He reveals he knows she is upset because she fears her husband will take other wives. She points out that the other powerful men in Jakador all have multiple wives and concubines. He calls her a fool, explaining that the 7th prince is a powerless rake who cannot secure more wives.
Terrified, she covers her face and wonders if the next emperor will simply execute her husband.
Gossip suggests that Jakador's princes die young unless they seize the throne, making survival through support a secondary prize.
That's why the nobles of Jakador gamble with their lives when they marry into the imperial family.
A soft, trembling sob escapes her as she admits her fear to her father. He reassures her that no one harms a symbolic couple, and the marriage contract forbids other wives.
Looking up with tear-filled eyes, she attempts to protest one last time.
He sternly commands her to stop crying, reminding her that her comfort is a product of the Rozana name.
He is left alone, weeping silently in the dim light. A grand imperial procession with white horses and knights moves through the city. A stoic, dark-haired knight leads the parade through a shower of confetti.
Eliana looks profoundly sad in her elaborate white wedding dress.
Bystanders admire her elegance and the prince's luck while she sheds a quiet tear. Through her veil, she gazes toward the man waiting for her.
The groom stands with his back to her, wearing a vibrant red military uniform.
The blonde man turns to reveal his face for the first time.
He gently tells her that her tears are like precious jewels. He claims to have fallen in love with her at first sight. Marcel Jakador, the 7th prince of the Jakador Empire, is formally introduced. He takes her hand in a show of tender affection. The couple stands together at the altar to finalize their marriage. He strokes her hair with a soft, comforting touch. They share an intimate embrace surrounded by blooming flowers. Despite the passage of time, she is noted for remaining as naive as a child.
After a personal tragedy, the Empress decides to adopt Marcel as her own son. Nobles declare their support for Marcel, believing his incredible luck marks him for the throne.
They praise his battlefield victory and his work with the Saintess to save the people from disease. The Pope of the Nymphs bestows a sacred blessing upon the young prince.
Marcel humbly insists that his successes are merely the result of a miraculous stroke of luck.
Despite his modest words, a flash of deep ambition gleams in his eyes.
Standing on a balcony, he reflects on his rise and his new dream of becoming emperor.
He promises to bring her all the riches and glory the world has to offer. She gazes at him lovingly, stating that his affection is enough for her. She prayed fervently for his success, even at the cost of her own fortune. As the Rozana household provided financial backing, she continued her silent prayers. With her unwavering support, Marcel eventually succeeds in becoming the emperor. It was understood that her reward for these sacrifices would be the title of empress. A golden crown is prepared for the new head of state. Her origins in the enemy country of Vianteka begin to hold her back.
The alliance between their two nations turns sour as war looms on the horizon.
Widespread conflict and war leave Eliana in an increasingly difficult position.
During a heated meeting, a noble shouts that the emperor must name Duchess Bane as the empress instead.
The nobility protests against Eliana's foreign lineage. She sought the crown for love. Marcel announces his imminent rise to the throne. He questions if she truly wishes for power, while she asserts her rightful place by his side. He probes her motives after her confirmation. She professes her love and rejects the suggestion of becoming a mere mistress. He offers a high-ranking substitute title, but she insists it lacks the essence of a true partnership. She threatens to return to her homeland rather than accept a secondary status. With a soft, trembling, teary sound, she questions the state of his affection as a quiet drip sounding follows. He reassures her of his exclusive love during a tender, floral-scented embrace. A somber mood hangs over the palace. Eliana finally achieves her goal as empress. The weight of her role brings maturity.
Marcel announces his decision to take political wives to support his reign, starting with Duchess Bane.
She suppresses her heartbreak and dutifully acquiesces to his demand. Elizabeth of the House of Bane formally introduces herself to the court. She welcomes the newcomer with a hollow display of royal grace. The emperor's harem grows as he becomes brazen. The mustachioed noble suggests that Marcel needs more wives to secure an heir due to the empress's childlessness. Survival requires her to abandon romantic ideals. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp bang sounder. The emperor bursts in, calling her name in a fury. He furiously berates her for her harsh discipline of his third wife.
She calmly defends the spiritual nature of the punishment she assigned.
He cites the woman's past poisoning as a reason for leniency, while she attempts to explain the ritual's importance. He expresses his deep disappointment, leaving her stunned and silent.
Her anger manifests as a sudden tight clench, sounding as she bitterly recalls surviving her own multiple poisonings.
She asserts her authority over the harem while clinging to the hope that his love still exists. Fellow noblewomen warn her about the fleeting nature of a man's love and offer advice for her survival. She laments his absence while they plot a way to regain his attention. They bluntly advise her to use seduction to secure her future by conceiving a son. She recoils at the suggestion of behaving like a mistress, but they insist motherhood is her only protection. The noblewoman urges her to prioritize biological survival over her fading pride. The gravity of the suggestion weighs heavily. Isolation necessitates a cold strategy for survival. Sacrificing her dignity yields the attention she sought. She protests his degrading treatment during an intimate encounter, asserting her status as his empress. He mockingly challenges her resistance while threatening to abandon her completely if she stops him. He cruelly reduces her motivations to a transactional need for his seed. She is left speechless by his dehumanizing ultimatum. She pleads for a final shred of respect, which he heartlessly refuses. He offers a mock choice that emphasizes his total dominance over her. He continues to taunt her as she struggles with the weight of her decision. She violently rejects his proposal and his dehumanizing presence. She declares her preference for death and a stripped title over the loss of her soul. Their confrontation reaches a bitter, silent stalemate. Profound despair marks her realization of his nature. He projects his own lack of affection onto her in a hypocritical, booming rage. He admits his own lack of love while demanding her eternal devotion as payment for her crown. The Empress lies broken amidst the fading beauty of her shattered dreams. Her blue eyes are filled with a deep, silent sorrow. Marcel towers over her, claiming her tears possess the beauty of jewels. Her love withers away as she prepares to endure him solely for survival and an heir. Flint Howard of Vianteca formally greets the Empress of Jacador in the palace hall. Grand Duke Flint Howard of the Vianteca Empire kneels while apologizing for his intrusion. Eliano addresses the Grand Duke with a suspicious and cold gaze. She questions if the intrusion is acceptable as a knight threatens her maid with a blade. The Grand Duke looks up with a stoic and unwavering expression. She wonders if her family is angry or if her homeland wants to purge a traitor. He states that Vianteca never desired anything from her in the first place. She retorts by asking if he truly takes her for a fool. She explains her exile and sterility have ruined any meddling dreams the Empire had for her. He clarifies that Vianteca no longer has the luxury to care about her family's circumstances. She is left speechless when he announces he has come to take her back. He invites her to return to her homeland to enjoy a life of comfort and peace. Her heart rate quickens with a sudden, heavy badoom sounding. He reveals his visit is to carry out the will of Damien Rosanna. A sharp realization flashes within her wide, trembling eyes. She cries out Damien's name in a sudden burst of intense fury. Flint Howard is revered as a legendary warrior throughout the Vianteca Empire. Behind his fame lies a tragic past filled with great suffering. After Crown Prince Alphonse died unexpectedly, the throne passed to the second son, Leopold. Leopold sent his nephew Maximilian Howard away to be held as a political hostage. Flint was born after his father's death and lost his mother shortly after. He endured a restless and unstable youth, neglected in the land of Ringskin. Noble gossip labels the Grand Duke as an unlucky man who lost his birthright. They discuss how secondary heirs in Vianteca rarely inherit the throne under normal circumstances. They whisper about the suspicious and sudden nature of the Crown Prince's death. Despite the rumors, the Duke repeats his intent to take her back to Vianteca. She stares at him, completely blindsided by his bold declaration. Her eyes reflect the deep shock of his unexpected proposal. She screams Damien's name as her attention is taken by a sudden, wet splash sounding while tea hits the Duke. She furiously berates him for daring to mock her position as Empress. She suspects he is seeking a reason to invade and questions what Damien promised him. Clenching her hand, she asserts she would rather trust the Emperor than Damien Rosanna. He expresses pity for her, warning that Marcel Jacador is untrustworthy. She demands he watch his words regarding her husband and the Emperor. He offers a promise of safety, but she refuses to trust his word. He urges her to think clearly, guaranteeing safety in his own name rather than Damien's. His knight releases the maid with a sudden, forceful push sounding as they turn to leave. He informs her he will wait for her answer at the palace greenhouse in 3 days. She coldly orders him to leave her presence immediately. Before departing, he reiterates his promise to provide her with peace. He walks away while she watches him leave with a cold, crossed-arm stance. The blonde maid collapses to the floor with a heavy flop sounding while crying out to her mistress.
The loyal maid vows to follow and protect her until death, regardless of the choice she makes. Eliano understands the maid is loyal but only yielded to Flint out of fear.
She remains determined not to let Damien Rosanna dictate her life anymore. It is revealed that Duke Rosanna is the twin brother of Empress Eliano. Damien once urged his sister to support Marcel as the only way for them to survive. The Rosanna family provides the calmest support.
She reads a letter from her family demanding she repay the debt used to make her husband emperor.
The letter demands intelligence on the private army and the Pope's visit. Her family demands her total dedication in exchange for their support.
Driven by their demands, she steals military secrets and hands them to enemy spies.
Despite her sacrifices, her family abandons her when she is most vulnerable. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft drip sounding as blood lands on her letter while she weeps. She writes a desperate letter to Damien about Marcel's coldness and his new mistresses. She laments the physical pain of being poisoned and the constant fear for her life. She expresses terror over the rumors that her infertility will cost her the crown. She begs Damien to help her secure a divorce so she can return home. Narrator questions Damien's reaction to her plea. Damien furiously rejects the idea of a divorce, refusing to risk the family's position for her. He points out the absurdity of her request after spending the entire family fortune. He heartlessly commands her to endure the situation and stop being weak, regardless of her title. In truth, her family never cared for her.
She is left alone with her overwhelming grief.
She lies in bed, staring into space. She reflects on the name Flint Howard.
She recalls the sincerity in his eyes, believing such a man always keeps his word.
She wonders if a peaceful life is truly possible. Vivian arrives in secret and announces her presence to the Empress. Flint and his knight wait in the glowing greenhouse at night. Flint remains stoic while waiting in the dark. The knight urges His Highness to leave before patrols arrive, doubting the Empress will come. Flint suddenly turns as he senses someone approach him. A mysterious cloaked figure walks toward them.
The figure reveals her face with a sudden, soft whish sounding as she pulls back her hood.
Vivian reveals herself and states that the Empress will not be coming. Flint listens in silence to the news. Vivian warns them of changed patrol times and provides a safe path used by servants. She hands them a box containing identity cards to ensure their safe passage through Ringskin. The knight shouts in suspicion, warning Flint that this might be a trap.
Vivian delivers a final message, stating that the small sun of Ianteka has lost its light.
Eliano's voice urges Flint to return and seize the throne without letting dishonor stop him. Vivian explains that this is the final message from the Moontaim. Vivian walks away as Flint stands alone in thought. The palace stands silent under a bright sky. A gentle hand is held in comfort. The court formally congratulates the Empress on her fortunate news.
The doctor announces her pregnancy, bringing tears of shock and joy to her eyes.
She feels she can finally breathe now that her title is secure from rumors of infertility. Tragically, her newfound happiness is destroyed when she loses the child. The room is filled with the heavy silence of mourning. Her eyes reflect a hollow, agonizing despair. They call out to her in panic as she lies broken on the bed.
After her miscarriage, she spends her days crying in isolation.
Marcel cruelly questions the point of their relationship if she cannot produce an heir.
He furiously asks if his simple demand for a child was too much for her to handle. Her misery grows as the threats to her title reach a breaking point. A hand slams the table with a sudden heavy bang, sounding as a man shouts about an illegitimate child humiliating the empire. Nobles argue that they only tolerated her because of her bloodline, despite her origins from an enemy empire. A nobleman demands that her title be stripped, while Marcel sits in cold, calculating silence. Narrator notes that Jacador's culture of disdain for illegitimate children made her position as empress impossible to maintain. A woman advises the empress to resign her title honorably to avoid any further public rebuke. Eliano refuses to yield her title, asserting that it is the only thing she has left in her life. The blonde maid pleads for her mistress to find a way to survive, placing life above honor. Eliano explains that as a native of Ianteka, she lives and dies by a code of honor she cannot abandon. She coldly orders the visitor to leave her presence, stating that their meddling provides no benefit. Her inner survival instincts offer a dark and foreboding warning of what is to come. The blonde maid rushes in, screaming that the Rosanna household of Ianteka has met its end. Eliano stares in wide-eyed horror as she hears the news that her entire family has been annihilated. The maid explains that Flint Howard, the new emperor of Ianteka, ordered the death of the entire Rosanna bloodline. The servants weep in terror while wondering if the new emperor will come to harm Eliano as well. Eliano acknowledges that as a Rosanna who rejected Flint's offer, her own fate is now inevitable. With a tear in her eye, she expresses a final, weary desire to simply find rest. Narrator notes that death became her only escape from a life she no longer had the power to control. Tragically, even the peace of death was no longer within her reach to command.
As the time to strip her title approached, the emperor visited her with a kindness he had never shown before.
Marcel stands before her with a gentle gaze reminiscent of their early days of passionate love.
They shared an enjoyable conversation, momentarily returning to the warmth they once knew.
Marcel personally pours a cup of tea for his wife during their quiet meeting.
Eliano takes a drink of the tea provided by her husband. Her world falls apart with a sudden, violent crash sounding as the tea slides down her throat.
The teacup shatters on the floor with a sudden, sharp shatter sounding as it is revealed the tea was poisoned.
Marcel stands over the dying empress, declaring he will be the one to end her so she can die with honor.
He mockingly suggests she should have no regrets after enjoying a life of riches and glory. Eliano lies gasping on the rug, bleeding from her mouth as she looks up at her betrayer. He admits his disgust for her ambition and claims she should have refused the throne when he took power. He leans in and coldly blames her for her failure to produce a child for his empire.
A close-up of her crying eye as he claims he would have let her son succeed him.
The vision of her husband fades into a sudden, hazy blur sounding.
A hollow final goodbye marks the end of her tragic life.
Her eyes glaze over as the last of her life drains away into the floor.
She questions if her downfall began when she refused to give up the title of empress.
Her purple gown lies still on the floor as her story reaches a bitter conclusion.
A man with dark hair stands with his back turned in a glowing white flowery field.
Looking back at her wedding day, she reflects that her misery truly began when she was sold to Jacador.
She wishes she had resisted her father's demands, even if it meant being beaten to death.
Glowing petals drift through the darkness as she yearns to undo every choice of her past.
Warm sunlight streams through a grand window into a quiet, ornate room. A close-up reveals Eliano's green eyes opening as she wakes from her nightmare.
She sits up in a bed surrounded by white flowers, bathed in the morning light.
The scene shifts to the peaceful and silent interior of a temple chapel.
A woman calls out to Eliano, pulling her back from her deep thoughts. Her companions ask if she intends to join the temple after recently turning down a marriage proposal letter.
She adjusts her white lace veil with a sudden, soft slip sounding.
The women watch her in a sudden, heavy, awkward-sounding silence as she remains distant.
Narrator notes that everyone believed her life as a Rosanna was one of absolute freedom and honor.
She reflects that her supposed freedom was only because she had not yet been pressured to marry.
Two women gossip about Eliano's marriage prospects and her twin brother's affection.
Eliano hides behind a delicate, lacy veil.
Wealth and luxury defined her previous existence.
A dark secret lay beneath the surface. Duke Rosanna reminds Eliano that he created her.
He claims ownership of her future virtue. Narrator notes she was raised only in etiquette. Her father dismisses her request for knowledge.
Her nanny discourages her from seeking education.
Surface-level trends are prioritized over learning.
She looks up with hopeful, naive eyes. She once believed her handlers were kind.
The complex texts remain a total mystery.
A tutor encourages her to ignore difficulties.
Eliano cries over her father's potential anger.
False promises of secrecy provide hollow comfort.
Duke Rosanna prepares to strike his daughter. A sudden, sharp whip sounded.
He demands total submission through brutal pain.
He mockingly claims he never disciplines her.
The young girl realizes her grim reality.
She bows before the man she fears.
He questions if he ever failed her.
She realizes her entire life was ruined.
Every tragedy began with her father's influence. Reflections of her second life begin.
Determination burns in her bright green eyes.
She vows never to suffer again.
Duke Rosanna is formally announced.
The grand ballroom shines with light. They enter with an imposing, powerful presence.
Eliano appears as the perfect noble flower. Nobles whisper about her relationship with him.
He introduces her as the society's gem.
Gossip turns to her unusual single status. Rumors mention her father's refusal of royalty.
The social event is in full swing.
Haughty rivals mock her as weak-minded.
Liliana Sanders dismisses Eliano's maturity level.
Liliana Sanders belongs to House Sanders.
Men discuss Eliano's recent aggressive behavior. Rumors of her harsh social outbursts spread.
Liliana listens to the shocking new rumors.
They contrast her new self of old.
Skepticism arises regarding a poisoned wine incident. Eliano stands with a cold, regal presence. A dark atmosphere surrounds her thoughts.
The hostess welcomes everyone to the party. Someone expresses disdain for a guest presence.
A noblewoman reacts to the cold atmosphere. Lady Huron formally greets Lady Rosanna in the palace garden.
Eliano agrees with her guest and asks what she proposes they do.
Lady Hiron reacts with shock while Lady Rosanna calls the current situation disgraceful. Lady Rosanna drinks her tea and suggests that Lady Huron should be the one to leave the party. Lady Huron is visibly outraged and confused by the demand.
Eliano tells Lady Parasiton that her mother should have taught her better behavior and asks not to be provoked. Lady Parasiton looks down in a sudden, heavy, awkward-sounding silence while sweating from the pressure. Lady Heron stomps away in a fury while Eliano continues to calmly sip her tea. Men at the ball gossip that Lady Heron must have been rude to deserve such treatment.
Eliano notes that high society remains shaken by such a minor social incident.
She stands alone with her drink, deep in thought. She reflects on her past foolishness and considers it a miracle she ever maintained her title.
Liliana Sanders approaches her, questioning why she's become such a social recluse. Narrator notes that their fathers introduced the two girls when they were very young. Eliana recalls how Liliana would always come to her rescue whenever she cried as a child.
Liliana smiles brightly at her childhood friend. Lady Rosanna offers a polite and measured response to the greeting.
Liliana complains about the missed tea parties while Eliano explains her preference for the temple.
Liliana holds herself with a cold, regal poise as the conversation continues. She leans in close to ask if a specific rumor is true. Lady Rosanna asks for clarification on the topic. Liliana asks if it is true that she forcibly removed Lady Heron from the tea party.
Eliano explains that the departure was handled properly and calls the rumor an exaggeration.
A moment of sudden, sharp tension sounding passes through Liliana as she processes the answer. Liliana offers to clear the room of other ladies, but Eliano firmly rejects the help.
Lady Rosanna insists there is no need for such measures, addressing her as Lily. A memory of the two women laughing happily together in their youth briefly flashes.
Narrator notes that Eliana was the only one who truly believed in their bond. Eliana reveals she knows Liliana is tired of acting as her social guardian.
Liliana desperately claims that there has been a major misunderstanding between them.
Lady Rosanna blames her own past childishness for Liliana's exhaustion and her own single status.
Liliana begs her to wait with a sudden, sharp gasp sounding as she reaches out.
Liliana warns her that Lady Hiron hates her and questions why she would trust a stranger.
Eliano suddenly recalls a specific warning conversation from her past life. She remembers Lady Heron advising her to keep a safe distance from Lady Sanders.
Liliana's hand grabs her arm with a sudden, sharp snatch, sounding as Eliana realizes who truly hates her. Liliana's eyes betray a flicker of fear and desperation under the intense gaze.
Eliano reflects on the tragedy of their ruined friendship. Determination returns to her eyes as she prepares to move forward alone.
Liliana's hand tightens on her gown with a sudden, sharp clench, sounding as nobles whisper nearby.
Eliano promises to wait for her friend, refusing to see their decade of history as worthless. The two women walk away from one another across the crowded ballroom.
Lady Rosanna watches as Liliana rejoins the other noblewomen.
She warns that associating with the wrong people will eventually destroy one's reputation. Eliano notes that those ladies lack the basic respect to greet a duke's daughter. Narrator notes that the established social order is slowly beginning to change. A final note declares that these shifts are only the beginning of her new path. The palace hallway stands silent as she reflects on how trivial the conflict felt.
Lady Rosanna lies in her bed, staring into the darkness of her chamber.
Narrator notes she felt no sense of victory after such a petty social squabble. Her frustration manifests in a sudden, sharp clench sounding. She abruptly asks a maid for the location of the guest room. Eliano commands the maid to lead her there immediately. The maid guides her to the ornate entrance of the guest quarters.
Eliano pauses as she prepares to enter the private room.
She apologizes for intruding upon a space she thought was for ladies.
Inside wait Grand Duke Flint Howard and Crown Prince Harias Vianteca.
Eliano offers a formal greeting to the gathered royalty.
She remains bowed in a display of perfect noble etiquette.
The Crown Prince observes her with a sharp, curious gaze.
An awkward, heavy silence fills the grand, sunlit room.
Flint Howard alerts the prince, who quickly grants Eliano permission to stand.
A flicker of cold intensity crosses Eliano's green eyes.
Flint Howard offers to leave, but Eliano insists there is no need. She apologizes for the intrusion once more and prepares to depart. Prince Harias calls out to her, attempting to stop her exit. She looks back with a sudden, quick turn, Saving. His hand grasps at nothing as he realizes the room is empty.
Harias reflects on the rumors regarding her recent, drastic personality change.
He begins to ask Flint for his opinion on the matter. The prince remains seated, lost in thought after her cold departure. A confused noblewoman reacts to the sudden closing of the doors.
Eliana walks alone through the palace, her mind racing with plans. She considers the complicated past of the returned crown prince.
Harris was the favored child and the empire's only official successor. 7 years prior, he was presumed dead after vanishing during a mission. Emperor Leopold was consumed by grief upon hearing the tragic news. The emperor declared total war against the nation of Jacador. The conflict raged for 3 years, devastating the border regions. Duke Razana used the chaos to install an illegitimate child as heir. The replacement was eventually cast out when the true prince returned.
Regresses triumphantly reclaimed his title after winning the war. He returned alongside Flint Howard, his cousin and fellow former hostage. Eliana realizes the prince likely despises her because of her father's schemes. She finds it pathetic that they target her instead of the Duke. A deep voice calls her name, breaking her inner monologue. She turns to find Flint Howard standing right behind her. He dismisses the prince's earlier behavior as a mere bad mood. The Grand Duke maintains a neutral, unreadable expression. Eliana asks if he stopped her just to deliver that excuse. He reaches out toward her with a sudden, soft reach sounding. She nervously adjusts her hair with a sudden, quick fidget sounding. Flint clarifies that he knows she did not drop the pin intentionally. A small, knowing smile plays on Eliana's lips. She refuses to take back the broken pen, claiming she has plenty. She warns him not to return the item to her family home. Eliana notes that he should understand her fear if he knows her father. Flint Howard agrees to her request with a short, stern acknowledgement. Eliana continues down the hallway, leaving the encounter behind. The Grand Duke stands alone, watching the woman walk away. Crown Prince Urias sits in regal silence. Prince Urias insists she acted unintentionally, while Flint Howard explains he only wanted to return her lost item.
Flint Howard notes that she refused to accept the item.
The blonde prince sips his tea calmly. Urias warns against returning the pin to House Rosanna as a quick, sharp clack sounding signals him setting down his cup.
Urias settles onto the sofa with a sudden, soft flop sounding, while telling Flint he refuses to let the Duke use him as a trophy.
Narration explains an old custom where ladies intentionally drop items to gain a man's attention.
The items are dropped in hopes that the men will return them to win their favor. Urias reflects that their proposed marriage was political, yet she is now famous for rejecting him. The Chibi prince shouts at his cousin. Eliana's memory asserts that knowing her father makes her rejection easy to understand.
Flint Howard wonders if that was her true intention.
Urias warns that returning the pin would allow the Duke to spread rumors about Flint's feelings and orders him to discard it. Flint Howard offers a short, stern nod, sounding as he accepts the prince's advice.
Duke Rosanna tells Leah to go home early since she looks exhausted.
Lady Rosanna obediently agrees to her father's request.
She walks toward her carriage at night, accompanied by an armored knight.
Narration reveals the knight's presence is less about protection and more about monitoring her late-night behavior. The knight asks her about the confrontation she had with Lady Sanders earlier. Leah recognizes the man as her father's spy as he repeats his demand for an answer. She coldly asks if she is obligated to answer every single one of his questions. The knight is taken aback by her sudden defiance as she prepares to board the carriage. She reflects on how unpleasant his lack of respect feels now that she understands his true role. A sudden, heavy clunk sounding echoes as the knight attempts to follow her inside the carriage. The man settles into the seat with a sudden, firm sit sounder.
Leah remains silent, her expression hardening.
Lady Rosanna firmly commands the man to leave the carriage immediately. She repeats her demand for him to get out.
The knight argues that his primary duty is to ensure her safety from any potential danger.
Leah questions what dangers could exist in the capital, but he claims they must travel through the slums. She points out that their route does not actually pass through the slum district.
She adds that even if it did, he should be guarding her from the outside rather than sitting with her.
The knight glares at her with visible frustration. He finally exits and shouts for the carriage to begin moving, receiving a quick acknowledgement from the driver. Leah exhales with a sudden, soft woo sounding, relieved that the spy has finally departed.
The carriage travels down the dark road away from the palace.
She vows to herself that she must avoid marriage to a prince of Jakador. She realizes that her first priority must be escaping her father's constant surveillance.
Dark shadows represent the many spies her father has placed throughout her life.
She identifies the head maid as the most prominent of these hidden observers. Her green eyes narrow as she considers her situation. The carriage arrives at the illuminated mansion in the dead of night. The title card announces the regressed empress's abduction marriage. Her morning routine begins with a sudden, soft brush sounding through her hair. A maid tends to her as she sits in her room surrounded by fodders.
Leah decides to avoid social events for now to prevent drawing any unnecessary attention to herself. She feels relieved that Flint Howard honored her request and did not return the broken hairpin.
She understands that any romantic scandal would be incredibly dangerous in her current position.
A symbolic butterfly pin drifts behind her as she moves forward.
Flint Howard kneels before her, offering to take her away and asking if she wants to escape everything.
A mysterious figure offers her a life of comfort in her homeland. She reflects on the hand that offered hope during her past misery. Lady Rosanna mourns the connection she couldn't maintain in her previous life.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding escapes Leah as a maid's mistake hurts her.
She commands the servant to stop immediately with an icy stare. A repetitive, soft brush sounding continues as the maid promises to be careful.
Leah's green eyes narrow with a cold, piercing intensity.
A sudden, loud slap sounding precedes a quick drop sounding as Leah hits the brush.
She declares she has no need for a maid who ignores her.
The green-haired maid reacts with wide-eyed shock and confusion.
Lady Rosanna demands that the other maids drag the woman out.
The other servants watch the confrontation with visible fear and hesitation.
Her nanny, Pamela, watches from the doorway with a subtle, mocking grin.
Leah orders the maid to be removed and barred from her room forever.
The nanny stoops to retrieve the brush, downplaying the maid's error.
The maid tearfully begs for forgiveness, citing an aching hand.
Pamela dismissively assures the servant that the lady will be understanding.
Leah asks with growing frustration why they refuse to listen to her. The nanny maintains a stern, prideful stance while looking down on the lady.
Lady Rosanna challenges the maids to identify their true master. Pamela looks away with an air of arrogant indifference.
Leah states firmly that she has no intention of arguing with her nanny.
The older woman's smug expression remains unchanged despite the warning.
A sudden quick turn sounding makes the terrified maids react with a flinch sounding.
Lady Rosanna points and commands a servant to fetch the head butler.
A quick, nervous glance sounding passes between the maids as they panic. A heavy, intense glare sounding emanates from the nanny's piercing eyes.
A sudden, tight clench sounding highlights the extreme anxiety of the maids.
Lady Rosanna stands her ground in the center of the grand room.
A heavy, exhausted sigh sounding escapes her as she faces the rebellion.
She realizes that her household staff is openly ignoring her authority.
A series of quick, firm steps sounding follow as Leah marches away.
A male servant attempts to intercept her, but she demands the head butler.
He claims that the head butler is too busy to be disturbed. A sudden, firm grab sounding shows Leah seizing a large, ornate vase.
A thunderous, explosive crash sounding echoes as she smashes the porcelain.
She coldly explains that violence was her only remaining way to be heard.
Leah commands him to lead her to the head butler immediately.
She stands before the staff and fires every maid present. Pamela screams in protest as Leah orders her to leave the house. Leah explains she is firing the staff for disloyalty and incompetence.
Head maid Miller arrives, reminding the nanny that Leah's orders are absolute.
Head butler Jonathan confirms that the nanny must follow the lady's orders.
Miller bows respectfully as Leah addresses her with a command. Leah orders that no clumsy or talkative maids enter her room again.
The nanny walks away in a huff, her pride deeply wounded. Leah reflects that the nanny's exile will be short since her father protects her. She watches the sunset, realizing she must find a way to banish Pamela.
Her expression hardens as she prepares for the next confrontation.
Lady Rosanna greets Isabella, a woman standing confidently in a red gown. Isabella offers a warm greeting to her sister.
Isabella giggles while noting how much Leah has changed since they last met, and remarks that she sounded like their mother.
Leah remains silent as her green eyes narrow. Two bruised maids stand quietly in the background.
Isabella asks Leah if she intends to scold her for hitting her maid and offers one of her own as a target.
Isabella mocks Leah's supposed fragility while doubting her capacity for such a harsh action. Leah's cold command for Isabella to sit echoes. The two sisters settle for tea. A maid carefully begins the tea service. Leah takes over and pours the tea.
Isabella remarks on Leah's grace while noting it seems like she has practiced her whole life.
Leah retorts that Isabella is no different.
Isabella laughs while pointing out that their father is not as strict with her as he is with Leah.
Isabella mentions her upcoming debut into high society. Isabella adopts a confident pounce. Leah suspects there is a specific reason for Isabella's visit.
Isabella agrees to get straight to the point.
Isabella mentions hearing about Pamela's probation and expresses surprise that it was on Leah's orders.
Isabella praises Leah's decision while noting that keeping the twisted old hog wouldn't do any favors.
A sudden, subtle, lean sounding accompanies Isabella asking for Leah's thoughts on the matter.
Isabella offers her assistance to her sister. Leah explains that the probation will end the moment their father calls for the nanny.
Leah looks away with a troubled expression. A memory of Pamela insisting she must be accepted because of the Duke's wishes flashes by.
Leah's determination is reflected in her gaze.
Leah asks Isabella about her plan and how she intends to help.
A sudden, sweet smile sounding signals Isabella's playful mood. A repetitive, soft whisper sounding fills the air among noblewomen. A constant, low chatter sounding emanates from the crowded ballroom. Leah makes a stunning appearance.
Isabella asks Leah to take out Marquis Alvovich at the imperial ball since their father wants her to marry him.
Chibi Leah asks if she wants him assassinated, but Isabella quickly clarifies she doesn't want him killed.
Isabella wants Leah to trick the man into sending her a proposal instead. Isabella begs for help to avoid the marriage while promising to handle Pamela in return. Isabella insists that Leah only needs to dance with the man once. Isabella promises to return the favor when Leah truly needs assistance.
Leah considers the advantage of Isabella owing her a favor for one dance.
She doubts the Marquis would be foolish enough to propose after one dance. Marquis Alvovich is instantly captivated by Leah's beauty and praises her appearance. He continues his awkward flattery by calling her talk fairy-like and mentioning her frequent temple visits. He praises her for being so devout.
Leah dances with the man while internally noting that he really is a fool.
She reflects that while he might have been a marriage option to avoid Jackador, his personality won't work.
Leah is startled by something across the room.
She turns her head to scan the crowd.
Flint Howard stands on the balcony, watching.
Leah's eye widens as she realizes she's being watched.
She refocuses on her dance despite the distraction. Leah's bright laughter draws the attention of nearby nobles.
The guests gossip about Leah's intentions to find a husband tonight.
Multiple noblemen eagerly step forward to request a dance with her. Leah maintains a radiant, performative smile for the ballroom guests.
A cold internal vow demands that Isabella face consequences for her actions.
The grand mansion stands illuminated under the quiet night sky.
Leah's intricate white gown reflects her high social standing. She returns to her quarters with a silent maid following behind.
Pamela makes a sudden reappearance, claiming her timing is absolutely perfect.
Leah questions why her nanny has returned while still under probation.
Pamela insists that only she can mold Leah into a perfect lady.
The nanny begins brushing Leah's hair in the dimly lit room.
She carefully tends to her dark tresses. Pamela warns that revealing her true hair would expose her lineage.
Leah's green eyes narrow in deep, silent contemplation. She remembers being called a child born without any color. Leah recalls when her entire life once revolved around Pamela. A pink-haired woman kneels in a dark and oppressive hallway.
A formal letter arrives for the Empress from the House of Vianteca. The message demands she return the magical hair artifact immediately.
A set of ornate purple earrings rests inside a display box.
The text declares that Eliano Jackador has no right to ownership. The pink-haired Empress demands that her servant burn Damien's letter.
Her attempt to ignore the matter leads to formal official complaints.
The letter brands her an illegitimate thief who betrayed her mother's kindness.
A sudden, sharp realization strikes Leah as her memory returns.
Pamela once placed the magical earrings on Leah as a young child.
A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding as her hair turns bright pink.
Pamela takes the artifact back, claiming she will keep it safe.
Leah's attempt to investigate the nanny came far too late.
The truth of her illegitimate birth spreads throughout the entire nation. The Empress slumps forward in despair as her world crumbles.
Her light hair color is used as proof of her status. She faces mockery for being an illegitimate child who lacks a mother.
Damien accuses her of marrying him while hiding her crimes.
Leah describes the feeling of her entire world shattering completely.
The lie of her noble heritage is finally exposed. She is publicly disgraced as a thief of the family heirloom. An accusing finger points at her while a man shouts. Angry noblemen demand she be stripped of her imperial title.
Her tiara lies forgotten as her eyes reflect intense agony.
The scene shifts as she crumbles under the mounting pressure.
A fading rose marks her falling status.
Pamela finishes the task, her wrinkled hands lingering on Leah.
Leah mockingly suggests that her nanny open a hair dyeing shop.
The nanny smiles while vowing to stay by her side forever. Pamela asks if her lady is ready to retire. A sudden soft slide sounding as Leah is tucked into bed. The nanny stands in the doorway, watching the girl. A sudden heavy clunk sounding as the door locks shut. Leah's green eyes snap open with a sharp, vengeful intensity. She prepares to step from the bed.
Leah reflects on her past choices. Leah reflects that returning the heirloom on time would have prevented her exposure as an illegitimate child and the threats to her title.
Leah wonders where Pamela hid the magical object. She decides that her immediate priority is getting Pamela removed from the household. She realizes she must consult Isabella to check on their progress. Isabella welcomes Leah to her room for the first time. Leah is impressed by how glamorous the room is.
Isabella commands the maids to leave so they can speak privately.
Isabella tells the maid to ensure no one, especially Pamela, overhears their conversation.
Her command is met with a sudden, respectful bow sounding from the head maid.
Isabella notes that Marquis Alvich looked shaken when he saw her recently. Isabella giggles while suggesting the Marquis is likely infatuated with Leah now.
Leah expresses relief and asks Isabella how she plans to remove the nanny.
Isabella reassures her that she has a plan.
Isabella reveals that they only need to expose a thief to succeed.
Leah stares in shocked realization.
She realizes that Isabella is holding Damien's found man. Isabella plans to frame the nanny on the day her brother leaves, and Leah agrees it is a solid plan. Isabella admits that obtaining their father's or brother's personal items was quite difficult.
Isabella wonders if an item belonging to their mother would be a better choice.
She suggests it would be easier if the item was something that had already been stolen. Chibi Leah is shocked to learn the nanny is a literal thief, while Chibi Isabella tells her to be quiet.
Leah focuses on Isabella's revelation.
Isabella asks for details on the stolen items, and Leah describes a pair of magical black jewel earrings.
Isabella plans to search Pamela's room, but worries the nanny might have sold the jewels. Leah is certain the nanny hasn't sold them because she values her own life. Leah knows their father would execute Pamela if he discovered the truth. Leah stands alone in her chambers.
A sudden, firm grab sounding as Pamela tells Leah that the Duke is looking for her.
Leah prepares to face her father again. A vast, imposing office stands empty.
Leah watches the scene with apprehension.
Leah approaches the Duke's desk. Leah is filled with disbelief at being back in this oppressive environment. Desperate pleas for forgiveness echo.
Leah is haunted by memories of agony and cries for mercy from her past.
Tears of frustration threaten to fall. Sitting at his desk, the Duke informs Leah that Marquis Alvovich has sent a marriage proposal. He demands to know if Leah seduced the Marquis.
Leah stammeringly denies ever trying to seduce him.
A sudden, thunderous bang sounding as the Duke shouts, demanding why the Marquis would propose then.
Leah frantically explains that she only danced with him once and did nothing improper.
The Duke sneers that Pamela was right about Leah becoming strange and scolds her for talking back.
Pamela gleefully suggests that Leah needs to be taught a stern lesson.
Her green eyes widen in terror as the Duke coldly agrees with Pamela and orders her to be hanged. Leah gasps out a desperate denial.
Leah screams for them to stop as Pamela forcefully seizes her.
The nanny's eyes glint with malice.
A sudden, stinging slap sounding across the room.
A heavy, firm step sounding as Pamela drags a screaming Leah away.
A sudden, heavy doo-dun sounding as the Duke brandishes a whip.
He vows to ensure Leah never talks back again as her eye trembles.
Isabella shouts in shock and disbelief.
The butler blocks Isabella as she demands he get out of the way.
A sudden, agonizing scream sounding fills the hallway.
Leah desperately begs her father for forgiveness and promises never to repeat her mistake. The butler informs Isabella that she shouldn't approach while their master is disciplining Leah. Isabella stares in horror, questioning if this brutality is truly considered discipline. She reflects on being whipped with a stick by her father before. Isabella stands before the heavy, closed doors as the violence continues. A sudden, rhythmic whish and slap sounding as screams fill the air. Leah's gown is stained with blood as she trembles in pain.
The Duke looms over Leah as she gasps for breath.
His gaze remains cold and unforgiving.
The Duke asks if she intends to act disgracefully and seduce men again.
Isabella laments her role in the tragedy until a voice tells her to stop.
Isabella turns to find Damien watching the scene.
Damien stands composed in his ornate formal attire. Isabella looks at him with wide-eyed confusion. Damien sternly repeats his command for her to stop. He notes that Leah's punishment is not a new occurrence. Isabella realizes that he knew about the abuse all along.
She screams at Damien for allowing this despite Leah being his other house.
Damien questions the term before admitting they were only supposed to be twins. Damien reveals the truth that Leah is neither his twin nor her sister. Isabella is frozen in a state of shock. He asks if she ever had doubts since they are nothing alike visually. Damien challenges Isabella's protest by asking if she would prefer to take Leah's place.
He clenches his hand while warning her not to act rashly and be targeted. Isabella is overcome with grief and begins to sob.
Damien orders the butler to take Isabella to her room and hide her presence. He offers a silent, desperate plea for his father's forgiveness.
A sudden, frustrated tsk sounding as Damien trunts away. Damien commands that the hallway remain cleared of all people.
A sudden, shrill scream sounding as the maids find the wounded Leah. The maids frantically call for a doctor as blood drops from the crest.
Pamela aggressively claims ownership of Leah and orders the maids to go away.
The terrified maids scurry and scramble away.
A sudden, resounding slam sounding as the door is shut.
Pamela fumes about firing the useless maids while pacing the room.
She looms over Leah's broken form in the dock. Pamela mockingly attributes Leah's suffering to something vulgar in her blood.
She taunts the unconscious girl about Marquis Alvovich not forgetting their night.
A sudden light tap sounding as Pamela questions what Leah did with him. A sudden painful clench sounding as Pamela grips the wound, making Leah groan.
She holds a jar of medicine while claiming the Duke loves Leah. Pamela sadistically decides not to treat her as punishment for Leah's defiance.
She bids Leah a cruel farewell until the morning. Leah lies abandoned and suffering on the bed.
The scene fades to the quiet, crumpled bedsheets. A chandelier glimmers as Eliana reflects that she anticipated this outcome.
She recalls wanting to walk out of the office instead of remaining helpless.
Her resolve vanished the moment she saw the whip in her father's hand.
Despite years of abuse, she admits she never mastered overcoming physical pain.
Eliana realizes that avoiding the Empress title won't save her from this fate.
She knows her only choice is to escape her father's control.
Outside the room, someone urgently requests that their lady wait a moment.
Lady Isabella shouts for everyone to move out of her way.
Isabella kicks the doors open with a sudden thunderous bang and crash sounding.
A sudden heavy clunk sounding as Pamela demands to know who entered.
The nanny is stunned to find Lady Isabella standing before her.
Isabella approaches with a sudden steady thump sounding through the room. A sudden sharp slap sounding as Isabella strikes the nanny across the face.
Pamela hits the floor with a sudden heavy crash sounding.
Turning with a sudden cold snap, Isabella asks if the nanny has lost her mind.
Isabella screams at the nanny for daring to meet her gaze.
Her expression shifts to a sudden soft gasp sounding as she notices the bed.
Isabella spots the doctor and calls out to check on Eliano. Isabella watches anxiously as a sudden, light rustle sounding marks Emma lifting the sheets.
Isabella screams Eliano's name upon seeing her sister's blood-soaked body.
Emma reports that Eliano is untreated but promises to handle it now.
Isabella turns back toward the nanny with a quiet, confused question. Her face contorts with a sudden, growing rage. Isabella's fury explodes as she realizes the nanny left Eliano to suffer.
Isabella seizes the nanny by her hair while demanding how she dared.
Isabella rages about Pamela sleeping while Eliano was in pain as the nanny pleads.
Isabella smashes her head down with a sudden violent smack and bam sounding.
A sudden final bang sounding as Isabella slams the nanny into the floor. The nanny hits the floor with a sudden limp flop sounding.
Isabella coldly orders the servants to remove the nanny from her sight.
She turns back and urgently asks the doctor for Eliano's vas.
Emma warns that the deep wounds will make treatment extremely painful.
Isabella hands over a golden jar and instructs Emma to use the ointment.
Emma is shocked to see the rare medicine known as Elisum.
Isabella confirms it is Elisum, while Emma praises its ability to heal without scars.
Emma wonders where Isabella could have obtained such a rare, precious item. The ornate container of LSM sits in silence. A moment of quiet transition follows the intense confrontation.
Eliano remembers pleading with her father while the nanny pushed for more discipline.
Her father's cold warning about the whip echoes in her mind. A sudden, labored pant sounding as a tear falls from her eye. The memory of the raised whip haunts her. Eliano wakes with a sudden, terrified jolt sounding in the quiet room. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as Eliano sits up while her maid watches.
She starts to fall with a sudden, quick falter sounding.
Her maid rushes forward with a sudden, worried show. The maid asks if she is okay and urges her to lie back down.
Eliano reflects that the pain is less than expected and wonders who treated her.
The maid explains that Emma was the one who treated her wounds.
Eliano is shocked to learn that Lady Isabella was the one who brought help.
Eliano lies awake and wonders who summoned Isabella to her room. Lavender avoids eye contact as she looks down. Lavender stands by the bedside of the bandaged Eliano.
Eliano questions why Lavender chose to call Isabella over the head maid or Damien.
Lavender explains that she felt Isabella would provide Eliana with the most comfort.
Eliano asks why the nanny wasn't considered for her care.
Lavender reveals that the nanny neglected to treat Eliano's wounds.
Eliano accepts the explanation and requests help sitting up.
After Eliano asks for her name, the maid introduces herself as Lavender.
Eliana notes to herself that Lavender is both smart and capable.
Eliano instructs Lavender to summon both Isabella and Damien to her side.
Flowers sit in a quiet room as the scene shifts.
Eliano admits her fear of the nanny to her siblings despite their father's favor.
She explains that the nanny nearly let her die the previous night.
Isabella is outraged, but Eliano insists they cannot defy their father's orders. Damien tells Isabella to quiet down during her loud outburst. A sudden, painful throb sounding as Damien scolds Eliano for the disruption. Eliano clarifies that her request for help is not in order. She sarcastically asks if Damien requires her to kneel before him. The siblings exchange a sharp, silent glare.
A sudden, firm rustle sounding as Eliano stands and begs Damien for help.
Damien looks at her with cold indifference. Damien warns Eliano that her prospects for marriage are ruined.
Eliano coldly replies that she is already aware of her situation.
Damien reveals that rumors of her seeking a husband incited their father's fury. He calls her a fool for worrying about the nanny at such a time. Damien vows to handle the nanny for neglecting her duties.
He commands Eliano to behave and get her head straight.
Isabella shouts after Damien as he abruptly turns and leaves.
Isabella asks if she is all right, and Eliano confirms her status. Eliano reflects on Damien's foul attitude and their distant relationship. A hazy gray transition panel shifts the perspective. In a flashback, a young Damien approaches a young Eliano. Damien reveals that Eliana was born first, and she happily asks to be called sister.
Eliana wonders what kind of expression Damien wore during their childhood.
She wonders if Damien knew the truth about her status.
Eliano questions if he knew she was illegitimate all along. A grayed-out woman clutches a letter in her hands.
Damien stands among a garden of pink flowers.
A delicate flower hair ornament is placed in her hair.
Someone carefully adjusts the folds of an ornate pink dress.
Eliano stands before a mirror, fully dressed and composed.
Eliano notices the nanny's absence and asks if something happened.
Lavender reports that the nanny is currently resting in her room.
Lavender describes the nanny falling and breaking her leg on the stairs.
A sudden heavy flop sounding as the headmaid accidentally drops a heavy box. Eliano and Lavender share a knowing, silent look.
Eliano realizes the accident was a result of a power struggle.
She deduces that the head maid orchestrated the nanny's fall.
Eliano smiles and instructs Lavender to provide the nanny with sleeping medicine.
The purple-haired lady warmly greets Eliano. Veronica jokingly asks if she is being evicted again, while Eliano offers thanks for an apology letter.
Eliano feels faint as a sudden, pained ah sounding follows a concerned question about her health.
Pastries fill the elegant social table.
Tea parties are revealed as crucial social hubs for the exchange of important information.
The text describes rumors about the First Lady of Rosanna fading quicker than anticipated.
A powerful man's comparison at the Gentlemen's Club sparks debate about the status of Lady Huron.
The man asserts there is no need to discuss matters Lady Rosanna handled according to society rules.
His firm statement about Lady Sanders immediately causes the entire room to clam up in silence.
Eliano reflects on his persistent hatred for gossip and his surprisingly direct expression of dislike.
A lady mentions her aunt saw wandering warriors and nymphs while Eliano listens intently. The guests question how those who don't believe in God dare to step onto holy ground.
Eliano suspects that the Charrier are attempting to hold a secret meeting with the Holy See.
A text box explains that the Wanderers are Charrier nomads who travel across the continent.
The warriors are described as fierce and spirited fighters in the accompanying text.
Eliano thinks that while they are treated like savages, it isn't a sin to be nomadic.
Dialogue reveals rumors that the wandering warriors are currently hiding on Britain Island.
A guest reacts with shock, noting that the island is actually Vianteka's territory.
The situation is explained as a territorial dispute caused by Jacador's claims on the island. A lady expresses her indignant anger while cooling herself with an ornate fan.
The women suggest deploying armies to remove the trespassers from the land permanently. Eliano interjects to remind the group that Britain Island has a very different status. She clarifies that because it is a holy island with a temple, they cannot declare war. Eliano looks ahead with a serious and contemplative expression. She notes that the holy knights of the nymphs are currently guarding the sacred location. Ancient scriptures describe the land as an elven home where blood brings a terrible curse.
The text explains that all temples on the continent are sacred and possess extraterritoriality.
A neutral city-state is identified as the entity overseeing all of the continental temples. A green-haired lady laughs while asking if she is being silly to suggest giving land to nymphs.
Veronica is momentarily speechless as she reacts with wide-eyed shock to the suggestion.
The lady quickly backtracks, telling the group she was only joking about her proposal.
Eliano reevaluates her perception of the lady as someone who couldn't control her emotions.
She acknowledges that such a display is expected from the daughter of the Northern Margrave.
Isabella mentions the struggle for continental control while covering a yawn with her hand. She makes a casual point while maintaining her relaxed and unbothered posture.
Eliano dismisses the thought with a sudden rhythmic shake sounding in the quiet.
She reflects on how her old self would have retreated to avoid these difficult issues.
Her ignorance regarding the imperial family's marriage talks with Jacador begins to weigh on her.
Eliano decides she must increase her social hours to gather as much information as possible.
She accepts that this information gathering is the best she can do at the moment.
The elegant ladies' gathering continues within the sunlit halls of the palace.
A foot in a pink heel steps out while someone calls for her lady.
Veronica approaches Eliano with a hurried pace to catch her before she leaves. She calls out to Eliano to stop her and share a final message.
Veronica holds out an invitation with a black ribbon and a red wax seal.
Eliano takes the letter and begins to read the contents with interest. The letter invites her to Veronica Hiron's upcoming horseback riding event. Veronica says she can decline, but Eliano expresses interest in seeing the Count's fine horses. Veronica excitedly promises to show Eliano the horses when she comes to visit. Eliano's carriage departs as Veronica stands in the courtyard to see her off.
Isabella receives an invitation while her nanny dismisses the idea of horseback riding.
Eliana's emerald eye reflects a deep, quiet focus.
The sisters share an elegant tea in the palace.
Isabella speaks with sharp, focused intent during their conversation.
Eliano listens intently to her sister's surprising claims.
Isabella mentions that their father would never have overlooked such a slight.
Eliano expresses her doubt that their father was even aware of the situation.
A flashback reveals Eliano's attempt to engage her cold, distant father in the library.
Eliano realizes the shocking truth that her father might be entirely ignorant.
Isabella questions the true nature of Marquis Langber's supposed heirloom.
She confidently asserts that she is the one holding the genuine heirloom.
A sudden, sharp flick sounding as Isabella summons her maid to the table.
A maid approaches the table carrying an ornate wooden box.
A sudden heavy clack sounding as the box is opened to reveal a golden chalice.
Eliano explains that the object is called the Goldstein, a magical vessel that neutralizes poison. A sudden metallic clack sounding as Eliano sets the valuable golden cup back down.
She recounts how her mother traded a title for this singular, precious heirloom.
A moment of heavy silence follows the revelation of the cup's history.
Eliana reflects on how this cup could have saved her child from a poisoner.
The conversation shifts as Isabella mentions searching for a rare pearl while the maid corrects her.
Eliana recalls her mother's unique kindness compared to the rest of the family.
She remembers receiving a magical object to hide her status, yet the Goldstein remained a secret.
A lingering question about her mother's hidden motives haunts her.
A hazy silhouette depicts a mother and daughter holding hands in the past.
The mother's sinister request to be remembered with every drink echoes through time.
A somber transition marks the end of the difficult memory.
The scene shifts to the bright, open fields of the horseback riding event. A sudden, joyful shout sounding as the ladies admire the animals.
The guests marvel at the incredible shine of the famous horse named Hash.
An excited girl asks for permission to touch the magnificent animal. A lady quickly warns her that Hash might react violently to strangers.
She explains that the horse only permits the stable hand to come near him. The ladies discuss the arrival of Grand Duke Howard, the celebrated war hero. A sudden, warm smile appearing on the face of the blue-haired lady.
The group wonders when Eliana will finally make her appearance at the event.
Eliana and her maid arrive at the grand estate gates.
Eliana notices something unusual about the atmosphere of the gathering.
She wonders why the woman approaching her looks so deeply upset.
Eliana walks toward the party with a refined and confident posture.
The warm sun and breezy air create a pleasant social environment.
A sudden soft rustle sounding as Eliana adjusts her wide-brimmed hat.
She remarks that the local wind is mild compared to the harsh gales of Ringsben.
A nostalgic sunset memory flickers through her mind as she walks. Eliana pauses for a brief moment of quiet personal reflection.
A sudden quick flap sounding as a ribbon is pulled away by the wind.
Eliana chooses not to chase the ribbon, suggesting it simply wants its freedom. Her eyes widen as she catches a glimpse of someone near die.
A sudden firm rustle sounding as a gloved hand catches the flying ribbon.
A handsome man stands among the flowers holding the lost ribbon.
Eliana politely introduces herself and offers her thanks to Grand Duke Howard.
Eliana smiles warmly and accepts Grand Duke Howard's small act of kindness.
Howard looks slightly bewildered as he repeats her words with a questioning gaze. A sudden sharp crumple sounding as Howard's grip tightens around the delicate red ribbon.
Eliana offers a playful smile while Howard looks on with a hint of visible flustered concern.
Howard apologizes for damaging her belongings as they continue their stroll through the sunny woods.
Eliana tries to apologize for her own behavior, but Howard gently insists that he doesn't see it that way.
Eliana looks up with her bright emerald eyes and asks him how he truly perceives her actions.
Howard turns his head away, admitting that he doesn't actually think anything of the situation. A sudden soft giggle sounding as Eliana reacts with genuine amusement to his straightforward and blunt honesty.
A narrative box suggests that a lack of judgment often stems from a simple lack of interest.
Eliana remarks that such a lack of personal interest is quite a rare experience for her. She explains the difficulties she has been facing recently due to the actions of Marquis Alkovich. Howard listens intently and offers a slow, respectful nod as they walk together among the trees.
Howard maintains a serious and focused expression while pondering the weight of her political situation.
Eliana explains that her father will be the ultimate authority in deciding whom she must marry. She reflects on the gap between public perception and the reality of being a tool to her father.
A flashback reveals Howard as the man who killed her father and destroyed her house in another life.
Eliana gazes at him while reflecting on how much she longs for a different kind of future. She notes that any man she marries will gain the immense political support of her father's house.
Eliana admits that she is essentially seen as a valuable trophy to be won by powerful men.
Howard states firmly that any man who views her merely as a trophy is not a good man.
He looks at her with a deep, unwavering intensity that reflects his personal values and integrity.
Howard warns her that she must be exceptionally careful when selecting a husband if her father is truly so cold.
Eliana asks what his own standards for a bride are, mentioning rumors of his own arranged marriage talks. Howard's face reflects his genuine surprise that she's already aware of the Crown Prince's secret arrangements. Eliana gives him a knowing smile and expresses hope that he hasn't forgotten her social standing.
Howard closes his eyes and reveals that he has already declined the offer for an arranged marriage.
Eliana looks at him expectantly and asks for his honest opinion regarding her own sudden proposal.
She asks him directly what he would think if she were to be his chosen partner.
Eliana touches her pink brooch while waiting for Howard's reaction to her bold and direct suggestion.
Howard's eyes widen in clear shock as he processes the weight of her unexpected romantic proposal. Howard stands tall and notes that such a significant decision requires careful thought and thorough evaluation. He turns his back to her, stating that he will allow her the chance to judge him.
a sudden, graceful bow appearing as Lavender waits for Eliano to finish her private conversation and move on.
A sudden, soft press sounding as Eliano holds her hat and tells Howard to keep the ribbon if interested.
Howard looks down at his hand, still holding the ribbon that represents her lingering offer. He looks away with a troubled expression, clearly affected by the implications of their serious conversation.
Eliano asks if he mistook her offer for a political match, hurt that he misunderstood her heart.
She tells him to forget the explanation, while Howard claims he understands and holds the ribbon tightly. Eliano calls out to her maid to hurry because Lady Hiren is waiting for them at the event. Eliano walks away with a determined stride, leaving Howard standing alone among the sun-dappled birch trees. The scene shifts to the bustling social event where guests gather to admire the fine horses.
Gentlemen and ladies socialize on horseback as the vibrant atmosphere of the riding party continues.
A sudden, heavy thump sounding as a panicked shout echoes through the air from across the field.
The blonde crown prince rubs his head in frustration, complaining about the horse's incredibly stubborn nature.
A sudden, low snort sounding as the black horse remains agitated near the apologetic stable hands.
Eliano watches with a bored expression, silently critiquing the situation as a result of personal shortcomings.
A sudden, quick step sounding as Eliano moves forward to approach the horse despite the visible danger. A sudden, wet lick sounding as the fierce animal unexpectedly shows her deep affection and calm recognition.
The nearby guests scream in terror and warn her to watch out as they rush toward the scene.
A sudden, sharp pause sounding as Howard reacts to the sight before him. Howard's eyes widen in absolute disbelief at what he is witnessing. A gentle, gloved hand reaches out to touch the dark, powerful animal. Eliano stands calmly beside the massive, all-black horse. The crowd watches in dazed silence, wondering how such a violent horse remains so calm. Eliano pets the stallion, complimenting his gorgeous all-black coat and how well the color suits him. Lady Hiren is overcome with star-eyed excitement at the incredible display. Lady Hiren marvels at the horse's sudden friendliness, while Eliano insists the animal seems perfectly gentle and tame. Lady Hiren admits her own father warned that attempting to ride Hash would be a reckless mistake.
Eliano offers a warm smile, expressing her confidence that Lady Veronica Hiren will tame him one day.
Veronica smiles back, agreeing that she will certainly try to reach that goal. The Crown Prince approaches, determined to give the stubborn horse another attempt. A sudden, loud snort sounding as the horse scares the Crown Prince, who jumps back in fright.
Veronica frantically apologizes to the prince for the horse's behavior while Howard stands silently in the shadows.
Eliano continues to pet the horse, unaffected by the prince's failed attempt.
Eliano turns with a bright, radiant smile.
Howard watches her with a deep, contemplative expression. The Crown Prince calls out to Howard from his white horse, inviting him for a run.
A sudden, soft flap sounding as a delicate ribbon flutters in the air.
Howard turns his back and begins to walk away from the group.
A sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounding as horse hooves strike the soft grass.
Howard gallops across the field, his focus entirely on the ride. The guests gather in the ornate garden gazebo to enjoy their social hour. Eliano and Veronica stroll together through the well-manicured grounds.
Eliano laughs softly, enjoying their private conversation.
Her wide-brimmed hat shades her eyes as she speaks.
Veronica suggests Eliano should have tried riding Hash herself, but Eliano humbly claims she is not as skilled a rider. A sudden, quiet whisper sounding as Eliano leans in to admit she doesn't want to anger the little son. Veronica is taken aback, asking if the person would truly be so shallow as to take offense. Eliano explains that as a Rosanna, outshining the Crown Prince's failure could be seen as a challenge to imperial authority. Howard notes that he was unaware high society required such careful political considerations. Eliano confirms that such calculations are necessary for anyone wishing to navigate society without trouble. Veronica looks visibly flustered as the weight of the social lesson sinks in. Veronica tries to apologize for a past incident, but Eliano insists she no longer needs to hear apologies. Eliano encourages Veronica to go speak with the Crown Prince instead, which the younger lady does with grateful enthusiasm.
Veronica dashes away before Eliano can finish her sentence.
A sudden, rapid dash sounding as Veronica sprints down the garden path.
Eliano stands dazed, still holding the tea party invitation she meant to deliver.
She decides she will simply have to send the invitation to Veronica's house later. A sudden, quiet pause sounding as Eliano halts her walk once more. A sudden, quick turn sounding as Eliano stops and finds Howard waiting her. The two stand face to face under the bright afternoon sky. A sudden, graceful bow appearing as Eliano introduces herself, but Howard tells her he didn't stop her just for a greeting. Eliano gives him a sharp, intense glare. A sudden, nervous gulp sounding as Howard reacts to her piercing gaze. Howard sincerely apologizes for his earlier misinterpretation of her intentions.
He promises to keep the token she gave him and never forget the events of the day.
Howard places a hand over his heart, looking deeply earnest.
Eliano asks him directly what exactly caused his sudden change of heart.
Howard looks down, promising to tell her only when he has gathered enough courage.
Narrative suggests that Howard has learned how to speak in roundabout ways from the Crown Prince.
Eliano politely declines Howard's offer to act as a messenger and deliver her invitation to Lady Huron.
A small, flustered Howard begs for the opportunity to atone for his earlier rudeness toward her.
Eliano maintains a neutral expression while asking if he has anything else to say to the lady.
A sudden, close lean sounding as Eliano moves toward Howard to share a private thought.
Eliano leans in close to Howard's ear to whisper a secret message under the bright sky.
Howard listens with a serious and attentive expression as Eliano delivers her quiet, personal words.
Howard is visibly stunned and breaks into a cold sweat as he processes her unexpected whisper.
Eliano offers a radiant and knowing smile before preparing to take her leave from the conversation.
Eliano and her maid Lavender walk away, leaving Howard standing alone in the middle of the path.
The household staff gathers in the manor's grand hall, whispering and murmuring about a sudden disturbance.
Lady Isabella screams in a towering rage about her jewels being stolen and demands the butler's silence.
A sudden, rapid dash sounding as a panicked maid sprints across the red carpet to meet Eliano. The maid explains that Lady Isabella is ordering an inspection because her precious Goldstein was taken. Eliano considers if Isabella is using the theft to frame others because she cannot target the Duchess.
Eliano asks if her mother has returned yet while she sits and adjusts her elegant white dress.
Eliano gazes into the fireplace, noting that the current situation in the house is becoming quite bad.
She reflects on the necessity of the lady of the house being present to fully defeat the nanny. A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Eliano clenches her teeth in frustration over the inconvenient timing.
A maid enters with tea while Eliano remains lost in deep thought about her next political move.
The lavender-haired maid announces that the household knights have arrived to begin searching the servants' rooms.
A sudden, messy rummage sounding as knights search the servants' quarters under the watchful eyes of the staff. Eliano stares intently, noting that the knights' desperation shows how truly valuable the Goldstein treasure is.
She believes that Damien's absence is fortunate, as he would have immediately recognized the setup. A sudden, loud rummage sounding as knights continue to tear through the storage rooms in the dark.
A sudden, haughty humph sounding as Nanny Pamela and the butler watch the inspection with displeasure. The staff stands aside as Sir Sinar and his knights prepare to move their search elsewhere. Eliano instructs the knights to search the nanny's room first since it is the closest to her own.
A flashback reveals that Pamela served as an informant for Eliano's father in a previous life. Eliano remembers a time when she gave Pamela jewels and helped her escape a death sentence.
She reflects on her deep regret for that past kindness and vows to make Pamela pay.
Pamela looks on with a startled and panicked expression as the focus of the search shifts.
Pamela loudly protests the invasion of her room, citing her high status as the First Lady's nanny.
A sudden, firm step sounding as Eliano approaches the room and calls out to Sir Sinar.
Eliano addresses the nanny with a cold and calculating gaze from the doorway.
Eliano asks the nanny to cooperate with the search due to the theft of her mother's gift.
The gray-haired butler asks Lady Leah if her own belongings are safe from the supposed thief.
Eliano feigns innocence, pointing out that the nanny is the one who manages all of her things. Pamela leans heavily on her crutch, looking cornered as the implications of Eliano's words sink in. Pamela mentally curses Eliano for the nonsensical accusation and wishes for the knights to leave. Pamela stands alone against a dark and ominous red background, feeling the weight of the suspicion.
A blurry memory shows a pair of hands reaching toward a younger version of Eliano.
A bright, warm memory focuses on the golden jewelry Eliano wore in her younger years. Pamela remains defiant, convinced that the search will yield nothing because she did not steal anything. She watches from behind as the knights continue to rummage through her personal storage. A knight bends down to inspect the contents of a heavy, iron-bound wooden chest. A narrative note suggests that this ordeal will finally correct the nanny's impudent and disrespectful habits.
Sir Sinar's eye widens in shock as he discovers something hidden deep inside the nanny's chest.
The knight pulls out a gold cup and asks for a verification that it is the missing Goldstein. Lady Isabella rushes into the room with a look of frantic shock and demands to see the evidence. The lady's dark hair catches Belite. Eliano looks up with a joyful expression. A hand raises the gold cup.
The group stands in the hall.
A sudden loud tumble sounding as treasure spills. A sudden smooth roll sounding as a penrose. A sudden sharp gasp sounding from the staff. A sudden heavy slap sounding against Pamela's cheek.
Isabella screams that the nanny stole her things out of spite, while Pamela frantically denies any involvement in the theft.
Pamela points toward another maid and blames Miller for the current situation and the injury to her legs. Pamela continues her desperate defense, arguing that she would never touch the family's property and demanding the truth from the maid.
Pamela turns to Eliano and begs the young lady to confirm her innocence to the rest of the room.
Ornate jewelry and golden coins litter the floor.
Eliano reacts with a soft, quiet gasp.
Eliano gently states that the nanny did not steal any of her personal belongings during the incident.
Pamela stares at the lady with wide eyes.
Pamela screams at Eliano for the betrayal, questioning how she could act this way after being raised by the nanny. Isabella shouts at the nanny for her insolence, reminding her that raising the lady was simply her duty and not a favor.
Isabella points an accusing finger and screams that the nanny failed to even provide medical treatment when the lady was hurt.
Maidservants whisper amongst themselves about the nanny's history of arguments and the suspicious nature of the current situation.
A sudden, long growl sounding as Pamela rages.
Pamela collapses onto the floor, screaming that Eliano will live to regret this moment of betrayal.
Pamela laughs maniacally and claims she can never be driven away because she is the keeper of Eliano's secret.
Pamela shouts that her presence was necessary to bring Eliano into the world at her birth.
A sudden, firm grab sounding as Eliano seizes the nanny's neck in front of the witnesses.
Isabella watches the physical confrontation with disbelief.
Pamela chokes out a shocked question to her lady.
Narration reveals that Pamela was the very first person to ever take what rightfully belonged to Eliano.
Narrative text explains that a magical object stolen by Pamela led to Eliano being disgraced and killed in her previous life. Eliana's internal monologue wonders if her anger would be less intense had she not originally sent the nanny away.
She contemplates whether she should have simply allowed her husband to kill the woman when he had the chance.
A sudden, choked growl sounding from Pamela's throat.
A sudden, sharp kick sounding as Pamela strikes.
Knights rush to Eliano's aid and order the nanny to be bound for her vile assault on the lady.
Eliano stands and firmly declares that she will be the one to determine the nanny's ultimate punishment.
Eliano looks down at the woman, stating that while remorse might have earned forgiveness, the nanny is far too shameless.
Eliano issues a cold, final command to have Pamela's right hand severed as the woman stares in horror.
Eliano stands over the cowering nanny and repeats the brutal order to cut off her right hand.
The head butler stutteringly acknowledges Eliano's command and promises to carry out the sentence immediately. A sudden panic cry sounding as Pamela begs for a moment to speak.
A maid's voice calls out for young Master Damien as Eliano turns in surprise.
Eliana's eye widens as she processes the arrival.
Damien stands framed by blooming roses and right. Eliano curses the inconvenient timing of his entrance.
Pamela begs Damien for assistance, claiming once more that she has not stolen anything from the family.
A sudden, slow lean appearing as Damien bends down. Eliano watches silently as Damien retrieves the ornate pen.
Damien looks at Eliano and tells her she is mistaken. Damien insists that the nanny did indeed steal something valuable that belonged to Eliano.
A sudden, light tup sounding.
A sudden, smooth roll sounding as ornate jewelry boxes spill out from a bag.
Eliano looks puzzled, wondering why Damien claims the items are hers when they actually belong to their father.
Damien asks if cutting off the nanny's right hand is truly a fitting and appropriate punishment for her actions.
Eliano insists that as the eldest, she has the authority to make the judgment and asks Damien to respect her decision.
Damien thinks to himself that the nanny must be silenced because she is aware of their family secret.
Damien coldly commands the knights to gag the noisy nanny and prepare to sever both her right hand and her tongue.
Eliano watches as the frantic nanny screams out for the young master in a desperate plea for help.
Damien tells Pamela she is fortunate to keep her left hand due to Eliano's mercy, but insists her tongue is the price for her betrayal.
Pamela screams that no one can treat her this way and threatens to reveal the lady's secret while the knights restrain her.
Damien's expression turns murderous as he asks the nanny how she dares to use a threat against him.
Damien declares that anyone stealing from the Rosanna household will face the same brutal fate as he pins the nanny down.
A sudden, sharp whish sounding as the axe is raised while Damien warns that the nanny's luck has run out. A sudden, heavy voom sounding as the blade falls to carry out the brutal sentence. A sudden, painful grunt sounding as blood splatters and the terrified staff looks away from the gruesome sight.
Pamela gasps out a final, muffled apology and begs the young master for forgiveness behind the silent Eliano.
A sudden, loud scream sounding as Eliano smiles coldly while her heart races with a sense of triumph. A sudden, wet drip sounding as blood falls from the nanny's mouth and onto the floor.
A sudden, heavy flop sounding as the nanny's body falls limp onto the floor before the shocked onlookers.
A sudden, shaky stagger appearing as Isabella's legs give way under the weight of the horror she has witnessed.
Isabella faints from the shock, prompting the panicked maids to scream for her to wake up.
The maids catch Isabella and lament that they should have turned back sooner to avoid such a traumatic sight.
Damien lets out a tired sigh and thinks that he should have sent his sisters away before the execution began. Damien issues a calm order to have the unconscious Isabella taken to her room so Emma can attend to her.
A sudden light step sounding as Eliana walks away, leaving a confused Damien to stare at her back. The nanny lies unconscious and broken on the floor in a pool of her own blood.
A sudden, sharp tap sounding as Eliano's shoe makes cold contact with the nanny's prone leg.
Eliano asks the butler if the woman is dead, but he confirms that her heart is still beating.
Eliano muses that taking a life is not as simple as it seems while she closes her eyes in thought.
Eliano instructs the maid Miller to take Pamela to her room and provide her with medical treatment.
Eliano points to the scattered jewels and orders them to be thrown away because looking at them is unpleasant.
Eliano departs from the hall as Damien watches her go with a contemplative expression.
The grand manor stands bathed in sunlight, surrounded by meticulously manicured gardens and fountains. Flint sits at his grand desk and focuses on writing with a quill while stacks of books surround him.
A sudden, smooth splash sounding as red wine is poured while a voice complains of being tired of Flint's attitude. A sudden, heavy flop sounding as a blonde man sits on the desk and asks Flint why he won't accept the royal offer.
The blonde man tells Flint that his father holds him in high regard and expresses his personal gratitude for their bond.
The blonde man admits he would not be in his current position without Flint and reaffirms his previous promises.
The blonde man declares his friendship, but Flint notes that all promises have been kept as he continues writing. Flint pledges that he will never forget the blonde man's honesty and vows to remain loyal to him forever.
Flint looks down solemnly and repeats that the blonde man is truly his sovereign.
The blonde man thinks to himself that Flint's tone is dry and unreadable despite his declaration of loyalty.
The blonde man mentions that his fiancée finds their contrasting personalities strange for a pair of blood relatives.
The blonde man remarks on their family tie while Flint stares back with a cold and piercing gaze.
A royal portrait captures a king and queen presenting a newborn infant to the light of the kingdom.
The king joyfully raises the royal baby toward the sky as a sign of a bright future for the dynasty.
Narrative text explains that Hirais was highly skilled and completed his crown prince training despite his privileged upbringing.
Narrative text states that Hirais' path to the throne became unstable when he arrived at Ringsgen as a representative.
Prince Hirais stares ahead with wide, terrified eyes as a bright light illuminates his face.
Hirais sits in shock amidst the burning ruins of a battlefield where bodies litter the charred ground.
A dark figure stands amidst the flames of a burning town, holding a sword over a fallen victim. Flint Howard stands amidst embers. The text heralds Flint Howard's arrival. The blonde man insists they must hurry home because things are likely a disaster since he went missing.
Hirais suggests heading to the north immediately, noting that Jakador is the safest place because they deny his presence in Ringsgen.
Flint gazes ahead and warns that a massive war is about to begin. Flint explains that Emperor Alexander deliberately targeted Hirais to start the conflict, adding that Jakador has long been prepared for war.
Hirais yells at Flint, demanding to know why he withheld such vital information that would have prevented him from coming with the envoys.
The blonde man stares in disbelief, questioning the intentions of his own homeland.
Narrative text notes that Hirais saw burning rage in Flint's eyes for the first time as the man thinks about those who ignored his plight as a hostage. Flint stands before his followers and declares that Vianteka has abandoned them, urging them to be practical.
A follower questions the Emperor's motives for bringing Hirais to Ringsgen, suggesting it is an opportunity for them to seek vengeance.
The man continues, asking why Flint trained so hard and studied so much if his only goal was simple survival.
Adele Evans kneels and begs her lord to make a decision, pledging that they will follow any command he issues.
Flint looks back and declares Jakador as their true enemy, stating he will ignore the previous talk of rebellion for the sake of loyalty. Narrative text suggests that without such deep loyalty, Hirais might have been killed by Flint's own people.
Narrative text explains that Hirais sought protection after realizing Duke Rosanna had found a new heir less than a year after his disappearance.
Hirais clenches his hands and vows to return home in glory rather than face death upon his return.
Hirais promises his followers that they will be rewarded as his saviors and regain everything they have lost, swearing it on his royal blood.
Narrative text describes masked warriors joining the clash between Vianteka and Jakador. Narrative text explains how the secret warriors appeared at the most critical moments to shift the momentum of the war.
Hirais coordinates their plan, tasking Adele with releasing prisoners while he and Flint sabotage the military storehouses and the others save the civilians.
Hirais observes the battlefield and notes that the Jakador soldiers have gone too far.
A sudden wet splash sounding as Hirais orders the total eradication of anyone seen plundering, regardless of their nationality.
Narrative text reports that the Black Warriors were hailed as heroes for saving civilians caught in the crossfire.
Narrative text laments that balancing the numerical disadvantage remained impossible despite their valiant efforts.
Narrative text announces the arrival of Jakador's greatest warrior, Lestel Balthaim, to the front lines.
Narrative text describes the moment Flint Howard strikes down Lestel Baltham.
Hirais removes his mask and holds the enemy leader's head aloft to turn the tide of the battle.
Narrative text explains that Hirai's reappearance boosted morale and led to him receiving sovereign military power from Emperor Leopold.
Hirais returns as a war hero.
Hirais informs his father that Grand Duke Howard saved his life and was the one who actually killed Lesteel Baltheim.
Hirais requests that his father officially acknowledge Flint's status as Grand Duke so he can remain by his side for future plans.
Narrative text confirms that Emperor Leopold welcomed Grand Duke Howard with open arms. Narrative text details how Flint was granted sovereignty over the North, succeeding Maximilian Howard, along with vast land and treasure.
Flint kneels before the royal throne. Narrative text notes that despite his power, Grand Duke Howard frequently retreated to the seclusion of the north. Narrative text explains that the prince often brought him back to the capital, as Hirais asks if Flint is already planning another return to the north. Flint looks away and confirms that the north is where he truly belongs. Hirais laments that the noble ladies of the capital cannot win Flint's heart just before a sudden, quick knock-knock sounding. Adele Evans arrives with a heavy burden of paperwork and tells Hirais to stop bothering Flint and find a bride for himself instead. Hirais jokingly suggests that Adele should marry Flint, prompting her to remark on his newfound sense of humor. Adele admits her real ambition is to kidnap a beautiful man and take him to the north where she can treat him well. Hirais asks about the man she is currently seeing, joking that he will be devastated to hear her talk this way. Adele dismisses the topic, explaining that the relationship ended long ago and teasing the prince for being out of touch with the gossip.
Flint turns the conversation to business, asking Adele for her thoughts on the claim that Charrier has found new territory.
A sudden firm step sounding as Adele theorizes that their enemies may have abandoned the north to focus on Jacador or other areas. A sudden slow creak sounding as Hirais suggests they should still bolster their troops on the frontier as a precaution. A sudden, sharp clock sounding nearby. Adele looks at Flint and asks how he would react if the Emperor himself decided to arrange a marriage for him. Flint stares coldly and tells Adele to leave if she intends to continue talking about marriage, threatening to kick her out. Adele insists he will only regain the seal and his full title by marrying and starting a family, though Flint notes the Emperor shared that same requirement. Adele suggests a temporary engagement to a noblewoman to secure his goals, but Flint questions how this would affect the woman's future. Adele argues that any woman seeking to be Grand Duchess must be willing to take such risks. The Howard family seal serves as a reminder of his parents' dying wish to reclaim the heirloom. Adele emphasizes that his mother's final plea was for him to return to Vianteca and retrieve the seal. Flint gazes solemnly at the seal. Flint admits he sees the seal primarily as a family heirloom rather than something with deeper significance. Adele argues the seal is a prestigious imperial gift that should have been returned, but Flint believes the Emperor is using it to test his loyalty. Flint warns Adele against greed and tells her to consider the true meaning of the Emperor honoring his grandfather. Adele dismisses the weight of royal promises, reminding him that the Emperor once promised his late grandfather a title that never came. Adele points out that similar promises made upon Flint's return remain unfulfilled, leaving him in a contemplative silence. Adele begins to ask about a noble lady he recently met as a sudden, quiet pause sounding. Flint immediately shuts down the topic, declaring that the woman is completely out of the question. Adele's face is a mask of shock. Adele stares in realization as she processes his adamant refusal. Sunlight bathes the garden gazebo. A pearl gleams in a box.
Leonano praises her mother's refined taste.
The Duchess laughs and accepts the compliment as she and Eliano enjoy their time in the gazebo. The Duchess transitions the conversation. The Duchess smiles warmly at Eliano. Eliano prepares to discuss another matter.
Eliano asks for her mother's thoughts on how to handle the nanny who betrayed them.
The Duchess notes that the siblings, especially a very angry Damien, are demanding the nanny be expelled from the house. In a memory, Damien coldly declares that no thief will be allowed to remain in the Rosanna household.
The Duchess claps Eliano's hands.
The Duchess asks Eliano to reconsider and take the nanny back under her care. The Duchess reacts with total shock. The Duchess shouts that the nanny raised Eliano with great care and questions how she could be so cold.
Eliano looks on with a firm gaze, stating she shares Damien's resolve as a member of the Rosanna family. Eliano asks her mother if she truly understands the full extent of the nanny's actions against her.
A sudden sharp flinch sounding as the Duchess looks away in guilt.
The Duchess worries about the nanny's fate, insisting they must find the woman a place to stay rather than casting her out.
Eliano smiles pleasantly and suggests that her mother take the woman in herself. Eliano maintains her polite, cold smile. The Duchess leans her head on her hand and asks to be left alone to think about the situation. The Grand Hall stands silent. A sudden, heavy plop sounding as Eliano collapses into a chair back in her room.
Eliano regrets that she couldn't fully eliminate the threat for now, but accepts the current outcome.
Narrative text explains that Pamela is a servant from the Duchess's own family lineage.
Narrative text suggests the Duchess would have acted differently if she knew the nanny's true nature, as a sudden, light voice sounding.
The maid Miller enters and offers to bring her lady some Milani tea.
Eliano accepts the maid's offer. Miller describes the tea's pleasant herbal fragrance as she pours it for Eliana. Eliano notes that the person who gifted her the tea described the scent in the exact same way. Eliano requests a silver stick. Miller hands the requested silver stick to her maid. A sudden, soft splosh sounding as Eliano dips the silver stick into the steaming tea. A sudden, heavy silence sounding.
A sudden, quiet pff sounding as Eliano concludes her mother does not intend to kill her yet, perhaps due to lingering affection.
Miller identifies herself to Eliano and receives permission to enter the room.
Eliano dismisses her other attendants to speak with Miller in absolute privacy.
A sudden, sharp clack sounding as the room is secured for their conversation. Eliano asks the maid if she has successfully investigated the matter they discussed. Miller confirms her findings and is immediately told to keep her voice low. A sudden, quiet whisper sounding as Miller leans in to share the secret information. Eliano reacts with visible shock as she processes the unexpected news.
Eliano clarifies the name of the establishment while Miller explains their strict commission policies.
Eliano abruptly cuts the explanation short, having heard enough to make her decision.
Eliano declares she will personally manage the rest of the plan herself.
Eliano reminds the maid that her role was limited to simply providing information.
Miller smiles and offers a respectful agreement to her lady's firm command. Eliano detains the maid for one final question as she prepares to leave. Narrative text questions who is responsible for handling the mail at the Rosanna household.
A collection of envelopes with various red wax seals illustrates the family's busy correspondence.
Miller presents Eliano with a large stack of letters addressed specifically to her. Miller explains the household's distribution process involving a servant named Tom. Eliana reflects on the overwhelming amount of mail she receives despite not having debuted. Eliana expresses her dislike for the shallow attention her household status attracts. Narrative text notes that she hasn't received any genuine love letters or personal invitations.
Narrative text suggests that her social situation remains unchanged even with the nanny gone.
Eliano begins sorting through the numerous letters spread across her table. Eliano focuses her attention on finding a specific piece of correspondence. A letter bearing the distinct wolf seal of the Howard family catches her eye. A sudden, subtle smile appearing on Eliano's face as she finds what she wanted.
A sudden, quick but dumb sounding as Eliano debates opening the unreturned mail.
Eliano stands alone in her chamber, contemplating the significance of the Howard letter.
Eliano uses a tool to carefully break the wax seal and open the envelope. Eliano instructs Miller to clear away and store the remaining pile of invitations. A sudden light rattle sounding as Eliano hides the unsealed letter in a vanity drawer. A sudden soft pew sounding as Eliano breathes a sigh of relief while reading. The letter reveals an official banquet invitation sent by Flint Howard in the Capitol.
Eliano stares at the paper, disappointed by its formal and impersonal contents.
A sudden warm flush sounding as Eliano blushes from her own misplaced romantic expectations. A sudden sharp smack sounding as she slams the drawer in a fit of frustration. Eliana wonders if she was completely wrong to think the man was interested in her.
A memory of the handsome man apologizing for a misunderstanding haunts her thoughts.
A frustrated, chibi version of Eliano yells over the man's past rejection.
A sudden heavy plop sounding as Eliano collapses backward onto her bed in defeat. Narrative text reflects on a pivotal night under the light of the moon. Narrative text recalls a specific encounter from that day involving a ribbon. Eliano stands resolute, stating she does not regret the choices she has made. Narrative text explains that Flint Howard is currently her only viable choice. A close-up highlights the intense and mysterious gaze of the man. The man's words suggest a hidden truth he will reveal when the time is right.
Eliana realizes she needs a much more powerful leverage to truly move him.
The scene shifts to a carriage wheel beginning its journey across the city streets. An ornate green and gold carriage speeds through the town towards its destination. A sudden, rhythmic clunk-clunk sounding as Eliano laments the difficulty of leaving her home. Eliano thinks about the complex excuses required to gain official permission to travel. Eliano vents her frustration over her wardrobe, blaming the former nanny's poor choices for the horrid selection. A frustrated chibi Eliano shouts at her clothing rack while her maids look on in nervous distress. The maids exchange a quiet, cautious glance, deciding it's best to keep their thoughts about the nanny's taste to themselves. Eliano dons a stylish hat with a purple bow, her expression focused and determined for her upcoming task.
Eliano informs her attendants that she has an urgent errand to run before heading to their final destination.
Eliano arrives at a shop named Astor, intending to secure a specific gift for a mysterious madam. Vibrant floral arrangements fill the storefront as a warm greeting welcomes the noble lady inside.
An enthusiastic shopkeeper welcomes Eliano and invites her to browse the wide selection of fresh flowers. Eliano commands her maids, Jane and Lavender, to remain at the front of the shop while she explores. The shopkeeper leads Eliano through a path of blooms, commenting on the exceptional quality of their stock.
When the employee offers tools to help her arrange a bouquet, a sudden, firm stop sounding.
Eliano fixes the woman with a steady gaze and declares her specific interest in a blue aster.
The atmosphere shifts into shadow as the shopkeeper's eyes narrow behind a polite, knowing smile.
Eliano questions whether she entered the right location, recalling the blue aster featured on the sign outside.
The shopkeeper confirms Eliano is in the correct place and offers to escort her further inside.
A sudden, sharp glance sounding as Eliano surreptitiously checks her surroundings for any onlookers.
Eliano remains cautious, determined to keep her true objective hidden from her own attendants. The scene focuses on a sturdy wooden door, the gateway to the shop's most private inner sanctum. Eliano follows the shopkeeper into a sun-drenched conservatory filled with lush greenery and hanging plants. A hand reaches out to grasp a rope, followed by a sudden, clear jingle sounding. As the bell rings, the two women wait in the quiet, bright space for their contact to appear.
A sudden rhythmic step and flaps sounding as a figure in a deep purple cloak approaches.
Eliano turns her head, coming face to face with the mysterious hooded individual who just entered.
Outside, Jane and Lavender sit at a table enjoying tea while their lady is occupied with her business.
A sudden, sharp realization sounding as Jane suddenly stops mid-sip and looks up in shock.
A sudden, quick spring sounding as Jane insists they must follow Eliano immediately.
Jane expresses her growing anxiety, fearing that something unexpected might be happening to their lady.
Lavender tries to dismiss the concern as unnecessary, but Jane harshly rebukes her for being a fool.
Jane points toward the inner rooms, frantically speculating that Eliano might be meeting a man in secret.
Lavender looks on with a stunned, wide-mouthed expression as she processes the scandalous possibility.
As Jane tries to drag her companion toward the door, a sudden, calm voice sounding. A handsome florist appears with a bouquet, reassuring the maids that Eliano is safe with a female employee. A sudden, dazzling beam sounding as the two maids are completely charmed by the man's radiant good looks. The charming florist offers to occupy their time by crafting delicate flower rings for them to wear.
He gently takes Jane's hand to present her with a ring, further winning over the flustered maids.
Lavender beams with delight, her previous worries completely forgotten under the man's attentive care.
Inside a private room, the hooded figure's hand turns the knob to secure the door for their meeting.
The cloaked individual leads Eliano into a secluded office, away from any potential eavesdroppers. Eliano prepares herself for the high-stakes negotiation, standing tall in the center of the room. The hooded man identifies Eliano's origins, stating with certainty that she is from Jacador. The man asks how she knew his own secret, and Eliano explains his speech betrayed his roots. Eliano notes that most locals lack the perception to recognize the subtle nuances of their shared heritage. The hooded man finds her confidence intriguing and asks if she is implying she is an extraordinary individual. Eliano predicts the guild's future success while the man offers her a respectful discount for her compliments. Eliano refuses the favor, promising to pay a premium if he can find the specific item she requires. The man smiles and asks exactly what rare object the noble lady is hoping to find today.
Eliano reveals her true goal, stating with firm resolve that she is searching for a magical object.
She describes an artifact capable of changing hair color and questions him on how its effect is triggered.
A sudden, quiet pause sounding as the man stops writing when she explains the object is worn on the ears. The hooded figure looks up in surprise, admitting he has never encountered magic that is invoked in such a way. Eliano notes the earring was her only magical possession.
Aston asks if Eliano has any natural magical talent.
Eliano denies it, and Aston requests a physical description.
The gaze shifts toward the shop's ornate iron sign.
Sunlight reflects off a delicate, glass-paned garden lantern. Aston determines he has enough information to begin searching. Eliano demands urgency while Aston promises results from his specialty. Aston notes that blue asters represent faith in flower language. A sudden, quick tap sounding as Aston signals a transition. Eliano stops the guild leader's departure with a final request. Eliano insists on knowing the name of her business partner. The hooded figure pauses to consider the woman's bold demand. Eliano offers to stop prying if his identity must remain secret. The cloaked woman reveals that her name is Aston. Eliano reacts with visible surprise to the sudden disclosure. Eliano realizes the influential guild leader is actually a woman. Narrative text explains Astor's massive continent-wide influence in the past. The guild's secret role in a prince's ascension is revealed. A voice mentions rumors of her friendship with the prince. Flint Howard calls out to her, breaking her concentration. Eliano turns around with a look of genuine shock. Flint Howard stands among vibrant roses holding pruning shears. Both express surprise at finding one another in the shop.
A sudden, sharp pause sounding as Eliano grips her skirt.
Eliano declares she will not observe formal manners today.
Flint Howard smiles and agrees that informality is much easier.
Flint asks how she recognized him from behind so easily. Flint begins a thought but stops mid-sentence to look closer. The scene focuses on Flint's intense and thoughtful expression.
Flint Howard claims he would recognize her despite any change.
Eliano is momentarily speechless at his bold and personal claim. Eliano considers his unwavering recognition to be quite unexpected.
She asks Flint if he has a passion for gardening.
Flint recounts how his mother used to tend this garden.
Eliano notes her grace while Flint laments his clumsy hands.
A sudden, sharp snip sounding as Flint awkwardly cuts a stem.
A sudden, sharp snip and crunch sounding as a maid despairs.
Eliano reaches out to intercept the shears from his grek.
She takes control of the tool to help him up.
A sudden, sharp snip sounding as Eliano expertly trims the rows.
Flint Howard realizes his technique was the only real problem.
A sudden, soft pop sounding as Flint stares at her. Eliano presents him with a beautiful, large rose. Flint thinks the large flower looks tiny in his hand.
Eliano orders the florist to wrap 3 distinct gift bouquets. Eliano politely informs the man she must now take leave.
She laughs off the departure, citing another important meeting.
Flint Howard asks if she received the invitation Iset.
Eliano turns her back on him and continues her excerpt.
Eliano denies receiving the letter, leaving Flint stunned and confused.
Flint Howard offers to send a replacement letter for the one Eliano claims went missing.
Flint Howard looks perplexed by her earlier denial as a voice addresses him formally. Eliano maintains with firm resolve that she has never received a letter from any man. Flint Howard stares at her with a look of stunned disbelief.
Flint Howard recalls the gentleman's club where men complained of Eliano's pride and her father's protection.
Eliano asks Flint Howard if he is truly afraid of her father's reputation.
The noble lady stands before him, her expression serious and challenging.
Eliano boldly declares her desire for a man confident enough to kiss her before her father.
Eliano threatens to take back the rose if Flint Howard lacks the courage she requires. Flint Howard remains silent, processing the weight of her provocative demand. A sudden firm clench sounding as Eliano wonders if she has misjudged the man's character again.
Flint Howard addresses Eliano, who responds with a simple and direct affirmation.
A sudden quick turn sounding as Flint Howard declares he fears no one except the Emperor.
Close up on Flint Howard's intense and unwavering gaze. Flint Howard vows that nothing will ever be allowed to come between him and his Duchess.
Eliano looks up at him with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock.
Flint Howard stands tall in the conservatory, having made his bold and personal declaration.
A sudden, soft smile sounding as Eliano hides her blushing face beneath her hat.
Flint Howard watches her with a piercing and thoughtful expression.
Eliano turns and departs, leaving Flint Howard alone among the lush greenery.
Flint Howard understands why Adele placed such high hopes on the success of this meeting. Flint Howard looks back over his shoulder as the scene begins to transition. A red-haired man named Austin removes his purple hood to reveal his identity.
Austin delivers a formal message from Ringsgen and shares a greeting from the guild leader.
Chibi Austin laughs about the current guild leader's retirement while Flint Howard listens.
Austin beams with excitement, boasting that he will soon inherit everything from the guild.
A sudden, sharp nod sounding as Flint Howard acknowledges the man's ambitious claims.
Austin is impressed that Eliano recognized his Jacadorian roots despite never leaving the capital. Flint Howard questions if Eliano made a specific request during her visit to the guild.
Austin cheekily refuses to disclose any details, keeping his lips sealed regarding the lady's business.
Flint Howard mentions their past collaboration, but Austin reminds him he is no longer a member.
A sudden, sharp bang sounding as a voice shouts for Austin to help with an emergency.
A brown-haired man rushes into the room reporting the arrival of a most unpleasant visitor. Austin is dragged away, protesting that the other man should handle clients on his own.
A sudden, heavy bam sounding as the door is slammed shut behind the departing men.
A sudden quick reach sounding as a hand moves to grasp a small leather pouch. The scene shifts to the bright and elegant exterior of a boutique named Brillante.
Inside the grand boutique, noble figures with obscured faces gather in a sun-drenched hall.
A sudden bright sparkle sounding as Eliano makes a grand and breathtaking entrance.
A sudden soft swish sounding as a vibrant and colorful bouquet is presented to the staff.
A sudden sharp gasp sounding as the shop employees react with absolute wonder.
Eliano admits to feeling a bit shy under the intense and admiring stares of the staff.
Eliano laughs off the attention while the tiny staff members apologize for their behavior.
Eliano requests new clothing and expresses her trust in the tailor's expert craftsmanship. A staff member gestures for the noble lady to follow him toward the private rooms.
A man with wavy brown hair looks over in surprise as Eliano passes by.
Eliana looks back over her shoulder, meeting the gaze of the curious nobleman. A sudden rhythmic step sounding as the brown-haired man approaches Eliano with purpose.
The man bows deeply and introduces himself to the lady as Count Adele Evans.
Eliano greets the Count, privately recognizing him as one of Flint Howard's close associates.
Chibi Adele Evans stares at the noble lady with intense curiosity.
A hand reaches out as the man addresses her formally.
Count Adele Evans asks if he may have a moment of her time.
Adele Evans claims she must have heard his next words countless times.
Adele Evans compliments her elegance while Eliano expresses her gratitude for the praise.
A sudden sharp gasp sounding as Adele Evans mentions her lifelong etiquette practice.
A sudden loud laugh sounding as Adele Evans apologizes for blurting out his thoughts.
Eliano wonders who first started the rumor that her sister also mentioned to her.
Adele Evans explains that while the rumor spread because of the prince, his master started it.
Adele Evans notes that it is quite remarkable for his master to make such a comment.
The Count explains that his master never shows interest in women or personal matters.
Adele Evans quickly clarifies that his master had no ill intentions when speaking of her.
Eliano questions if the man truly made a comment of that nature about her.
Eliano asks Count Evans for his own personal opinion of her now that they've met.
A sudden sharp clack sounding as the Count sets down his teacup.
Adele Evans believes high society is poor at judging character because she is very different. Narrative text explains that while she looks fragile, she does not seem weak.
Narrative text suggests she looks strong enough to survive the cold northern climate.
The scene focuses on the intricate details of the Count's elegant cravat. A sudden, frantic cough sounding as Adele Evans begs her to marry the Duke.
Adele Evans praises the Duke's responsibility and strength as the best warrior in the land.
Adele Evans describes the Duke's muscular physique and calls him an untouched, unopened package. Eliano claims she has barely met him while Adele Evans demands to know the exact number. Adele Evans declares her to be the Duke's destiny while she begs him to listen.
The two sit opposite each other in the sun-drenched ornate tea room.
Eliano insists there is nothing between them and asks the Count not to embarrass her.
Adele Evans looks down with a face full of utter disappointment and gloom.
The Count pouts and realizes she has no real interest in his master.
Adele Evans laments his master's fate while Eliano suggests someone else will eventually appear. Adele Evans shouts that the marriage must happen now as Eliano's eyes sparkle.
Eliano asks if there is a specific reason for the urgency of the Duke's marriage. Eliano asks if the marriage is for political stability, but the Count denies it completely.
Adele Evans explains that the Duke's rule is stable regardless of his marital status. A sudden, loud bang sounding as Adele Evans slams his fist onto the table. Adele Evans shouts that the Emperor is the problem for withholding the Howard seal. A sudden, muffled tup sounding as Adele Evans realizes he just leaked a secret.
Eliano smiles to herself, finally understanding the true motive behind the meeting.
Adele Evans clutches his head in despair over his lack of verbal caution.
Adele Evans recalls the Emperor's warning to be careful and cool his head.
A sudden, soft sip sounding as Eliano calmly watches the Count over her tea. Adele Evans claims she is just like the Duke and that they are destined.
Eliano responds with a soft smile, admitting that the idea doesn't sound bad. Sunlight pours into the grand hall as Eliano concludes their pleasant conversation. Eliano turns to leave as the Count addresses her one final time.
Adele Evans asks with a heavy heart if she truly lacks interest in the Duke.
Eliano looks back with a knowing and mysterious smile on her face. Eliano admits she wouldn't have stayed to talk if she weren't interested before bidding farewell.
Narrative text states that the history of the Grand Duke began with the Howard seal.
A dark wolf crest represents the Howard family and the lineage of the North.
Narrative text explains the historical appointment of Maximilian Howard as the North's Grand Duke. Narrative text explains that the Howard seal is a token from the Emperor symbolizing that Howard is the North's ruler.
Eliano contemplates that the seal is also a precious personal heirloom. Eliano observes Flint Howard, concluding that his forced hobby of arranging flowers signifies his longing for his parents and his desire to recover the seal. A maid named Lavender addresses her lady to announce her presence. Eliano calmly commands the maid to enter the room.
Lavender kneels before her lady in a state of high tension.
Eliano questions if Lavender understands the reason behind this sudden summons.
A heavy stack of sealed letters sits ominously on the nearby table.
Lavender nervously stammers that she was intending to sort through the lady's mail. A sudden, sharp splash sounding as Eliano throws tea directly into the maid's face.
Eliano stares down at the girl, asking if she truly thought her actions would go unnoticed.
A sudden, rhythmic drip sounding as Eliano reveals she knows Lavender spies on her while she bathes under the guise of care.
Eliano accuses the maid of being a spy who would report even a simple handshake to her father, while Lavender begs for forgiveness.
Lavender remains prostrated on the floor, pleading for her lady's mercy.
Lavender desperately explains that the Duke gave her no choice and she feared for her life if she disobeyed his orders.
Eliano acknowledges that the maid was likely terrified of her father's reputation.
The lady pauses mid-sentence to emphasize her ex point.
Eliano calls Lavender a smart girl but maintains a cold and distant posture.
Eliano questions why the maid isn't equally afraid of the daughter as she is of the father.
A sudden, slow rise sounding as Eliano asks if it occurred to the maid that she might kill her first.
A close-up of Lavender's tear-streaked face as she vows to never repeat her betrayal. Lavender begs for one more chance while the lady looms over her silently. Eliano calls the maid's name one final time with an icy tone. A sudden, loud jingle sounding as Eliana rings for help, stating her belief that people never truly change. Other maids rush in to seize Lavender, who screams out in terror as she is dragged away.
Eliano orders the traitorous maid to wait for her inevitable punishment.
Eliano warns the girl not to tell her father about this, as he would surely kill a maid who is no longer useful.
Lavender reaches out in despair as she is forced from the room. Lavender continues to cry out for forgiveness while Eliano stands with her arms crossed, unmoved.
The lady stands alone in her grand, darkened chamber as the evening settles in.
A close-up of white, flowing silk signifies a transition into the night.
A single purple petal floats downward in the quiet moonlit.
A bright full moon shines through a cloudy night sky over the estate.
An open window sits bathed in the cool glow of the moonlight.
A sudden, heavy step sounding as a cloaked man leaps into the room through the window.
Austin pulls down his mask with a grin, asking if the lady is even a bit surprised by his entrance.
Eliana responds that she is more curious than surprised by his sudden appearance.
Eliano asks how he bypassed Rosanna's security, but Aston cheekily dismisses it as his area of expertise.
Eliano asks if the mission to find the earrings was successful.
Aston presents a small velvet box, noting that he unfortunately only recovered one of them. Aston expresses confusion because the gem is a sapphire rather than an obsidian, and it lacks any hair-altering magic.
Aston credits his success to an old lady named Pamela who is known for selling LSM.
Eliano picks up the earring, thinking to herself that the object feels very strange.
Eliano confirms the jewelry belongs to her and praises Aston for his impressive work.
Aston points out that while it isn't what they expected, it is definitely a powerful magical object.
A sudden, quick spin sounding as Aston handles the jewelry with practiced ease.
A sudden, bright beam sounding as the blue sapphire glows intensely in Aston's hand.
Aston mentions that his guild's magician was so fascinated by the piece that he wanted to buy it.
A comedic panel shows the guild's magician begging to dissect the earring for his research while Aston holds it away.
Eliano looks thoughtful, speculating that the matching half of the set might have been taken to the island of Kesef. Chibi Aston hopes the other earring isn't in the magical tower, and Chibi Eliano agrees.
The hooded man looks serious as he prepares to depart. Aston hands over a black floral hairpin while Eliano questions the nature of the gift.
Aston explains that if she cannot visit the flower shop, she should find a servant named Billy to reach him.
Eliano stares at the black ornament. A sudden, swift jump sounding as the cloaked figure disappears through the window.
Eliano pulls the cap off the pin to reveal a concealed blade, realizing it is actually a weapon.
Stars shine in the night sky. Prince Harias joyfully announces that the upcoming banquet is specifically for choosing a bride. The prince declares that Flint Howard will carefully select a wife and invites any aspiring duchesses to attend.
Eliano sits pensively among a group of excited ladies, her thoughts fixed on Flint Howard.
Eliano is deeply offended, wondering how Flint Howard could dare invite her to a mere bride selection event.
News breaks that envoys from Jakador have unexpectedly arrived, causing a massive uproar.
The emperor is enraged, demanding to know why the diplomats allowed the enemy to enter their territory. The emperor orders Grand Duke Howard to execute the envoys immediately, shocking the entire council. A council member desperately pleads for calm, noting that a Jakador prince is among the group and cannot be harmed.
A sudden loud bang sounding as the emperor slams the table, reminding them that Jakador targeted Harias first.
The emperor looms over his council.
Prince Harias shouts at the council, accusing them of being traitors and planning to sell out their nation.
Hyrus demands to settle the score with Jakador himself, leaving the emperor looking utterly bewildered.
Hyrus threatens to tear apart anyone who stands in his way until the emperor finally tells him to stop.
A sudden, tired pew sounding as a man in a green coat urges the prince to look at the big picture and act like a sovereign.
The emperor reluctantly agrees to hear what the lowly Jakador envoys have to say. The emperor explains that despite being sworn enemies, they must collaborate with Jakador to face the coming demon threat. Flint Howard bows deeply, acknowledging the emperor's command with a grave expression. Light filters through a cathedral window. Prince Harias expresses his deep shame for dragging Flint back into the horrors of war. Flint Howard remains cold and distant, stating he is simply fulfilling the emperor's orders.
Hyrus watches the Duke walk away.
The grand palace grounds are revealed.
A hand grips a gilded chair.
A sudden, weary sigh sounding as Flint Howard leans back, looking exhausted from his duties. Flint sits alone in his library,
questioning how much longer he must endure such a repetitive life. The man's weary eyes are shown.
The Duke begins to write.
Ornate golden decorations catch the light.
Viscountess Fleming compliments the young lady's extraordinary embroidery skills, claiming she is better than herself. Eliano modestly dismisses the praise, claiming she is just imitating the Viscountess's superior designs. A sudden, curious perk sounding as Eliano's ears twitch at the mention of the delayed Howard banquet. A lady explains that the banquet was delayed to make it larger and moved to the palace ballroom.
The women gossip that Flint is seeking a duchess, prompting one to plan on sending her own daughter.
Eliano scoffs internally, doubting that Flint Howard's true intention is to hold a common bride-choosing event.
A sudden, sharp halt sounding as Eliano stops walking, her expression shifting to one of cold resolve.
A message states that as long as guests can be identified, no formal invitation is required. Prince Hirais promises to reveal the specific date of the banquet once it has been finalized.
A sudden, aggressive stab sounding as Eliano drives her fork into a piece of fruit.
Eliano is fuming, insulted that Flint would dare put her through such a trial.
Wrapped in a fiery aura of indignation, Eliano wonders if Flint is treating her like a trophy to be won.
A sudden, rhythmic munch sounding as Eliano eats with fierce determination, vowing to prove her worth above all others.
A sudden, firm step sounding as a servant announces that a friend from Ringskin has arrived.
A sudden, violent burst sounding as Flint Howard flings the door open with an intense expression.
Aston casually greets the Duke while snacking on the cookie. Flint Howard strides into the room as Aston nonchalantly confirms his presence. Aston reports that the lady read the letter immediately and the Duke's request has been fulfilled.
A close-up reveals Flint Howard's stunned and wide-eyed reaction to the news. Flint Howard stares silently at the paper in his hands in a moment of quiet introspection. In a flashback, a cloaked Aston excitedly asks Eliano about the letter's contents. Eliano explains the Duke is leaving the capital for an indefinite period.
Chibi Aston asks if that was the only message, while Chibi Eliano confirms it was.
Aston calls him a clueless northern man, while Eliano muses on why such a busy man wrote to her.
Flint Howard asks if that was truly all she said, while Aston questions what more he expected.
Flint Howard looks dejected, while Aston makes a sudden clicking tongue sounding at his behavior.
Aston suggests that Flint should have gifted the earring personally to take credit for finding it. Flint Howard explains he couldn't because she specifically requested the guild handle the secret commission.
Aston laughs at the irony of Flint secretly reading the contract anyway, despite his principles.
Flint Howard covers his face, apologizing for his rude behavior regardless of his intentions.
A sudden, rhythmic chewing sounding as Aston concludes that Flint must have a secret interest in his client. Aston thinks the interest isn't mutual while Flint calls out to him.
Chibi versions of the men stare at each other in awkward silence.
Flint Howard asks about the letter once more, prompting Aston to ask if he needs to repeat himself.
A close-up of Flint Howard's eye as he flatly declines the offer to hear the message again.
A sudden, sharp clock sounding as Aston exits the room and shuts the door behind him.
A sudden, loud laughter sounding as Aston erupts with joy once he is outside the library.
A sudden, rhythmic tapping sounding as Flint Howard wonders if Eliano's lack of reply is due to her father's disapproval.
Chibi Flint worries the Duke Rosanna dislikes him for being a soldier, though he is confident he will survive for his wife.
A sudden, sharp freeze sounding as Chibi Flint stops mid-thought in shock.
A sudden, polite knocking sounding as Flint Howard wonders if Eliano shares his same worries.
Flint Howard looks back in surprise as a servant announces that Count Evans is requesting an audience.
The servant confirms the visit is urgent as the scene focuses on an ornate jewelry box on the desk. A close-up reveals a magnificent butterfly hair ornament resting on red velvet.
Flint Howard enters the reception room with a confused and sweating expression.
Eliano and Adele sit across from each other at a sunlit tea table in the Grand Hall.
Adele invites the Duke to join them while Eliano looks over her shoulder at his entrance.
A sudden, soft humming sounding as the scene shifts to 3 hours earlier with a maid dressing Eliano.
Eliano asks if her maid Jane is happy while Jane excitedly admires the various jewelry boxes.
Jane gushes about the lady's romantic connection to the Duke while Eliano clarifies they are not in a relationship.
Eliano explains to a confused Jane that she and the Duke are merely cooperating for their own personal gain.
Jane becomes incredibly fired up, insisting that the two are destined for each other. Jane finds the idea of a secret relationship romantic, while Eliano remains silent and thoughtful.
Eliana realizes the truth is that her father had actually asked for her presence.
Adele declares she will not follow the Duke's orders, acknowledging she is crossing a line to help Eliano.
Adele kneels before her lady, expressing her sincere wish for Eliano to be truly free.
Jane finishes preparing Eliano, announcing that the styling is finally complete. A sudden, soft flutter sounding as Eliano stands in her elegant white gown. Jane marvels at the replica earring's ability to alter the lady's hair color.
A close-up of Eliano's green eye as she agrees it is an object of immense value. Eliana wonders how such a powerful item ended up in her possession in the first place. Sunlight gleams off the ornate gold carvings of a tall mirror in the chamber.
The scene returns to the present with Adele and Jane standing outside the door in silent anticipation.
A sudden, sharp startle sounding as Adele insists on making the tea herself.
Eliana insists the Grand Duke shouldn't serve tea, but Flint Howard maintains that she is the guest.
Eliana sulks after losing the argument as Flint Howard happily prepares the drinks.
Flint Howard reveals his concern over Eliano's previous lack of response to his letter.
Eliana admits her feelings were hurt, prompting Flint Howard to ask how he could have offended her.
Flint Howard is shocked by the bride selection rumor, swearing he never considered such a thing while she was present.
A sudden, light hee-hee sounding as Eliana giggles at the Duke's flustered reaction.
The Grand Duke realizes his own foolishness for ever misunderstanding the situation between them.
Reaching toward white blossoms, Eliana asks the Duke if he is aware of a certain truth.
Eliana shares a metaphor about a tree having faith that it will eventually bear fruit one day.
Eliana encourages the Duke to depart without worry, expressing her absolute faith in his grace.
Flint Howard gazes back with a look of profound realization and silent gratitude.
A sudden, rhythmic sob sounding as Jane and Adele are overwhelmed by the sentimental scene.
The pair finally settles down for a quiet tea session together at the table.
Eliana realizes the Duke failed to discard the first round of water while brewing the tea. Flint Howard offers a rare, warm smile while enjoying his own imperfectly brewed tea. Eliana's green eyes soften as she watches the man across from her. Sunlight bathes the table during a rare moment of peace between the two. A caption announces the start of Isabella's debut celebration in the Grand Hall.
Nobles in fine attire gather for the social highlight of the season.
A close-up shows a debutante taking her first formal steps onto the ballroom floor.
Isabella and Eliana stand side by side, looking radiant in their elegant ballroom gowns.
Guests marvel at Isabella's debut while praising Eliana for remaining as excellent as ever. A noblewoman notes how proud their parents must be of such close-knit and successful daughters.
The mother laughs politely as the two sisters walk further into the crowded party.
Isabella pouts, complaining about how incredibly uncomfortable all the public scrutiny feels.
Eliana advises Isabella to embrace the attention expected of the Rosanna family name.
Eliana offers Isabella support just as a gloved hand suddenly reaches out toward them.
A sudden, sharp turn sounding as Eliana brushes past a man reaching for her hand. Isabella's eyes widen in surprise as she spots a familiar face in the ballroom crowd.
Damien is revealed, standing tall in a decorative white military uniform.
Isabella hurriedly excuses herself to run off and greet Damien.
Miss Sophie and Miss Violet approach Eliana to offer their formal greetings. The ladies express their delight at seeing Eliana out of the temple and back in society. The guests confess they were once too intimidated to approach Eliana before today. Eliana is startled by the news that an envoy from Jacador has arrived in the capital. A sudden tight clench sounding as Eliana grips her dress and confirms she knows the news. The women ask Eliana for her opinion on the presence of the foreign envoys.
The ladies discuss political legitimacy and the need for generosity as children of God.
Eliana's expression turns hollow and pale as her guests ask if she is all right.
Eliana masks her distress by claiming she was merely lost in thought about something else.
Eliana internally laments her lack of political foresight during her previous life.
A moment of mental fog descends as she tries to gather herself.
Eliana remembers a beautiful blonde man from Jacador who once visited the temple. She recalls that the mysterious man's name was actually Valdemar. History shows Vianteca and Jacador forming a crucial alliance during the Great War. Flint Howard and Crown Prince Valdemar led their forces to a sweeping victory side by side. The two commanders returned to Vianteca as celebrated heroes of the Empire. They brought back the remains of the former Grand Duchess Howard as a token of peace. Dark energy swirls as the weight of these memories settles in. A sudden, violent shatter sounding as a wine glass breaks against the floor. Miss Sophie and Miss Violet ask if Eliana is all right as she stands frozen by the broken glass.
Eliana is struck by the sudden realization that the Holy War of Malkia has already begun.
Shattered glass lies in red liquid.
The noblewomen look on with concern.
Eliana abruptly excuses herself from the party, leaving the other guests completely bewildered by her departure.
Eliana hurries away from the ballroom.
Her breath hitches in a sudden heavy pant sounding as she realizes the Duke's true mission was never a simple inspection. Rushing through the halls, Eliana understands the Duke kept his destination secret because it was classified military information.
She questions if her memories of the timeline are incorrect as she runs toward the mansion exit.
Jane and the driver are startled by the lady's sudden appearance and wonder why she is leaving so early. Eliana commandingly orders an immediate departure for the temple despite the late hour. The carriage speeds away with a sudden, sharp whip sounding. Seated in the carriage, Eliana vows to do whatever is necessary to change the course of her miserable past life. Her green eyes burn with resolve as she commits to her new path without hesitation. Sunlight illuminates the grand palace halls.
Guests enjoy the festivities within the grand hall of the Howard banquet.
An announcement heralds the Grand Duke.
Flint Howard makes a grand entrance in his finest formal military attire.
The noble guests whisper and stare.
Flint looks around the room as Duke Rosanna approaches to offer his formal greetings to the host.
Duke Rosanna stands in ornate attire. The Duke introduces Damien and Isabella, while Flint's attention is drawn to the absence of the eldest daughter.
Flint offers a polite nod while internally wondering if Miss Eliano decided not to come. Damien confirms that his sister will not be attending the banquet.
The two men share a look.
Flint questions if something happened, prompting Damien to claim his sister is currently terribly ill.
A bleak vision of Eliana wasting away alone in her dark room follows Damien's claim she cannot attend.
Flint remains suspicious as Damien walks away. On the second day of the banquet, an aide shouts for the absent Duke to show his face.
Bright light filters through the palace. Nobles dance in the grand ballroom.
Aspiring bribes complain about the groom-to-be failing to appear and curse the behavior of northern men. The crown prince smiles mellowly.
Frustrated guests beg the prince to drag the Duke to the banquet even if he must use force.
The prince's frustration grows with a sudden, low grrr sounding. A panicked servant calls out as the prince marches through the grounds.
Valdemar brushes past the staff, insisting this is an emergency, and Flint will understand his intrusion.
The door swings open with a sudden loud bang sounding as Valdemar bursts into the office shouting for Flint Howard.
Flint sits calmly at his desk.
Flint looks back and addresses the blonde prince as Hyrus.
Valdemar rages at Flint for hiding in his office while the banquet he held for him goes on without a host.
Flint catches Valdemar's hand with a sudden, firm grab sounding and tells him his arrival is actually helpful.
Valdemar is confused by the dupe. Flint reveals that he has an important favor to ask of the prince.
The scene shifts to the Rosanna estate on the second night of the Howard banquet.
Jane enters the room to report that Damien and Lady Isabella have finally left the house.
A cloaked Eliano confirms with her maid that the house is empty after checking several times.
The grand hall stands silent.
Two hooded figures stand before a fireplace.
A secret passage opens with a sudden heavy rumble sounding after a hidden switch is pressed on the mantle.
The two hooded figures enter the dark tunnel hidden behind the mantle.
Jane wonders if all noble families possess such hidden passages. Eliano admits her uncertainty while Damien asks if she is aware of the mansion's secret exit.
The red-haired man explains that this route allows for departure without alerting the guards.
Moonlight bathes the forest.
They emerge from the woods.
Damien greets them beside a waiting carriage.
Eliano instructs Jane to return and ensure no one enters her room.
A sudden rhythmic clunk sounding as the carriage travels through the main. Stacks of paperwork clutter the office.
Flint Howard questions the validity of the claims regarding Eliano's health.
His eyes narrow as he commands his staff to admit the visitors.
Eliano enters the room accompanied by the butler.
Flint Howard is startled by her sudden appearance.
Eliano removes her cloak to reveal her simple white gown.
She claims her desire to stargaze with him was the reason for her visit. She asks for his permission to stay while he offers a warm welcome.
A sudden frantic hurry sounding as the Duke clears his desk her.
Eliano checks if he is all right after his sudden burst of energy.
Flint Howard expresses his deep worry for her health while Eliana reassures him.
He suggests moving to a more comfortable room, but she prefers his office.
Eliano notes the lack of a balcony for their planned stargaze in. Flint Howard realizes there's one in the next room. She suggests they relocate there immediately, much to his flustered surprise.
A sudden heavy clunk sounding as the bedroom doors are thrown open.
The pair steps into the quiet moonlit chamber.
Eliano invites the Grand Duke to join her at the railing.
Flint Howard agrees that the night view is indeed magnificent.
She describes the daytime beauty of the gardens from this high vantage point.
They stand together in silent appreciation of the starry sky.
Eliano calls out to him softly. She wonders if he has ever felt the urge to reach for the stars.
Eliano turns to him with a wish to bring the stars within his reach.
Flint Howard stares at her with intensity.
He pulls her into a deep and passionate embrace beneath the moon.
Their eyes close as they lose themselves in the moment.
The couple shares a romantic kiss on the private balcony.
Their lips meet.
A sudden smooth slip sounding as she allows her outer garment to fall.
Eliana reveals her lace nightgown to the stunned man.
Flint Howard is rendered speechless.
She offers him a tender smile.
The scene shifts to the bed where Flint Howard leans over her.
He strokes her hair with gentle reverence.
Flint Howard remains quiet.
A sudden, gentle turn sounding as Eliano shifts beneath his gaze.
She looks up with a flicker of confusion.
Flint Howard breaks the silence by asking if something is wrong. Eliano demands he embrace her, hurt by his hesitation after their kiss.
Flint Howard explains he refuses to take her unless it is driven by genuine feelings.
Flint suggests that she feels something to settle the matter, while Eliano attempts to explain her meaning.
The dark-haired man bluntly states that she does not love him.
A heavy silence hangs between the pair as they sit opposite each other on the bed.
Eliano lets out a sudden, sharp oomph sounding in response to his words.
Turning back to him, she asks if he will hold her if she confesses her love.
With a sudden, quick tap sounding against his shoulder, she resolves to say the words.
Looking up at him with a soft smile, she tells the Grand Duke that she loves him. Her green eyes search his face for a reaction. Their hearts beat with a sudden rhythmic badoom sounding as they lean toward one another.
The tension rises as their hearts continue with a sudden, steady badum sounding.
A sudden, firm grab sounding as she clutches the front of the shirt.
She brings him closer with a sudden, determined pull sounding.
Flint abruptly pulls away and stands up, prompting Eliano to call out to him.
Looking back with a cold expression, he notes the lateness of the hour. Flint insists on returning her home immediately, but she cries out in refusal. Distraught, Eliana reveals that if she goes back, she will be sold to the nation of Jacador.
The Duke stops in his tracks, repeating the word sold in disbelief. Flint demands to know the meaning of her shocking claim.
Tears begin to well in her green eyes as the truth comes out.
Slumping her head, she explains that an upcoming marriage alliance will make her a foreign bride.
Flint questions why she would be involved, and she admits it is because her father desires it.
Tears fall onto her lace dress with a sudden, soft drip drop sounding in a tragic moment.
Flint sits back down beside her with a sudden, heavy flop sounding. He asks if marrying him would prevent her from being taken away. Flint warns her of the dangers of the North and the political weight of becoming a duchess.
She asks if his previous rejection was based on those fears, but he simply agrees to her proposal. The dark-haired man looks at her and formally agrees that they should get married.
Eliano stares at him in breathless shock, hardly believing his sudden change of heart.
Flint offers a genuine, soft smile to the stunned woman.
Eliano explains that his heart is precious, and that is why she sought him out, while Flint apologizes for upsetting her. Her garment is adjusted with a sudden, smooth slip sounding as she reacts with surprise. The blushing man hands her a wrap to cover herself, urging her to take it. Eliano laughs as she bundles herself up, telling him he must get used to her pace. Flint covers his face in embarrassment, pleading with her to slow down.
A sudden, quiet puffed sounding as she suppresses a pickle.
Eliano bursts into a fit of joyful laughter.
The couple shares a lighthearted moment on the bed, their earlier tension finally broken.
The vast, star-filled sky shines brightly above the mansion.
A letter and envelope rest on the table. Flint prepares to send a formal proposal letter the next morning, but Eliano stops him.
She produces a document and suggests he use it instead of a letter.
Flint examines the paper with a look of pure bewilderment. He realizes it is a pre-authorized marriage certificate from the temple. Outside, the carriage travels through the woods as Jane tells her lady she has news. Jane reports that Damien entered the room with the secret passage, catching Eliano's attention. The maid explains that he left shortly after, but she felt it was important to mention.
Eliano considers the news with a serious and contemplative gaze.
She wonders if her brother or father are the only ones who know the estate's secrets.
A moment of transition follows as the scene shifts. The grand mansion stands tall as several sudden, loud thump-sounding echoes nearby.
The bedroom door is shut with a sudden, loud slam, sounding as a voice outside calls for her lady. Jane bursts into the room to report that the Duke is requesting her presence while Eliano calmly sips her tea. Looking distressed and tearful, Jane asks what they should do about the sudden summons.
Eliano reassures her and expresses relief that the maid herself was not also called for.
A sudden, quiet clack sounding as the young woman places her teacup back onto its saucer.
Light reflects off the intricate gold carvings of the grand double doors.
A sudden, rhythmic pant sounding as Jane runs urgently through the palace.
Jane continues her desperate sprint through the corridors, her breath hitching with a sudden, heavy pant sounding.
A hand holds a dark floral ornament as a voice orders for a message to be sent to Aston to advance their schedule.
Eliano thinks to herself about her desperate desire to escape her current situation.
She wishes to leave as soon as possible while looking out at the darkened balcony windows.
Standing before the massive wooden doors, Eliano prepares to face her father. She reaches out a steady hand to push open the entrance to the stay. A sudden low creak sounding as the heavy doors begin to swing inward to reveal a bright light.
Eliano steps into the room with a look of stern resolve.
The doors heel shut behind her with a sudden dull thunk sounder.
A voice from the room welcomes the Count's daughter inside.
Count Rosanna greets Eliano with a wide, triumphant grin.
Eliano looks at him with a silent, questioning gaze.
She realizes the conversation is not about her secret departure from the previous night. Count Rosanna commands her to prepare for an immediate departure to the palace.
The scene flashes back to the king informing the Count that the nation of Jacador has proposed a marriage alliance.
The king explains the deal involves trading Eliano for an imperial daughter, noting that her reputation has reached far-off lands.
The monarch looks down and asks for the Count's thoughts on the winter.
He promises to return the lost gemstone mines to the Rosanna house if the deal is accepted, causing the Count's eyes to widen.
The Count is overwhelmed by the thought of regaining the valuable gemstone mines.
Back in the present, he joyfully informs Eliana that she will become the 7th imperial princess of Jakador.
Eliano's heart beats with a sudden, frantic thump sounding as she realizes how quickly her situation has escalated.
She worries that her brother's planned kidnapping will be impossible if she is taken to the palace. Fearing her plans are ruined, Eliano bluntly tells her father that she refuses his order.
She stands defiant against the golden light, declaring she will never go to Jakador.
A heavy silence fills the ornate room as the two stare each other down.
Count Rosanna narrows his eyes, claiming he must have misheard her refusal. He leans in close and asks if his daughter is truly attempting to rebel against him.
A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Eliano clenches her jaw in frustration.
She asks him to respect her wishes if he truly values her as his daughter. Count Rosanna responds with a cold, mocking smirk. He tells her he has never cared for her desires and will force her to comply regardless of her feelings.
Eliano realizes that her words carry no weight with her father.
She fears he will drag her back into a life of misery and captivity.
A sudden, tight clench sounding as she grabs the fabric of her skirt in a fit of rage.
Looking him in the eye, she tells him that sending her away will be an impossible task.
She shocks him by revealing that she has already promised herself to Grand Duke Howard.
Eliano declares that the ideal bride he wished to sell off no longer exists.
Outside the estate, Jane screams for the guards to release her so she can see the Grand Duke. Flint Howard asks his aide about the commotion and learns that Lady Rosanna's maid is seeking an audience.
Oliver reports that the girl finished her errand but is refusing to leave without seeing the Duke.
Flint stands by the open window, his expression unreadable as he looks out at the gardens.
The guards roughly restrain Jane as she continues to protest her treatment.
A sudden, firm step sounding as a man approaches the struggling maid. Jane screams for the Grand Duke's attention as he stands by the window. Jane begs Flint Howard to save her lady from imminent danger. Jane frantically reports that the Count is attempting to kill Eliano. Tears stream down Jane's face as she fears Eliano will not survive the night. Flint Howard grimly demands to know every detail of the situation immediately. A sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounding as horses gallop through the estate.
Flint Howard leads his knights on an urgent, high-speed rescue mission.
Flint Howard grits his teeth in a state of intense, focused rage while riding.
A sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounding as the group continues their desperate charge.
Guards at the Rosanna estate attempt to block the entrance and demand Flint's status. A sudden, terrified eek sounding as a guard is threatened by a drawn blade.
Oliver identifies Flint as the Grand Duke of Ianteca and orders the guards to move.
The guards realize the gravity of their mistake as the Grand Duke approaches.
A sudden, sharp whish sounding as a whip is raised high in the air.
Count Rosanna brutally whips Eliano, blaming her for ruined plans and lost legacies.
Eliano lies broken and bleeding on the floor with a sudden, heavy droop sounding.
The butler reports that Eliano has fainted, but the Count demands she be awakened. A sudden, cold splash sounding as water is thrown onto the unconscious woman.
Eliano opens her pained green eyes, gasping for breath on the floor.
Eliano struggles to move as she remains collapsed and trembling on the wooden floor.
A sudden, sharp whish sounding as the Count prepares to strike his daughter again. Bella screams out in a desperate attempt to stop her father's violence.
A sudden, quick whish sounding as Bella throws herself over her sister's body.
Bella begs for her father's mercy, offering to beg for Eliano's forgiveness herself. Count Rosanna furiously orders Bella to get out of his way immediately. Bella looks at her father with an expression of pure, breathless shock.
Eliano watches her sister from the floor, pained by the sight of her defense.
Bella rages at her father, questioning how he can claim to be a parrot.
A sudden, sharp crick sounding as the Count grits his teeth in mounting fury.
Count Rosanna shouts that even his other daughter is now rebelling against him.
The Count's face twists with uncontrollable rage as he screams at Bella.
A sudden, frantic hug sounding as a maid named Emily pulls Bella away. Bella screams to be released while Emily yells for Eliano to stop her resistance.
A sudden, quick turn sounding as the scene shifts to the entrance.
Count Rosanna accuses Eliano of ruining Bella before a sudden, sharp whish sounding.
A sudden, violent stab sounding as the Count's hand is struck by a blade.
Count Rosanna stares at his bleeding hand in shock as Flint arrives at the door.
Oliver looks on with a cold and judgmental expression as the door swings open.
Flint Howard's face is a mask of pure, murderous fury as he enters. Flint Howard stares in horror, questioning if the broken woman is truly Eliano.
Count Rosanna demands to know who dares to barge into his house so forcefully.
The Count orders Hamilton to call the knights and expel the intruders at once.
Flint Howard holds the injured Eliano while the Count protests his meddling.
Flint Howard notes the Count's horrific secret hobby with a low, dangerous tone.
Oliver rushes to Eliano's side and asks if she is all right.
Count Rosanna screams that he is simply disciplining his own child as his right.
Oliver shouts back that even in Jakador, such cruelty to a daughter is unheard of. Count Rosanna lets out a sudden, pained sounding.
The Count demands to know where his knights are, while Hamilton stammers in fear.
Hamilton reports that he called for aid, but the house knights are already being defeated.
A mysterious hooded figure watches from the shadows as the estate guards are subdued in the background.
Beneath the deep purple hood, the red-haired figure looks on with a sharp and focused intensity.
Flint Howard confronts Count Rosanna in the center of the study, addressing him coldly by his title.
Flint Howard warns the Count that from this moment on, he is never to lay a finger on even a single strand of his wife's hair.
Count Rosanna shouts back in a desperate rage, claiming that he is Eliano's father and raised her with his own hands.
He continues to scream at Flint, questioning if he thinks she was raised just to be sold off to someone like him.
A fist clenches tightly as the tension in the ornate room reaching a boiling point.
A sudden, sharp whish sounding as Flint Howard draws his sword in a single fluid motion.
He holds the sharp edge of the blade directly against the throat of the trembling Count. Flint Howard's eyes burn with an icy, murderous rage as he stares down his opponent.
A sudden, firm clench sounding as the Grand Duke grips the hilt of his sword with lethal intent.
Lying broken on the floor, Eliano weakly begs Flint not to kill her father.
Flint Howard looks down at the battered woman, his expression softening slightly as he hears her desperate plea.
He closes his eyes and takes a shallow breath, attempting to restrain his overwhelming fury. A sudden, sharp pull sounding as Flint Howard roughly grabs the Count's long beard, eliciting a pained gasp from the man.
A sudden, metallic clink sounding as Flint Howard prepares to leave the scene with the injured Eliano. Count Rosanna gasps for air with a sudden, heavy huff sounding as the Grand Duke turns away from him in disgust. Carrying the unconscious Eliano, Flint is met with the Count's stuttering attempt to maintain his authority. The Count continues to protest, reminding Flint of his status as the Duke of the house and Eliano's parent. A sudden, sharp swish sounding fills the air as a blade is swung with blinding speed.
A sudden, violent slash sounding as Count Rosanna is struck across the face, a spray of blood trailing behind the blade.
Blood begins to spill from the fresh wound with a sudden, wet drip sounding.
Count Rosanna falls to his knees and lets out a sudden, pained scream that echoes through the study.
Looking back with a mask of pure contempt, Flint Howard orders the man never to touch his wife again. Flint Howard walks away with a sudden, rhythmic clink sounding, promising that he will show no mercy if a second time occurs.
Count Rosanna collapses entirely to the floor with a sudden, heavy flop sounding.
Aston stands waiting in the grand hallway, informing Flint Howard that he has already cleared a path for their exit. The hooded heir of Astor bows their head and asks the Grand Duke to remember that they accepted the lady's request.
Flint Howard acknowledges the message with a silent and solemn nod sounding.
Standing firm, Aston asks the Grand Duke what he truly intends to do with his sister now.
The two men face each other in the long, sunlit corridor as the weight of the night's events hangs between them.
The knights shout for Aston to get out of the way, questioning how he dares to block the Grand Duke's path. A sudden, heavy step sounding as Aston moves closer, his face partially shrouded in shadow. Aston looked at him coldly and claims that the child Flint is carrying is nothing more than an illegitimate daughter. The knights and Oliver react with expressions of pure, breathless shock at the cold revelation.
Flint Howard counters that Aston is no different from his father if he believes illegitimacy justifies the horrific abuse she suffered.
Aston looks away, noting that in Jacador, illegitimate children are notoriously treated as less than human.
He pointedly asks if the Grand Duke is truly prepared to take such a woman as his formal duchess.
Flint Howard turns back with a sharp gaze, declaring that Eliano is already his duchess and always has been.
Eliana's green eye flickers open for a moment as she begins to regain consciousness in Flint's arms.
A moment of heavy silence follows as the group stands before the defiant brother. Aston reaches out and asks Flint Howard to take an object from him.
He reveals an intricate golden pocket watch and identifies it as Ellison to the surprised onlookers.
Aston warns Flint that he must take full responsibility for her until the very end, or his intervention will be her ultimate misfortune.
Flint Howard tells him he is speaking far beyond his station and that her welfare is now his problem alone to handle.
He declares that from this moment forward, House Rosanna has lost all right to interfere in anything concerning him or his wife.
Flint Howard carries Eliano down the long red carpet as Aston watches them walk toward the exit.
Light glimmers and sparkles around the pair as they leave the darkness of the mansion behind.
Eliano rests her head against Flint's chest, slipping back into a deep and quiet sleep.
A final darkened image of Count Rosanna appears as the word father marks the end of his influence over her. Narrator admits their greatest fear was him.
Dark, oppressive shadows fill the space. Narrator notes their father's whip was heavier.
Count Rosanna raises a whip against Eliano.
Cold, dark atmosphere lingers in the room.
Eliano wonders how her father looks helpless.
Flint Howard orders the Count to never touch his wife again.
He declares House Rosanna has no rights over his wife from this moment on.
Eliano opens her eyes with pained gaze. Flint Howard maintains a cold, protective expression. Flint carries her toward a bright exit. Blinding light washes over the entire scene. Eliano's green eyes finally flutter open fully. Emily screams with joy that the lady is finally awake. Eliano makes a sudden, firm grab sounding as she demands to tell the Grand Duke immediately.
A sudden, rhythmic shake sounding as Emily looks on with total confusion.
Emily stares in surprise and asks why she is reacting that way. Emily asks the lady if she truly does not want to see the Grand Duke. Shouts echo about Lady Rosanna visiting the house and how she got involved with the Duke.
The staff urges the Grand Duke not to miss this chance, having already decided she is the Duchess.
A servant offers to take responsibility and prepare a proposal using his past scribe skills.
Flint Howard makes a sudden, quick turn, sounding as a servant mentions a big obstacle to overcome.
A servant warns that Duke Rosanna might not be willing to give up his beloved daughter.
The staff reacts with a moment of silent, wide-eyed shock.
They agree that the Duke's reputation for pampering his daughter is quite an obstacle indeed.
Oliver gives a sudden, silent glance, sounding while the staff continues to discuss the protective father.
Flint Howard makes a sudden, forceful spring, sounding as he pushes himself off the desk.
He declares that she is already the Grand Duchess and the Rosanna family has no say. Flint orders everyone to watch themselves and lower their voices since the lady is in the house.
Flint Howard leaves with a sudden, rhythmic step sounding as the staff watches him go.
Oliver lets out a sudden, startled ah sounding as he realizes the Duke's intent. Oliver reaches out and calls to his grace, worried about what will happen if he leaves. The knight panics in a state of confusion, questioning what the Duke's words truly mean.
Oliver lets out a sudden, pained ah sounding while panicking about potential kidnapping and the wedding.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as the heavy wooden door is slammed shut. An officer demands silence, stating the Grand Duchess needs quiet to rest and calm down.
The staff looks on with expressions of utter bewilderment at the command to calm down.
A panicked thought wonders if he really kidnapped her. Flint Howard stands outside the room in silent contemplation.
A sudden, sharp knock sounding as a hand raps against the bedroom door.
A sudden, low creak sounding as Emily opens the door to greet the Duke. Flint Howard informs the maid that he heard the lady finally woke up. Emily explains that she has unfortunately fallen back into a deep sleep again.
Flint Howard remains silent, his expression unreadable and somber.
He concludes with a sigh that she simply doesn't want to see him. Emily offers a desperate and quick apology to the Duke for the situation.
Flint Howard takes a sudden, quiet peek sounding into the room through the open door.
He admits that he only wanted to see her while she was actually awake.
Eliano lies in bed with her face partially hidden by her long hair. Flint offers to return later if she is still tired or feeling disappointed. Eliano questions if her upbringing was as noble as others imagined. She confesses that she was nothing more than her father's possession.
She laments that her graceful figure was merely a creation of his will.
Eleanor reveals she practiced etiquette only to avoid being whipped. Flint Howard stands silently by her bedside as she continues to speak.
A sudden, firm clench sounding as her hand grips the sheets in pain.
She bites her lip while reflecting on the trauma of her past. Flint expresses his deep sympathy for the hardships she endured. He declares that the Rosanna household will never control her again. Flint promises that her family will never be allowed to touch her. Eliano breaks down into tears while Flint offers his comfort. The scene shifts abruptly to a grand, bustling hall.
A sudden, loud bang sounding as Duke Rosanna slams a document in fury.
He accuses Flint Howard of kidnapping his daughter from their home. The Duke rages that his daughter was forced to sign the contract. Flint questions the logic of a contract signed after a kidnapping. He instructs the Duke to examine the date on the marriage contract. Flint points out the date is earlier than the Duke's claims.
Duke Rosanna argues that the date was forged as fake evidence.
An officer asks why the Duke is continuing to force such lies.
Flint offers a peaceful agreement while the Duke demands temple verification.
The Duke refuses to acknowledge the wedding without a marriage certificate. He begins to sweat, unnerved by the group's unwavering confidence. A vision shows a priest officially stamping the couple's marriage documents.
The golden seal descends onto the paper to finalize their union.
Flint Howard maintains a calm and resolute expression during the dispute. Confusion flickers as the opposition struggles to find a valid argument. Flint tells Duke Rosanna it is finally time to accept the truth. Here is Vianteca arrives, surprising the room with his royal presence. A sudden sharp whish sounding as a document is pulled into view. Here is Vianteca presents the official merit certificate to the stunned crowd.
Duke Rosanna screams in denial that the certificate must be fake.
Flint Howard calmly invites the man to inspect the document himself. Officials confirm the authenticity of High Priest Pieton's official temple stamp.
Duke Rosanna stands in paralyzed shock at the undeniable legal truth.
Here is Vianteca notes the marriage is already reported to the administration.
Flint Howard acknowledges the statement with a silent and solemn nod.
Here is Vianteca reveals a sudden, satisfied grin sounding at the Duke.
He formally guarantees the marriage of Flint Howard and Eliano Rosanna.
Flint tells Duke Rosanna that the matter is now settled.
He pointedly asks if the man has anything more to say.
A sudden nervous tremble sounding as the Duke mutters in disbelief.
The Duke descends into madness, screaming in a state of desperation. He fruitlessly screams that the entire marriage is completely invalid.
Bright, blinding light washes over the fading scene.
Shimmering particles fill the air as the tension breaks.
Night settles over the grand mansion under a vast starry sky.
Flint Howard stands in the quiet corridor, looking deeply thoughtful.
Light spills from a doorway that was left slightly open.
The room is filled with a messy collection of chests and treasures.
Eliano reflects on her belongings while her maid packs for their departure.
Emily gathers specialized tea to include in the travel trunks for the lady.
Flint Howard enters the room and questions their current task.
Eliano explains she is preparing for their upcoming move to the Northern Territory.
Flint Howard maintains a quiet and deeply troubled expression.
Eliano notices his mood and asks what is bothering him.
Flint Howard expresses doubt about taking her away from the capital so soon.
Eliano playfully questions if he wants her to neglect her duties as his wife.
The couple stands face to face in the middle of the ornate room.
Eliano firmly asserts her identity as the lady of his northern lands. She beams with joy while claiming the land as her own home.
Flint Howard stares at her with a look of pure astonishment and pride.
A soft, loving smile finally breaks across his usually cold face.
He takes her hand and welcomes her to their shared land.
The scene shifts to the grand architecture of the Holy Temple.
High Priest Pieton greets his visitor with a kind and fatherly smile.
Eliano expresses her sincere gratitude for his help during her family crisis. She credits his timely assistance with saving her life from her father's influence.
The elderly priest listens with a gentle and understanding expression.
He admits he felt a strong connection since their very first meeting.
Pieton reminds her that the temple exists to help those in desperate need.
Eliano offers a final, respectful bow before taking her leave of the priest.
Her heels make a rhythmic click-clack sounding as she walks away. Eliano stops to offer a heartfelt prayer of deep thanks to the Lord.
She silently asks for divine protection on the journey that lies ahead.
A long line of carriages begins the arduous trek toward the northern border.
The air is split by a sudden, sharp whip sounding against the horses.
The journey continues with a steady clip-clop sounding of hooves on the road.
The party arrives at a towering, inactive magic teleportation gate.
Flint Howard explains that the gate is unexpectedly fully booked for travel.
Eliano worries about the delay and the distance they must now cover. Flint consults a map, noting the 2-day carriage ride required to reach the next gate.
He suggests waiting to book, but Eliano insists they continue their trek immediately. She prioritizes his busy schedule over her own personal comfort.
Flint Howard watches her with a mixture of admiration and quiet concern. A full moon rises over the dark and jagged silhouette of trees. The stillness is broken by a sudden heavy creak sounding from the wheels.
The carriage finally stops before the lit windows of a grand mansion.
Lady Anika Georgia welcomes the high-ranking guests to her father's home.
Flint and Eliano express their appreciation for her hospitality on short notice. The young hostess offers a sudden formal bow sounding to the couple.
The group enters the house with a sudden sharp clack sounding behind them.
Anika's temper flares with a sudden fiery foosh sounding when she is alone.
She delivers a sudden, powerful kick sounding to her hapless servant.
A series of thump and thwack sounding follows as she rants about her wasted efforts.
The servant endures a sudden, stinging smack sounding while retorting about her previous excitement.
Anika screams that she will force her brother to return home by his hair.
Flint and Eliano share a private laugh at the unexpected household drama.
Eliano realizes the unusual succession dynamics within the Georgia family household.
Flint Howard asks her if she is familiar with the eldest son of the house.
Eliano admits she has heard the rumors.
The eldest Georgia son manifested magic.
Albert Georgia was once a magician. He lived a very free-spirited life.
Eliano involved him in political strife.
Albert pledges help to the prince. He requests the imperial magician title.
Eliano comforts Albert on his deathbed.
He asks her for a favor.
He wants his body given to Anika.
Albert apologizes for burdening his sister.
Anika mourns at her brother's casket.
Eliano asks Jane to prepare a bath. A sudden bright beam sounding from her joy.
Jane describes the couple's large bathtub. A sudden, excited kia sounding from Tame.
Eliano rejects the maid's oily suggestion.
A sudden, sad droop sounding from her disappointment.
Flint suggests trying the saucerel.
He questions why she'd avoid it.
Eliano warns him it is aphrodisiac.
Flint shouts in total, utter disbelief.
A sudden, quiet tup sounding as Knights.
Eliano explains the oil's intended purpose.
Flint blushes while covering his face. Flint rushes to take his path. A sudden, sharp clack sounding from the door.
A sudden, weary woo sounding as he exits.
Eliano waits for him while unclothed.
A sudden, sharp turn sounding as he hides.
Flint prioritizes her rest over intimacy.
Eliano considers the travel and pregnancy. She laughs at the innocent situation. Eliano claims she was being fruitful.
Stars twinkle in the deep night.
Sunlight illuminates the bright blue sky.
A sudden visible droop sounding from fatigue. A sudden long yawn sounding for her.
Eliano checks if Jane is exhausted.
Jane enjoys the luxurious current covel.
Jane remembers her previous cramped journey.
She feels safe in Flynn's presence.
A sudden quick tap sounding against the window.
Flint rides his horse beside him.
Eliano waves to her riding husband.
Eliano assures him she is well. Flint asks about her northern interests.
She mentions wanting to see Spolters.
Flint plans their upcoming wedding festivities.
A sudden cold chill sounding through him.
Flint Howard bellows for his men to take cover as danger strikes.
A single arrow streaks through the blue sky.
A volley of arrows rains down.
Eliano Rosanna's eye widens in shock. A white silhouette shows Eliano falling. A voice screams for the lay.
Flint Howard orders his men to prioritize the safety of the Grand Duchess and protect the carriage.
An urgent knight alerts the Grand Duke to look toward a new threat.
He shouts that monsters are rapidly approaching their position.
The knights shout that there are too many of them and insist that others aid the Grand Duke immediately while Jane protects Eliano.
Jane frantically asks her mistress if she is all right.
Eliano stares at a point on Jane's sleeve. A sudden, loud crash sounding as glass shatters while Jane screams in terror.
Jane cries out about the arrows as a sudden, sharp shoop sounding echoes through the carriage.
A sudden, heavy lift sounding as Eliano pulls a projectile from the floor.
She examines the weapon with a calm focus. Eliano notes the arrow bears the crest of Rosanna.
She tells Jane not to worry, concluding the attackers do not actually intend to kill them.
Jane protests that Eliano nearly died just moments ago. She asks her lady how she can remain so incredibly calm. A sudden, loud burst sounding as a knight enters the carriage to ask if the Grand Duchess is all right.
Eliano questions what he is doing there and asks about the chaos still happening outside.
The knight claims the Grand Duke ordered him to protect her.
He looks down while promising to protect her.
A sudden, sharp gasp follows as a purple mist appears.
Eliano realizes the smell is sleeping gas.
A sinister, satisfied grin spreads across a face.
A sudden, wet slice sounding as blood sprays. A sudden, sharp slash sounding as Flint cuts a beast. A sudden, heavy stab sounding as he finishes another.
A series of pant sounding follows as the knights cover. Flint Howard orders his soldiers to check on the injured.
He demands to know what happened to the assassins and where Adele is.
A soldier points out that Adele is just over there.
Adele looks down with a somber expression.
She drops to the ground in shame.
Adele begs to be punished for her failure to protect the Grand Duchess. She explains that an assassin dressed like one of their own caught them off guard.
Adele reveals the attackers were all wearing clothes marked with the Rosanna crest.
She notes they released paralyzing gas to ensure there were no witnesses who saw her lady.
The soldiers shout that they must ask the Emperor to punish Duke Rosanna for harming a member of the Howard family. A sudden, angry grit sounding as Flint Howard seethes at the mention of the Duke.
He orders an immediate search party, insisting the kidnappers could not have gone far.
Flint tells Adele he will delay her punishment until after the Grand Duchess is found.
He resolves that finding his wife is the only thing that matters.
A sudden quiet blink sounding as Eliano wakes up. A sudden frantic spring sounding as she sits up in a panic. A sudden soft plush sounding as she questions her surroundings.
The room is a quiet guest chamber.
Eliano realizes her father is willing to do anything to force her away.
Eliano notes that her captor isn't planning on letting her starve.
A sudden soft slide sounding as she sits before the spread. She dislikes the spices, but eats to replenish her energy. A sudden hollow, empty sounding from the cleared plates.
A sudden heavy creak sounding as she tests the door.
Eliano cautiously surveys the layout of the adjacent room.
A series of sharp clunks sounding as she rattles the window.
She peers through the glass with a focused intensity. Eliano spots a group of masked guards patrolling below.
She quickly retreats to the bed and pulls up the sheets.
A sudden tight clench sounding as she resolves to escape.
Eliano vows she will escape from her captivity.
The captor hums as he pushes a refreshment tart. The guest chamber appears completely deserted and empty.
A door swings open on an unoccupied room. A sudden sharp burst sounding as the captor reacts in shock.
The man lets out a terrified, guttural scream. He bellows that the lady has escaped and orders an immediate search. The captor previously mused on the simplicity of his task.
A sudden metal clack sounding as he brings her meal.
The man stands stunned by the empty guft room.
A shattered window looks out over the dark grounds.
Shouts erupt demanding that the lady be found immediately. The men panic about the consequences of losing her, unaware she is hidden right under the bedsheets.
A sudden, frantic rush sounding as the guards bolt outside.
A sudden, quiet creak sounding as Eliano peeks from hiding.
A rhythmic series of steps sounding as she flees into the woods.
A sudden, heavy shah sounding from the falling rain.
Eliano pauses in the downpour to catch her breath.
A sudden, wet splash sounding as she realizes the rain hides her tracks.
She prays the search party can find her while she holds on.
A sudden, sharp turn sounding as a guard's voice nears.
One guard assumes she died, but the other warns not to fall for her tricks while she hides nearby. The guards notice traces of someone passing through the brush.
A guard shouts that he has found something.
A sudden, menacing reach sounding toward a shoulder in the dark.
A sudden, swift wish sounding as a hand strikes.
A knight alerts Flint Howard that they have found a trail. Flint Howard orders his men to split up and signal any discovery. A series of wet sniffs sounding from the tracking hound.
A sudden, loud bark sounding from the dog's discovery.
A sudden, bright fwish sounding as a signal flare illuminates the sky.
Flint Howard rushes to ask Oliver what he has found.
Oliver reports that they have found the bodies of the assassins.
A sudden, aggressive grab sounding as Flint seizes a survivor.
The captured man curses Eliano for ruining the plan. A sudden, violent slash sounding as Flint silences the assassin. Flint Howard concludes that his wife must have escaped. He resolves to find her no matter the cost. A voice warns that they have found the wrong person.
A masked man seethes over her hideout.
Two masked figures watch through the ring. Eliano remains motionless in the downpour.
The man questions her disheveled appearance.
A sudden, firm grip sounding as Eliano lies that she ran from an abusive husband.
The guards urge her to return home to avoid freezing, pointing toward the main route.
A sudden, heavy pant sounding as Eliano escapes. She lets out a sharp "ah!"
A sudden, loud thud sounding as she falls.
A series of huffs sounding as Eliano despairs over her inability to continue walking.
Rain washes over her exhausted face.
A sudden, low grrr sounding from a hidden predator.
A sudden, wide gape sounding as Eliano spots a nearby monster.
A sudden, shrill kier sounding as the beast lunges. She shields her eyes in confusion.
A sudden, wet splat sounding as blood hits the mud. A sword-wielding woman laments being bothered by both strange men and monsters.
Eliano looks up as the newcomer asks if she is all right. The woman offers a hand, asking Eliano to stand and hold on. Eliano remains unsure of what just transpired. The woman insists they find shelter to escape the dangerous rain.
A sudden, weak falter sounding as Eliano's strength fails.
The dark-haired woman supports the barefoot lady.
The woman identifies her as Charrier, hoping this strange truth will wake her up.
She looks for a response.
The woman confirms her identity by noting her own pale skin.
Eliano stares at her savior in silence.
Narration reveals she settled in Jacador after her people shunned her for her pale skin, eventually being brought to the palace.
Vivian thanks her highness for accepting her despite being Charrier, vowing to serve her until death. She became a loyal lady-in-waiting and protector.
The two stand together against the storm.
Vivian's expression turns sharp and defensive. She demands to know who is there.
A sudden, metallic clang sounding as blades meet.
A sudden, quick skid sounding as Vivian recovers her footing.
Flint Howard announces himself as the woman's husband.
An ominous precursor to a tragic incident.
A woman begs your majesty to kill her in a moment of despair.
Narration explains that after a wearying miscarriage, Marcel drunkenly assaulted Vivian in front of his wife.
The woman screams in agony as the emperor assaults her while the empress watches in horror.
Marcel claims he only committed the act because he mistook her for Leah. He insists that she is the only one he loves.
Though he never sought her again, Vivian became pregnant from that single encounter.
Vivian begs for death, refusing to betray her lady or bring a monster's child into the world.
The sheets on the bed lie rubbled.
She eventually died as she had wished.
A motionless form remains beneath the covers. The title logo of the series.
A sudden heavy swaw sounding as the two warriors face off in the woods.
Vivian scoffs at the man's claim of being a husband.
Vivian rages at Flint, questioning how he can call himself a husband after putting his wife in such a state. A sudden, swift wish sounding. A sudden wet drip sounding from the falling rain. Vivian realizes her arm is nearly paralyzed after just one clash with the powerful man. Vivian wonders who this mysterious swordsman is, noting his unmatched skill in the land.
A sudden loud clang sounding as their blades meet with incredible force.
Vivian groans under the pressure, a sudden sharp creak sounding as the steel grinds together.
Vivian is stunned by his strength while Eliano cries out for her grace to stop the fight.
Flint lowers his blade as the tension breaks. A sudden, quick flish sounding.
A sudden, heavy turn sounding as Flint shifts his attention.
Vivian stares in disbelief, questioning if he is truly the Grand Duke.
A sudden gentle lean sounding as Flint reaches for his wife. Flint looks deeply concerned as he asks if she is all right.
Eliano looks up with tired eyes, admitting that she is definitely not okay.
Eliano leans into Flint, explaining that the dark-haired woman saved her from a monster.
Flint pulls her into a tight embrace, telling her he understands and there is no need for further explanation.
A sudden rhythmic step sounding as Vivian approaches the couple.
Flint bows deeply, apologizing for his rudeness and thanking the woman for saving his wife.
Vivian asks if he is the Northern Grand Duke of Vianteka, a sudden sharp clink sounding as she adjusts her gear.
Flint looks surprised, asking how she managed to identify him.
Vivian explains she heard his wife's address and notes his legendary status as the man who kept the North from her people.
Vivian thinks about her desire for vengeance for her fallen kin, but hesitates.
She looks away with a heavy heart. Vivian decides to let it go, acknowledging that seeking revenge is likely impossible.
Flint insists on providing compensation for her brave actions.
Vivian waves his offer away, stating she didn't help just to receive a reward.
A sudden quick turn sounding as Vivian stops to ask for one simple favor.
Vivian walks into the rain, telling them both never to forget her deed today. A series of soft crackles sounding from the growing campfire as Flint apologizes.
Flint expresses his deep regret, feeling he failed in his duty to protect her.
Eliana reassures him with a smile, saying that his arrival to save her was enough.
Eliana wonders why he hasn't questioned her about her obvious transformation.
Eliana points out her changed hair color while Flint remembers a cruel claim about her lineage.
Eliano confesses on impulse that this is actually her original hair color.
She explains that she usually hides it with magic to avoid being seen as strange or having her bloodline questioned.
Eliano admits she wants to show him her true self, noting the contrast with her family. Flint isn't strange.
Flint smiles warmly and tells her that her hair is actually very pretty.
A sudden hot blush sounding as Eliana reacts to his sincere compliment. A sudden rhythmic pant sounding as a sound interrupts their intimate moment.
The two look around in confusion. A sudden, heavy pant sounding. A large tracking hound appears, exhausted but happy. A sudden, wet pant sounding. Flint looks irritated by the dog while Eliano is amused. A sudden, sharp hiss sounding. A sudden, soft reach sounding as Eliano welcomes the animal.
Eliano asks the dog if he was the one who found her.
A sudden, bright beam sounding as the dog wags its tail with joy.
Chibi Eliano giggles as the dog licks her. A sudden, loud ruff sounding, followed by a rhythmic pant sounding.
A sudden, soft pant sounding as the dog rolls over for more attention.
Flint sits in the background, feeling ignored by his wife and the dog.
Eliano looks toward the future with a bright smile.
Flint watches her with a newfound sense of action.
A sudden, heavy pshoo sounding as the rain continues to fall in the dark woods. A sudden, bright fwish sounding as a flare streaks across the rainy sky. Flint Howard watches the signal, wishing for the search party to find them soon.
A series of soft ruff sounding as Flint returns with food, calling out for Eliano.
A sudden, heavy drop sounding as the apples fall from his hands.
Flint's expression turns to horror as he finds Eliano collapsed and motionless on the ground.
The title logo of the series.
Flint rushes to her side, shouting her name in desperation. He observes that she is drenched in sweat.
A sudden, soft tap sounding as he checks her forehead, finding her temperature dangerously low. He remains crouched beside her, filled with silent concern. A sudden, sharp grit sounding as Flint blames himself while Eliano weakly acknowledges him as her grace.
He reassures her that he is there for her.
Eliano mutters that she is freezing.
Flint has already lit a fire and covered her with a blanket to keep her warm.
A sudden, soft turn sounding as Eliano mutters about not wanting to die while Flint wonders what more he can do.
A look of grim determination crosses his face.
A series of quick pops sounded as he begins to unbutton his shirt.
He removes his lower garments, preparing to provide direct body heat. A sudden, soft flop sounding as the discarded clothes hit the ground. Flint lies down beneath the blanket, pulling the shivering woman close to his chest.
The two share an intimate moment of shared warmth.
A sudden, gentle reach sounding as he pulls her closer. They lie huddled together in the cave against the cold night. Narration describes her past as a desirable bride who maintained a careful facade.
In a memory, Eliano laughs while claiming she is not suited for horse riding.
She is shown delicately sipping tea among other high society ladies.
A bird sits trapped in a cage, reflecting her heart's confinement.
Narration explains how she eventually escaped that cage to find her true self.
The man asks Lady Rosanna if she would have him as a partner, and she gives her special permission.
They are seen walking away together into the distance. He reflects on the moment his answer satisfied her.
A passionate emotion begins to stir within him.
Back in the present, Eliano stirs, noting how warm she feels.
She wonders about the source of the heat. A voice tells her not to run away and to stay with him.
A sudden firm hug sounding as he embraces her. a sudden soft rub sounding as she nuzzles closer, asking for just a little more.
Her eyes suddenly fly open as awareness returns.
Eliano realizes who is holding her and gasps in shock.
A sudden, aggressive grab sounding as she catches his arm.
The two are revealed to be naked together under the blanket, illuminated by the fire.
She stammers his title in disbelief.
A sudden, low whisper sounding as Flint confirms his presence.
A sudden heavy but dumb sounding from her racing heart.
She wonders if this intimate situation is really happening. Eliano takes note of his impressive, muscular physique. A sudden, quiet whisper sounding as she tells him it hurts when he hugs her so tight.
A sudden, soft slip sounding as hands move across skin. A sudden, slow turn sounding as the tension between them heightens.
Flint hovers over her, their gazes locked in the firelight.
The couple leans in for a kiss.
A sudden, rhythmic pant sounding as they embrace.
Flint's cheeks flush with a deep-cheat.
Eliano gazes up at him in wonder.
A dazed look fills her widening eyes.
A voice from outside shouts that there is a cave nearby.
The woman shouts that His Grace and the Duchess have been found.
She walks in and finds the two together.
She stammers about finding one here. A series of quick fumbles sounding as the woman yells for everyone to stay back and get out of there.
The two freeze in a state of blushing panic. They both turn away in awkward embarrassment.
A sudden rhythmic heartbeat sounding from the tension.
A sudden, loud slap sounding as a man is struck. Marcel rages at his subordinate for failing to watch Leah, noting her history with kidnapping. The subordinate begs for another chance to bring her back again.
A sudden, wet splash sounding. A sudden, heavy thump sounding as a body hits the floor.
Marcel Jacador, the seventh prince, realizes it will be impossible to rescue her from Flint's fortress.
He clicks his tongue in deep frustration. A series of heavy steps sounding as he scoffs at her new title and calls Flint a survivalist dog.
He claims a lowlife like that man does not deserve a noble woman like her.
Marcel remembers a happy moment of laughing with his lady.
He declares that Leah is his one.
A dark warning against trying anything funny.
Bella looks at the man's back with concern.
The man warns her about the risks and tells her to marry her father's choice. Bella declares she won't be married off to Jacador and will live her own life.
A sudden, soft step sounding as she walks through the woods.
She bursts through the cabin door shouting for Sir Ethan. She asks about the darkness while Ethan assures her their meeting is a secret.
She excitedly plans their escape from the capital to his homeland.
Our joyful expression suddenly fades away into dread.
Sir Ethan bows his head and apologizes to Bella.
He admits he cannot defy the Duke and is deeply sorry. A sudden, sharp slap sounding as she strikes him. A series of rhythmic smacks sounding as she screams at him for being a coward.
She falls to her knees in absolute despair.
The title logo of the series. The knight addresses His Grace as the journey begins. Someone questions if they plan to stay in the carriage for the entire trip. Flint and Eliano sit awkwardly apart in the carriage. They both admit that things have become quite strange between them.
A sudden heavy clunk sounding as the carriage jolts.
Flint demands to know what happened as the driver apologizes for hitting a rock.
A sudden firm squeeze sounding as Flint pulls her close, making her feel overwhelmed. Eliano is relieved to hear they are finally approaching Count Morris's land.
A series of soft knocks sounding as a guard asks them to exit for identification.
Eliano looks away in a moment of confusion.
A sudden firm push sounding as they prepare to leave.
Eliano is taken aback by the unusually strict security measures at the magic gate.
She falls into silent thought as she begins to understand the implications of these checks.
The woman notes that she has never before been asked to leave her carriage for identification.
Eliano challenges Flint to consider which of their noble families holds more authority in this land.
She imperiously orders the guard, Oliver, to bring the gate warden before her at once.
Flint advises against causing a scene, but she asks if he is merely afraid of the Emperor's reach.
Eliano reminds him that she is the most noble woman in the Empire and deserves respect.
A blooming peony appears, symbolizing her refined yet resilient nature.
Narration warns that if a possession's owner is not strong enough, it will be trampled underfoot.
Heavy footsteps crush the fallen petals into the dark, cold ground.
Eliana's gaze sharpens as she vows never to submit to humiliation or the control of others.
Viscount Odie offers a formal greeting at the gate, leading Eliano to ask if any serious crimes have occurred recently.
The official denies any trouble, claiming that the Count would never permit such elements within his borders.
Flint finds the man's explanation deeply puzzling and suspicious.
Eliano crosses her arms and demands to know why they were specifically ordered out of their carriage. The man explains that strict orders have come down to verify the identity of every gate traveler.
Viscount Otai is visibly rattled when the possibility of the Emperor's involvement is raised.
Eliano argues that only a direct imperial command could justify stopping the Grand Duke and Duchess.
The official nervously admits that his orders did not come directly from the Emperor himself.
Eliano explodes in anger, accusing the Viscount of daring to insult the Master of the North. Terrified by her fury, the official bows low and begs for forgiveness for his rudeness. She continues her rebuke, stating that even before her marriage, she was never treated with such blatant disrespect. A sudden firm grab sounding as Flint places a hand on her arm to steady her. Flint stares coldly at the bowing man while the official swears it will never happen again. A sudden, heavy ha sounding as Eliano sighs and tells the man he is lucky her husband is merciful. Viscount Otai bows repeatedly in gratitude as Flint remains silent and unreadable.
A heavy, awkward silence settles between the couple as they return to their seats in the carriage.
Eliano worries if her outburst was too harsh or if she has managed to anger Flint. Flint breaks the quiet by mentioning he has a favor to ask of her. He admits that he wants to see her true hair color again because he hasn't been able to forget it. A sudden, soft slip sounding as Eliana removes her magic earring, allowing her hair to turn pink. Flint watches the transformation with a rare and genuine smile. A sudden, light touch sounding as he brushes her rare pink locks with his fingers.
Eliana wonders if others will find her appearance strange, but Flint dismisses her concerns entirely.
Flint tells her to simply put anyone who mocks her in their place, which makes her feel more at ease. She laughs and jokes that she will just claim to be the one who started a new fashion trend. A sudden, quiet slip sounding as Flint reaches into his coat to reveal a small gift. He presents her with a beautiful, intricately carved wooden jewelry box.
Eliana's eyes widen in recognition as she gazes at the contents of the box.
She gasps in shock, overwhelmed by the sight of what he has brought for her.
A fragmented memory resurfaces of a moment from her past involving a similar treasure.
The past and present blur together as Flint offers her the precious item. A sudden, soft rustle sounding as she pulls a delicate butterfly hairpiece from the velvet lining.
A sudden, sharp clack sounding as she carefully pins the accessory into her pink hair.
Eliano beams with a bright, joyful smile, feeling a sense of true belonging.
Flint watches her with a soft blush, clearly captivated by her happiness.
As the night deepens, Eliano eventually falls asleep with her head resting on Flint's shoulder.
A voice from outside announces that they have finally reached the lands belonging to the Howards. The massive fortress city of the north stands strong against the pouring rain and shadows.
A sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounding as the carriage wheels finish the long journey home.
Eliano stares in wide-eyed amazement at the sight before her.
She gazes out at the sprawling, fortified stone wall snaking through the hills, known as the Great Wall of Howard.
A map reveals the massive, impenetrable perimeter designed so that not even a mouse could slip through to the central castle. Narration explains the previous Grand Duke oversaw the construction after being granted rule of the North. With the support of the late Emperor Pedro, northern citizens labored for 5 years to build the fortress. The people erupt in celebration, tossing confetti into the air as the carriage passes through the town. Flint remarks that his father's dedication to the North is why he is still remembered so fondly by the citizens. Crowds cheer for the new Grand Duchess and congratulate Flint on his recent victory and long-awaited marriage. Eliano teases Flint about his popularity, while he reacts with modest discomfort to the overwhelming attention. Eliano waves her hand gracefully to the enthusiastic citizens gathered outside the carriage. She suddenly freezes, her expression shifting to one of realization and slight panic. A sudden quick wish sounding as Eliano instinctively draws the carriage curtain closed, realizing she acted out of an old imperial habit.
Eliano apologizes to Flint, admitting her reflexive action was an inappropriate way to act in this moment.
Flint offers a warm smile and tells her that he actually liked the way she handled the situation. Eliano stares back at him, clearly surprised and heartened by his gentle reaction. A sudden, soft raise sounding as a hand is lifted in a delicate, welcoming gesture.
The couple waves together from the window as they finally approach the entrance of their home.
The long procession of carriages crosses a stone bridge leading to the massive, snow-covered mountain fortress.
Flint leads Eliano by the hand as they step inside the grand entrance of the castle.
Flint officially welcomes her home as Eliano takes in the vast, imposing interior of the fortress. She is stunned into a state of wide-mouthed disbelief by the unexpected state of the castle interior. Eliano is shocked to find the grand, well-managed halls almost entirely empty of furniture and decor.
The fund manager, Miles, explains that the interior is sparse because His Grace is a very frugal man.
The head butler, Gilbert, adds that Flint spends little time at the castle and prefers to keep few possessions.
Eliano worries that the lack of servants and Flint's lack of interest in housekeeping will make managing the home difficult.
She asks Flint if he has an established budget in mind for their upcoming wedding ceremony.
Flint tells her to set whatever budget she wants, offering to use his private funds if the estate's resources aren't enough.
He watches her with a look of quiet admiration as they discuss their future together.
Flint assures her that using her own personal money for the event will not be necessary under any circumstances. He grants her complete freedom to allocate as much money as she deems necessary for the grand occasion.
Flint admits his lack of knowledge in domestic affairs and promises to find assistance to help her manage the details.
Eliano laughs and says a war hero needn't worry about wedding planning, offering to handle the entire project herself.
She recalls her past experience hosting weddings for the emperor's consorts according to Jacador's customs.
Despite the bitter nature of those memories, she realizes the knowledge will finally be useful for her own happiness.
The couple continues their meeting, their hands resting near each other on the table.
Flint mentions he plans to invite High Priest Marco from the Central Temple to officiate their wedding ceremony.
Eliano joyfully accepts Flint's invitation to visit the temple together, eager for the opportunity to see it.
A series of steady steps sounding as they enter the sunlit, vaulted stone halls of the Central Temple.
Narration notes the couple's relief that the High Priest has so willingly agreed to officiate their union. Flint is baffled by the priest's eagerness, while Eliano explains that their marriage was a wish shared by everyone.
A series of steady steps sounding as they approach the altar, followed by a sudden, low bow sounding before a winged statue.
Flint notes that she seems to have a deep devotion to the deity Makarasera during their prayer.
Eliano reflects on the legend that even the highest priests who hear God's voice have never actually witnessed the goddess. She thinks of how some deny the deity's existence, a claim she finds impossible to agree with. Eliano gazes at the newly refurbished and lavishly decorated halls of the castle, finally understanding Flynn's confidence in his wealth.
She realizes Flint's years of saving have paid off and is relieved that the loyal staff has accepted her leadership.
Eliano beams with a bright smile as she thanks the head butler and head maid for their excellent work.
Narration warns that opposition remains as an angry voice declares the scale of her plans to be irrational and excessive.
Eliano calmly asks Miles to specify his issues while he rages about the grand scale of the wedding preparations. She challenges him to consider the public's perception of a modest wedding, insisting that money is not an issue. Miles rages about needless extravagance while a close-up of Eliana's eye shows her deepening frown.
Eliano firmly asserts her authority as the lady of the house and warns Miles not to overstep his bounds with her.
Miles argues that the Grand Duke entrusted him with the funds, but Eliano coldly counters that his era of control ended the day she arrived.
She calls for her maid, Jane, to escort the fund manager away, claiming the nun appears to be in desperate need of rest.
Miles is visibly shaken as Jane gently leads him toward his quarters, insisting that he looks completely exhausted.
He makes one final, desperate plea for her to recognize where his true loyalty lies as he is ushered out.
Eliano finds it highly suspicious that a mere fund manager would be so aggressively protective of money that does not belong to him.
She resolves to conduct a private investigation into the man's activities and his handling of the estate's wealth.
The scene shifts to a somber meeting between the couple, where Flint reveals that the capital has dismissed a serious incident as a trivial family matter.
A sudden, heavy haw sounding as Eliano sighs and refers to the man responsible as a manipulative snake.
She concludes that the perpetrator likely struck a secret deal with her father to escape any legitimate legal punishment.
A heavy, awkward silence settles between them as they sit across from one another in the dimly lit room.
Eliano notices his hesitation and asks what is bothering him so deeply.
Flint leans forward over his tea and calls her name with a tone of profound gravity.
He admits that he has been debating whether or not to share a piece of tragic news with her.
He reveals that Isabella has married the 7th Prince of Jacador and held a wedding in the distant city of Ringsgen.
Eliano admits she anticipated the marriage, but Flint stops her, stating there is a far darker update to share.
Flint delivers the crushing blow that Lady Isabella has passed away, leaving Eliano in a state of frozen shock.
A sudden internal gasp sounding as she struggles to process the incomprehensible news of her sister's death.
Eliano manages to whisper a question regarding the specific cause of her sister's sudden passing. Flint explains that a horrific fire broke out while she was with the 7th Prince, leaving him severely injured.
A sudden, tight grip sounding as Eliano clutches her skirts while Flint explains that only a single ringed finger was found to identify the body.
She stares ahead blankly and remarks with hollow sorrow that the news is truly unfortunate.
A stylized title card marks a transition in the story for the regressed Empress's abduction marriage.
Eliano recalls a letter from Isabella expressing excitement for Eliano's wedding and promising a special gift.
The past correspondence describes Isabella's joy over a secret lover who had earned knighthood through his own merit.
The memory turns bitter as Isabella's later letters describe her hatred for their father and her desperate wish to escape an arranged marriage.
Eliano realizes that the letter currently in her hands was the final communication she would ever receive from her sister. A sudden, heavy droop sounding as she bows her head in silent mourning for the sister who was her only ally.
She reflects on how Isabella was forced into an arranged marriage despite the rumors that she had eventually found happiness. Overcome by grief and guilt, Eliano softly begs for Isabella's forgiveness while sitting alone in the dark room.
The atmosphere shifts to the castle's busy preparations as servants carry trays through the decorated halls. The head butler informs Eliano that the specialized craftsmen and pastry chefs she requested are set to arrive the following day.
As the butler mentions the wedding dress designer, Flint watches Eliano from the balcony with a look of quiet concern. Flint reflects on how Isabella was the only one who stood up for Eliano and wonders how he can possibly offer her comfort.
He decides that a walk in the garden might help her spirits, but he realizes the seasonal flowers have not yet bloomed.
A sudden quick dash sounding as Jane excitedly pulls Eliano through the corridors toward the courtyard.
The maid laughs with joy as she tells her mistress that they have finally arrived at the surprise.
A sudden lush swa sounding as the garden is revealed to be in full impossible bloom under a bright sun.
A sudden steady step sounding as Flint approaches from behind and asks if she is pleased with the transformation.
He presents her with a bouquet of pink daffodils, explaining they reminded of her despite only blooming in the north. Flint tells her with deep sincerity that as husband and wife, she no longer needs to hide her pain from him.
Eliano realizes with a start that he went through all this effort because he knew about her grief over Isabella.
She looks down at the flowers, deeply moved by his unexpected and thoughtful gesture of support.
A sudden soft touch sounding as she examines the blooms, realizing he must have employed a powerful magician to achieve this feat.
Flint acknowledges her intuition and introduces the hooded figure who worked tirelessly on the garden's revitalization. Eliano stares in quiet wonder at the magical display of life and color surrounding them.
The red-haired magician smiles warmly and introduces himself to the couple.
The magician stands respectfully as the Grand Duke thanks him for his exceptional work on the garden.
He bows low and expresses that it is a profound honor to meet a couple whose love is so widely discussed.
A sudden, light rustle sounding as Eliano steps forward to properly greet the magician, Albert Kesef.
Holding the bouquet, she offers him a warm and welcoming smile.
Albert humbly admits he is still a novice who only happens to excel at his specific specialty of making flowers bloom.
Eliano dismisses his modesty, noting that even a layperson like herself can recognize the immense difficulty of magic on this scale.
He bows respectfully while expressing his gratitude for her kind words. Albert enthusiastically offers to revitalize the back garden as well, while Jane notes the mistress's apparent delight to the Duke. A sudden jealous fume sounding as Flint watches them interact, though his irritation quickly passes as Jane celebrates. The garden remains in a state of impossible, shimmering beauty under the afternoon sun.
A series of steady claps sounding as the magician realizes he has overexerted himself far beyond his original plan.
He steals a quick, nervous glance toward the couple to gauge their reaction.
Eliana's radiant and happy smile seems to provide him with an unexpected source of motivation.
Albert admits to himself that he simply cannot help but work harder whenever he sees her joyful reaction.
A sudden heavy flop sounding as the exhausted magician collapses, prompting Eliano to order Jane to have a room prepared for him. He frantically waves his hands in protest, insisting that such hospitality is entirely unnecessary for a simple magician. Eliano insists on his stay, admitting she feels lonely in the north and would value his company as a guest. A sudden, heavy doom sounding as a cold voice calls out the magician's full name from the shadows. Flint looms over him with a terrifying intensity, demanding he stay for his wife's sake, while Albert desperately makes excuses to leave. They exchange final pleasantries as the sun begins to set over the estate grounds. The couple stands by their carriage to see their guest off as he departs from the main gate. A sudden, steady step sounding as Albert walks away into the evening light. A sudden, quick turn sounding as he looks back one last time at the castle. He arrives at a secret meeting where a blonde nobleman greets him and welcomes him inside.
Albert immediately demands clarification regarding the grave wrongdoing allegedly committed by the magical tower.
The nobleman tells him to remain calm and take a seat before they discuss the sensitive matter further. He asks if the magician has had enough time to consider his previous offer of employment. Albert rejects the proposal, stating he has no desire to be restricted or involved in the battle for the throne.
A sudden, low, lean sounding as the nobleman suggests they set that topic aside for the moment.
He asks if Albert was aware that a member of the magical tower had been secretly practicing forbidden dark magic. Startled by the accusation, Albert demands proof for such a scandalous and dangerous claim. A sudden, loud spring sounding as he clenches his fist in frustration and stands up. He shouts, demanding to know the identity of the individual accused of such a betrayal. The nobleman remains composed, once again urging him to sit down and curb his impatience. A sudden, dark smirk sounding as he insists on receiving the magician's word of commitment before revealing anything else. He reaches out his hand, directly asking Albert for his help in the coming struggle. The scene shifts to the castle where Eliana realizes the blonde man, Hirais, is an old friend of her husband.
Hirais credits the home's transformation to her taste, while Flint reminds him of the necessity of having a lady in the house.
A sudden internal cold sounding as Eliano masks her suspicion and apologizes for not being prepared for his unannounced visit.
A sudden quick wave sounding as Hirais asks her to disregard formality and treat his visit as a casual one. Eliano is taken aback by a sudden, subtle change in her husband's demeanor during the conversation.
Flint asks her to leave the room so he can speak with Hirais regarding a private matter.
She quietly exits the hall, leaving the two men alone to conduct their business.
A sudden, low lean sounding as Hirais prepares to present a significant item to the Duke.
Flint waits with a look of intense, focused anticipation for what is to be revealed. He is shocked to see a box containing his mother's ashes placed before him.
Hirais bows his head in a sincere apology for his father's past transgressions against the Duke's family.
Flint stares at the box with a heavy, contemplative expression as he processes the gesture. He recalls a meeting with the Emperor who noted the trouble caused by the recent kidnapping accusations. A sudden, dark grin sounding as the Emperor watches Flint declare he will handle the family matter himself. The Emperor insists that the man responsible for the assault on the Grand Duchess must face severe punishment. He promises his support, noting that the marriage certificate justifies the Duke's right to take decisive legal action.
Flint asks his sovereign how he came to possess such specific knowledge.
The Emperor claims that nothing within Vianteka escapes his watchful gaze. Flint expresses gratitude for the consideration, but requests the matter be withdrawn to avoid public scandal.
A sudden heavy doom sounding as the Emperor looms, expressing his desire to punish Duke Razana.
A sudden tight clench sounding as Flint grips his trousers in the face of the Emperor's intensity. The Emperor concedes to Flint's wishes and agrees to keep the matter private. He reminds Flint of a long-standing promise to return his father's seal upon his marriage.
A sudden heavy clunk sounding as a butler enters the throne room carrying his mother's remains.
The camera focuses on the ornate gold and white box containing the precious keepsakes.
The Emperor offers the gift and demands to know Flint's final decision. Flint remains kneeling before the golden throne in the massive sunlit hall.
A sudden steady raise sounding as he lifts his head to address the crown.
He declares it a profound honor that the Emperor would safeguard his parents' belongings.
Flint conditions his return to the north on the Emperor protecting Eliana's reputation. A sudden, sharp ha-ha sounding as the Emperor reacts with amusement.
Deep, boisterous laughter echoes throughout the grand pillars of the palace. Flint offers his humble thanks to the Emperor for the keepsakes. Hirais reminds Flint that the Imperial House does not deserve such sincere gratitude. The blonde nobleman shifts his posture and admits he is feeling curious.
He questions why Flint still addresses the Grand Duchess by her maiden title.
Flint explains he awaits the formal wedding, while Hirais asks if they truly sleep in separate rooms. Flint confirms they do stay apart, leaving Hirais in a state of comical shock. Flint clarifies the distant nature of their relationship despite being in their honeymoon phase. He looks away and admits that his wife does not actually love him. A sudden nervous scratch sounding as Flint explains Eliana only used him to escape her father's cruelty. Hirais asks if Eliana would really risk her father's lethal wrath just for a loveless marriage. He points out that another man, Aston, could have helped her escape with far less difficulty. Hirais argues that Eliana must have risked her life specifically to be with Flint. Flint is left speechless as he processes the weight of his friend's words. Later that evening, the Duke approaches Eliana's chambers and pauses at the door. Eliana looks up with a warm smile and invites her husband into the room. Flint explains he came to keep her company in place of the magician after hearing she was bored. She covers her mouth in surprise, moved by his unexpected consideration. Flint apologizes for his previous lack of realization regarding her feelings. Back in his memories, Hirais points out the most important detail Flint has overlooked. A sudden heavy pause sounding as Hirais directly asks Flint if he loves her. Flint remains silent, unable to offer an immediate answer to the blunt question.
Hirais expresses his hope that Flint discovers his true feelings before their next meeting.
Eliana's radiant and joyful smile fills the Duke's thoughts with warmth.
Flint realizes with a start that his true feelings have been hiding in plain sight. Bright morning light streams into the dressing room as petals dance in the air. Eliana sits peacefully with her eyes closed as she is prepared for the ceremony. A sudden, quiet blink sounding as she catches a glimpse of her reflection. Veronica gasps in awe, telling Eliana that she looks absolutely breathtaking. The Grand Duchess offers a polite greeting and thanks Veronica for coming. Veronica insists she outshines even the Empress and that the Duke will surely fall for her again. A sudden soft rustle sounding as the intricate lace of the wedding dress is finally settled. Eliana smiles to herself and whispers that she truly hopes her husband feels that way. The outdoor venue is revealed in all its magnificent glory. decorated with arches of fresh flowers. The podium stands ready at the front of the garden as the guests begin to arrive.
A brown-haired noblewoman notes that the Duke seems surprisingly calm, wondering if it is because the two are already a couple.
A sudden loud creak sounding as the massive doors swing open, followed by the quick click and clack of the bride's shoes.
The Duke's eye widens as he catches his first glimpse of his bride. Aliano is absolutely radiant as she stands in her intricate white wedding gown, holding a bouquet of soft pink roses.
A sudden heavy thump sounding as Flint's heart skips a beat while he stares at her in a daze.
A sudden soft smile sounding as the guests marvel at Eliana's beauty and whisper about how smitten the Grand Duke looks.
Eliano calls out to her husband, finally snapping him out of his stunned silence.
A sudden quick turn sounding as Flint recovers his composure and offers his hand to his bride. A sudden steady step sounding as the couple proceeds down the aisle together toward the altar.
The ceremony begins as they stand before the priest and his assistant at the front of the garden.
The couple holds their lit candles during the solemn rite, symbolizing their union.
Pink petals dance through the air, adding to the magical atmosphere of the wedding.
The priest looks on with a benevolent expression as the ceremony continues.
The couple stands together before the altar in the sunlit, flower-adorned venue. The priest declares that the two will become lifelong partners through an eternal vow witnessed by God. He asks the groom to swear his eternal love and devotion to the bride.
Flint gazes at Eliano and offers his solemn promise of eternal love. Aliana looks back at him with a warm expression and offers her own heartfelt vow.
A sudden quick slip sounding as the ornate wedding rings are presented in their teal box.
Flint gently slides the ring onto Eliano's finger to seal their commitment. The couple leans in toward each other as the ceremony reaches its climax.
They share a romantic wedding kiss, drawing cheers from the gathered guests.
Eliano expresses her surprise at the intensity of the moment as they pull apart.
Petals continue to fall around the newlyweds as they stand proudly together.
Eliana waves joyfully at their guests while the Duke stands confidently by her side.
A sudden, soft wow sounding as the guests chatter about the couple's impressive self-prepared celebration.
A towering and ornate white wedding cake is revealed to the guests.
A sudden steady clop sounding as the couple cuts into the massive cake together.
A sudden quick clack sounding as a slice of cake is served on a beautifully decorated plate.
Slices of the elegant white cake are prepared for all the guests to enjoy.
Eliano prepares for the reception in a stunning new blue floral dress.
The couple shares their first dance as husband and wife in the grand hall. Music fills the air as several other couples join them on the ballroom floor. A sudden, steady step sounding as Eliano moves gracefully through the crowd.
She pauses with a glass of champagne in hand to greet their many guests. Flint approaches his wife and addresses her by her new title.
Eliano asks for his permission to interrupt their current activity for a moment.
A sudden quick nod sounding as Flint asks if there are more people waiting to offer their congratulations.
A sudden, low bow sounding as Aiden Carteret introduces his wife Abigail and his young daughter. The young girl Monica stands clutching a gift box while looking terribly nervous.
A sudden heavy dun sounding as Monica presents a brooch and offers her sincere blessings for their everlasting love.
A sudden bright beam sounding as Eliano gratefully accepts the gift and praises Monica's eye for beauty. Hirus observes the reception, noting how perfectly Eliano has adopted to her role as Grand Duchess. He notices that Flint seems to be losing his patience with the long line of guests. A sudden quick wave sounding as Flint bluntly urges a guest to keep their congratulations brief.
Eliano and Flint share a playful exchange about the Duke's lack of social patience. A sudden, low whisper sounding as Eliano teases her husband about his fading energy compared to hers. A sudden quick turn sounding as Flint retorts to the guests that while they don't have to be short, they shouldn't be too long either.
Hirus finds humor in Flint's obvious distaste for formalities as the MC calls for the next guest. The couple continues their duty of greeting the long line of people waiting to see them.
Stacks of colorful gift boxes fill the room after the grand celebration.
The setting sun paints the sky in vibrant shades of orange and gold. Night falls on the palace as the long wedding festivities finally come to an end.
Adele helps Eliano prepare for her wedding night while the Duchess admits her extreme exhaustion.
Adele mentions that she and Count Evans took the liberty of decorating the bridal suite.
A sudden sharp ahem sounding as Adele puffs out her chest with pride.
Eliano is visibly taken aback by the revelation that her maid worked with the eccentric Count.
A sense of dread washes over the Duchess as she anticipates the results of their handiwork.
Adele excitedly asks for Eliano's opinion on the newly transformed bedroom.
The room has been gaudily decorated with glowing hearts and candles, a stark contrast to its original elegance.
A sudden heavy stomp sounding as Eliano marches toward the bed in a fit of irritation.
A sudden tight grob sounding as Eliano seizes the tacky drapes to rip them down. A sudden loud drag sounding as Adele watches in absolute horror at her mistress's reaction. A sudden violent tear sounding as Eliano destroys the decorations while Adele urges her to choose undergarments before the Duke arrives.
Adele stands alone in the darkened room, lamenting the disastrous turn of events.
Eliano eventually falls fast asleep on the bed as Adele desperately tries to rouse her for the night.
Flint enters the chambers and tells the startled maid that there is no need to disturb his wife.
Eliano slowly wakes and addresses her husband, who questions if she was already deep in slumber.
A sudden, quiet sneak sounding as Adele exits the room, leaving the couple alone.
Eliano yawns and insists she can stay awake, though her exhaustion is plain for the Duke to see.
A sudden, quick halt sounding as Flint drops to one knee and reaches for Eliano's luck. A sudden, rhythmic press sounding as Flint begins to massage her feet to help relieve her weariness.
Eliano admits the massage feels wonderful, but confesses she is overwhelmed by embarrassment.
Flint remains silent for a moment as he continues to focus on her.
The Duke requests his wife's permission to ask her something important.
Eliano listens intently to her husband's rare request.
Flint looks up and expresses his deep desire for them to grow closer.
Eliano is startled by the sentiment, but encourages him to treat her as his true wife.
Flint asks her to begin addressing him by his personal name.
Eliano ponders a nickname, but decides that his name is already perfect as it is.
A sudden, soft turn sounding as Eliano calls him Flint, and he warmly reciprocates.
Flint confesses that he always suspected he would fall for her if he ever found love. He gazes at her with total sincerity and confirms that his intuition was correct.
The Duke holds her hand and explicitly confesses his love for her. He swears to uphold their wedding vows with his life until the very end.
Eliano is left speechless, her eyes wide with shock and burgeoning joy. She feels a powerful urge to reciprocate his deep feelings.
Eliano reaches out to him, beginning to offer her own confession in return.
Flint smiles with a tenderness that radiates through the room.
A sudden, firm clasp sounding as their hands intertwine to seal their mutual affection. The couple shares a passionate and loving kiss to celebrate their true union. A sudden melodic chirp sounding as the morning sun wakes Eliano the next day. A sudden, heavy clack sounding as she sits up and realizes she fell asleep.
Flint enters the room after a morning bath and is greeted by his surprised wife. A sudden, intense stare sounding as the Duke gazes at Eliano with lingering passion.
A sudden, hot blush sounding as Eliano hides under the covers, flustered by his presence. A sudden, nervous ahem sounding as Flint apologizes for exhausting her throughout the night and suggests a doctor.
Eliano frantically declines the doctor, mortified by the idea of others knowing the details of their night.
A sudden, drowsy nod sounding as Eliano struggles to stay awake despite her previous claims of being fine.
Adele watches her mistress with a mix of amusement and delight at the couple's progress.
Eliano rubs her forehead while Flint notices her fatigue and suggests she get some rest, to which she tiredly agrees. Flint dismisses the maid, telling her she is free to leave for the evening.
Adele's shoes echo through the hallway with a sudden, quick clack sounding.
3 other maids watch Adele with a sudden, intense stare sounding, their eyes full of admiration. Adele gives a sudden, confident nod sounding as the other maids erupt in a sudden, joyful squeal sounding.
The staff gossips about the couple's romantic night and eagerly anticipates the possibility of a royal pregnancy.
Flint calls Eliano by her nickname and invites her to meet with the guests waiting in the sitting room. The couple discusses the arrival of Flint's deputies, Sarah and Isaac Cycleman, who manage the North in his absence. Eliano realizes the deputies must be very close to her husband.
Sarah and Isaac Cycleman offer a formal greeting and express their honor at meeting the new Duchess.
Flint inquiries about the current state of affairs in the southern regions during their absence.
The deputies look grave as they bring up the matter of Grand Duke Boyrune.
Eliano reflects on Fablisico.
Title: The Regressed Empress's Abduction Marriage.
Narration reveals that Duke Rosanna introduced Fablisica to the court while the crown prince was away.
Young Fablisica is formally presented to the seated Emperor Leopold by the scheming Duke Rosanna.
After his lineage was verified, the young boy began his rigorous education to become the next crown prince.
Time passes in a blur. Flint stands behind a determined Herais as the crown prince returns to reclaim his status.
Heras publicly questions the legitimacy of Fablisica's birth while the younger boy listens in visible distress. Heras continues his interrogation, suggesting a different origin for the child to undermine his claim.
Fablisa stands isolated as his half-brother actively works to remove him from the palace.
Failing to adapt to the hostile environment, Fablisica was eventually exiled to the south. Back in the present, Eliano reviews a document while sitting with her husband. The paper rustles with a sudden, sharp flap sounding as Eliano realizes the North is now being asked to take responsibility for the exiled prince.
Eliano assures Flint that he shouldn't apologize and explains that Herais likely doesn't truly hate his brother.
Eliano asks about the Emperor's stance on the matter with a sudden, curious glance sounding.
Eliano lets out a sudden, heavy sigh sounding while noting the Emperor's clear favoritism toward Herais.
She explains that the Emperor would harm anyone who threatened Herais' position, even his own second wife or children.
Flint explains that the boy was sent away for his own safety, but Eliano firmly decides that they will take him in.
Flint stares at his wife. Eliano's finger hits the table with a sudden, firm tap, sounding as she explains that a refusal would damage her reputation. Narration notes that Eliano feels a duty to atone for her father's greed and the suffering he caused the young prince. Flint apologizes for the burden, while Eliano reassures him with a sudden, weary droop sounding.
Eliano continues to speak.
The couple remains in contemplation as Eliano suggests they begin planning a proper welcome for the prince.
Flint stands with a sudden, quick spring sounding and thanks his wife before moving to contact his deputies.
Eliano watches him depart with a sudden, steady step sounding.
Flint walks out of Theo, the illegitimate child's flute.
Eliano recalls her past life where her father, Dmitri Rozana, took control of Fiblisica's upbringing.
Her father went so far as to murder the prince's mother to ensure total control over him.
Eliano closes her eyes. She remembers when Hirais lost his title as crown prince due to unforeseen circumstances.
Fiblisica returned to power as a grown man, with Duke Rozana still influencing his actions.
The young man was eventually crowned, seizing the throne for himself.
Dark red streaks fill the screen.
Here is lies dead in glut.
Adult Fiblisica shifts away with a sudden cold turn, sounding as he is accused of being a brother slayer.
Fiblisica looks back with a chilling expression and questions why he should even bother becoming an emperor.
Fiblisica explains that his pursuit of revenge was fueled by his brother stealing everything from him, rather than a desire for the throne.
Young Fiblisica shouts out with a sudden, sharp command sounding as he demands that everyone pay attention to his words.
He points a finger at Dmitri Rozana and accuses him of conspiring to defame Prince Hirais and turning Fiblisica into a mere puppet.
Fiblisica glares with intense fury as he declares that the man shall be punished without a shred of mercy.
A sudden heavy flop sounding as Dmitri collapses to his knees while Fiblisica accuses him of being the murderer of his mother.
Fiblisica delivers his final judgment, ordering Dmitri to be gone and his very name erased from the annals of history. Narration mentions that the late Hirais' faction eventually reassembled under the leadership of Flint Howard.
Fiblisica sits upon a blood-stained throne as footsteps echo through the hall with a sudden, rhythmic step sounding.
He calmly acknowledges the arrival of his visitor, noting that he has been waiting for this moment.
A sudden, metallic shing sounding as Flint draws his sword while standing before the seated king.
A sudden, violent slash sounding as darkness and blood spray across the screen to signal the end of a reign. Narration confirms that Flint Howard killed Fiblisica and brought absolute ruin to the once powerful Rozana household.
Flint sits upon the blood-stained throne as the newly crowned emperor after the brutal conflict.
Narration reveals that this specific future where Flint ascended and the Rosanas fell was something Eliano once deeply desired.
The thought continues, emphasizing how much she had previously longed for the total destruction of her own family.
Eliano reflects on her past life while standing in a bright garden during a peaceful afternoon.
Flint and Hirais walk together as close friends in a distant memory of her former existence.
A sudden soft rustle sounding as Eliano ponders her ability to achieve her own vengeance in this new life.
A sudden quick fwish sounding as a small ginger cat emerges from the lush garden bushes in front of Eliano.
The Duchess and the cat share a quiet moment as they stare curiously at one another.
A sudden light hop sounding as the cat tries to scamper away into the grass.
Eliano reacts quickly and manages to catch the fleeing ginger cat in her arms.
A sudden soft purr sounding as Eliano holds the cat close and asks it for its name.
The cat perks up its ears as it enjoys the gentle attention from the Duchess.
A sudden sharp meow sounding as Eliano decides to name the cat Cheese just as a young voice calls out from the bushes.
A young boy with blonde hair rushes toward them, scolding Cheese for running away and worrying him.
The boy stops in his tracks and gasps in surprise as he realizes he has stumbled upon the Duchess.
Eliano remains calm and looks at the young boy while still cradling his pet ginger cat. Narration notes that the boy is 12 years old, though he appears quite small for his age.
A sudden, gentle push sounding as Eliano offers the boy a slice of strawberry cake while worrying about his apparent lack of nourishment.
The young boy stares down at the dessert with a sad and weary expression on his face.
A sudden, silent shake sounding as the boy declines the cake and remains tense in his seat.
He quietly pleads with Eliano to stop addressing him as a prince despite his lineage.
Eliano looks at him with a serious expression and explains that he must eventually get used to the title he has been given.
The boy explains that no one in the South ever acknowledged him as a prince or even used his full name, Fiblisica, so he prefers Fable. Fable becomes visibly flustered and embarrassed by the conversation and the attention he is receiving.
A sudden, frantic flap sounding as Fable waves his hands and insists that he is only Fable and nothing more. A sudden tight clench sounding as Fable explains that he has already renounced his rights to the throne and feels uncomfortable with royal titles.
Eliana reflects on how the boy must have been kept under strict control during his long exile in the south.
A sudden rhythmic step sounding as the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor signals the arrival of others.
Charlotte and Flint enter the room, both looking surprised to find Fable in the Duchess's company.
Charlotte immediately scolds Fable for wandering off alone just to chase after a runaway cat. A sudden, polite ahem sounding as Flint clears his throat to interrupt Charlotte's lecture and gain her attention. A sudden, firm squeeze sounding as Charlotte holds Fable's hand and formally introduces herself as his guardian, Charlotte Kesef. Charlotte gives Eliano an incredibly direct and intense look as they finally meet face to face.
The Duke and Duchess listen as Charlotte continues to speak about their living arrangements.
Charlotte mentions the accommodations in the main residence, but suggests that the annex would be more than sufficient for her and Fable. A sudden, nervous squeeze sounding as Fable looks down and clings to Charlotte's hand during the discussion.
A sudden, formal nod sounding as Flint explains that they placed Fable in the main residence specifically for his own safety.
Eliano smiles warmly and insists that they remain in the main residence, noting that Fable's safety is crucial for the peace of the North.
A servant in a dark red dress acknowledges her mistress with a quiet, "Yes, Your Grace," before suggesting that Eliano should finally take some rest after her long journey. A grand, sunlit guest bedroom stands ready. Fable looks around the room in absolute awe. A sudden, repetitive poke sounding as Fable tries to grab Charlotte Kesef's attention while calling her name. With a bright smile, Fable remarks that this new room is even better than the one he had in the palace.
Charlotte maintains a cold and icy demeanor.
A sudden, rhythmic step sounding as Charlotte walks away while a worried Fable follows close behind. A sudden, heavy flop sounding as Charlotte sits down and wonders aloud what the Duchess and her husband could possibly be planning.
Fable's feet stop with a sudden, tense hesitate sounding as he lingers near the doorway.
A sudden, soft step sounding as Charlotte realizes Fable is still standing there and gently asks him to come over to her.
A sudden, muffled thwump sounding as Fable takes a seat on the plush couch next to his guardian.
Charlotte reaches out to comfort the young boy.
A sudden rhythmic pat sounding as Charlotte apologizes for her earlier anger while Fable reassures her that he understands how she was feeling.
Charlotte looks down with a somber expression. A sudden, firm hug sounding as Charlotte pulls the young prince into a protective embrace. While sipping her tea, Eliana reflects on whether Charlotte Kesef volunteered to protect the prince out of a sense of duty or genuine kindness. A sudden, sharp clack sounding as Eliano sets her teacup down and prepares to move on to the next matter.
Eliana looks directly at her guest and asks Charlotte what it is she specifically wanted to discuss with her.
Charlotte lowers her head and tells the Duchess that she has a sincere plea to make.
She explains that Fable has completely abandoned the name Fablesika and asks that Eliano refrain from using royal titles so he can be raised as a normal child.
A sudden, tight clench sounding as Charlotte insists that Fable must not become accustomed to a life of privilege that does not truly belong to him.
Eliano argues that the crown prince will ensure Fable's future as a noble, but Charlotte skeptically questions if Harius would actually do such a thing.
Charlotte notes that things will be different here than in the South, but her only true wish is that Fable does not end up getting hurt again.
Eliano smiles warmly and admits that she has been feeling quite lonely since she doesn't have any children of her own yet.
Charlotte looks on in utter confusion as Eliano declares that she intends to care for Fable as if he were her very own son. Charlotte's disbelief that Eliana wants to be a mother figure when she is only 9 years older than the boy.
Elsewhere, a group of maids begins tending to Fable, complimenting him on how wonderfully soft his hair feels. The maids continue their flattery, noting that every outfit they try on him seems to perfectly complement his refined features.
One maid holds up a new garment and suggests it will truly bring out the young prince's natural elegance. A sudden, soft sob sounding as Fable tries to insist he isn't a prince, while a maid gives his collar a sudden, quick pull sounding and laughs at his supposed sense of humor.
A sudden final clack sounding as the maids finish their work and present the boy to the Duchess. Fable stands transformed in his new noble attire.
Eliano praises their excellent work and officially assigns the two maids to take permanent care of the young prince from now on.
Looking at the boy, Eliano remarks that he bears a striking resemblance to his older brother, Prince Harice. Fable looks up and firmly corrects the Duchess, stating that his name is simply Fable.
A sudden, gentle reach sounding as Eliano places a hand on his shoulder and reminds him that he is still a prince and cannot simply abandon the name the Emperor gave him.
Eliano compromises by offering to call him Fable as a nickname, which delights the boy while Charlotte watches with visible frustration in the background.
Charlotte steps forward and asks if they are ready to go meet Fable's first official teacher.
A man introduces himself as Baron Wells and explains that he will be the one responsible for teaching Fable about politics starting today.
A sudden, polite bow sounding as Fable greets his new instructor with a nervous but respectful response.
Eliano turns to a servant and asks if Viscountess Sullivan has arrived yet to begin the next lesson.
Narration introduces the boy's new literary teacher.
A sudden, graceful bow sounding as Viscountess Sullivan greets the Duchess and her young charge.
A sudden, formal bow sounding as a silver-haired man is introduced as Fable's history teacher.
A sudden, cheerful bow sounding as another man arrives to serve as the prince's law instructor.
Fable and Charlotte stand completely overwhelmed by the sudden influx of various tutors and lessons.
A sudden, dramatic do-done sounding as Charlotte becomes visibly agitated and declares that there is something she must tell the Duchess immediately.
Eliano stops and looks back at the fuming guardian.
Eliano prepares herself for another argument, thinking that she will simply ignore Charlotte if she tries to complain about Fable getting a proper education.
Charlotte begins her protest regarding Fable's intensive lesson schedule, while Eliano's internal thoughts confirm she saw this coming.
With sparkling eyes, Charlotte eagerly asks if a swordsmanship lesson can be added to the curriculum.
Eliano looks back with a stunned expression.
The training grounds come alive with a sudden, light hup sounding. A practice blade gleams against the sky.
Fable shouts a determined affirmation while training with a massive instructor looming behind him.
Eliana admits her surprise, having assumed Charlotte would oppose such a rigorous education for the boy.
Charlotte gazes away, wishing that Fable could remain a carefree child without the burdens of his status.
She turns back with a serious gaze, noting that remaining ignorant can eventually become a dangerous weakness.
Eliano closes her eyes and agrees with Charlotte's pragmatic perspective. The instructor reminds the young prince that maintaining proper posture and balance is the foundation of swordsmanship. Fable's movements are accompanied by a sudden, rhythmic step sounding. The boy walks forward with a focused and slightly nervous look. Fable stops before the Duchess with a sudden, silent pause sounding. Looking up at Eliano, Fable's chest tightens with a sudden, rhythmic thumping sounding.
Eliano reaches out with a gentle pat sounding, pointing out that his shoulders are far too stiff.
Eliano advises him to loosen his grip for a more natural look, making Fable realize he was clenching his fists unconsciously.
Fable moves away from the Duchess with a sudden, quick dash sounding.
He stops and looks back over his shoulder with a sudden, light turn sounding.
Fable hesitantly asks if the Duchess truly believes in his potential.
The young boy stares at her with wide, hopeful eyes.
Eliano places a hand over her heart and assures him that he already possesses a natural, noble grace.
A maid breaks into a cheerful clap sounding, confidently predicting that Fable will grow into the most elegant prince in the world.
Eliano is momentarily surprised when the maid addresses her with a sudden question.
The sound of a page turning fills the air with a sudden, soft flap sounding.
Fable sits quietly at a desk, fully immersed in his literary studies.
Underneath the table, the boy's leg swings restlessly as he focuses on his work.
Narration explains that Cheese the cat is normally terrified of strangers and even avoids Charlotte.
The ginger cat nestles into Eliano's lap with a sudden, soft purr sounding. Eliano smiles down at her lap, noting that animals have always seemed particularly fond of her presence. Eliano explains that even the most aggressive beasts become gentle with her, unlike their hostile reactions toward Prince Harias.
Fable looks at her in awe, suggesting that the animals are simply enchanted by her immense beauty.
Eliano is taken aback by his charm, remarking that he sounds exactly like Prince Harias. Eliana laughs behind her hand, commenting on how clearly the two are related as Fable watches her.
Fable nervously tries to gain Eliano's attention, and she responds with a warm, encouraging gaze.
The boy's hands tremble with a sudden, restless fidget sounding as he asks about his relationship to Grand Duke Flint.
Fable clenches his fists and asks if it would be appropriate for her to treat him as her own younger brother.
Eliano looks at him with wide, surprised eyes after his unexpected request.
Eliana reflects internally on how the boy is already making bold moves before she even taught him the next step.
A radiant and heartfelt smile spreads across Eliano's face. Fable beams back with pure, unbridled joy. Fable strides through the hallway while a maid trails behind him, struggling under a massive stack of books. Cheese the cat makes himself at home on Fable's desk, playfully batting at the boy's pen while he writes. A discussion begins regarding a sudden request for monster subjugation. Narration describes the northern monsters that descend from the mountains, making subjugation one of Howard's primary duties.
Howard explains that he must go to assess the situation personally, though he cannot say for certain how long it will take.
Howard looks at his wife and asks her to take good care of the estate while he is away.
Eliano stands at the window and watches as her husband departs on his mission.
Settling into his seat with a sudden, heavy flop sounding, Eliano sighs with relief at finally having a moment to rest. Eliana reflects on how the recent chaos has left her unable to get a single night of peaceful sleep. A man with a sweat-drenched face calls out to Leah with a look of desperate urgency.
The dark-haired man gazes down with a flush on his cheeks and urges her to endure just a bit longer.
Eliana reflects on her husband's vigor and how his high energy improves their chances of having children.
While deep in thought, she suddenly realizes that Fable is currently supposed to be in his politics lesson.
She decides to go check on the boy.
Fable sits alone in a massive chair, looking down at his book with a somber expression. Standing outside the closed doors, Eliana notes that the session has already begun.
Jane looks toward the room with a worried expression, noting that the atmosphere inside seems quite troubling.
The maid asks if she should announce the Duchess's arrival. Eliana stops her and decides to wait outside to listen for a while longer. Inside the room, Baron Wells lectures the boy on the necessity of wisdom, while Fable counters that the Duchess already called him clever. Accompanied by a sudden rhythmic top sounding, the teacher dismisses Fable's comment as dim and insists he must never forget the grace of the imperial family.
The instructor coldly tells the boy that he must learn to live as quietly as if he were dead. Narration confirms that this demoralizing lesson is the specific reason the teacher was hired.
Fable reacts with a sudden, startled flinch, sounding as Eliano steps into the room and shuts down the instructor's words.
Eliano looms over the instructor and reminds Baron Wells that she only hired him to teach the boy politics. She firmly declares that it was never the Baron's place to tell the young prince to live like the dead.
The Duchess expresses her disbelief that the man would claim to speak for her when she held no such intentions.
The Baron is overcome by a sudden, freezing chill sounding as he realizes the severity of his mistake. He immediately bends over in a desperate plea for forgiveness.
Eliano turns her attention to the young prince and addresses him with formal respect.
She informs Fable that Charlotte is waiting for him and suggests he head out to meet her.
The boy beams with a radiant smile and happily agrees to go.
Fable leaves the room with a sudden, quick dash sounding.
Once the boy is gone, Jane closes the door with a sudden, sharp clack sounding, and Eliano demands to know who ordered this.
She looks down at the cowering man and asks him to admit he was not acting on his own.
The man's hand tightens with a sudden, strained clench, sounding as he remains silent.
Eliano asks why he is hesitating and questions if he was following a direct command from the Emperor.
The Baron reacts with a sudden, heavy jolt sounding at the mention of the imperial authority.
Terrified, he confesses that the orders actually came from the Crown Prince.
Eliano reflects on the revelation that Harris was the one behind the scheme, not the Emperor. Wells explains that Harris wanted to ensure the boy never harbored any vain ambitions.
The Duchess stares at him coldly and prepares to ask another question.
She demands to know why the Baron felt bold enough to speak on her behalf without her consent. Eliana reminds him of her status as the Grand Duchess and the authority she carries.
She declares that his presumption to speak in the imperial name warrants the seizure of his estate and the loss of his rank.
The man grovels on the floor and begs for mercy, claiming he was acting out of ignorance.
Eliano notes his insolence and accuses him of showing hostility toward her because she is an outsider.
She instructs him on the specific message he is to deliver to the Crown Prince.
The Duchess officially fires him, stating his dismissal is due to his failure to represent her properly.
The man expresses his desperate gratitude for her showing him even this much consideration.
Eliano calls for Jane and prepares to leave the room. A memory shows Fable being told that he has no need to learn anything since he lacks noble status.
Narration explains that Fable likely never received any proper education in his past life for these same reasons.
Symbolic black lines tangle around the boy and a woman as they lie on the floor like discarded puppets. Howard enters the hall in full armor with a sudden, heavy step sounding.
Eliano greets her husband warmly upon his return.
The two meet in the center of the grand hallway. Howard looks down with a weary and troubled gaze.
Eliano looks up at him with a serious and attentive expression.
Sitting together, Eliano informs Howard that Fable's teacher was secretly working for the Crown Prince. Howard asks Eliano about the specific orders Harris gave to the instructor. Accompanied by a sudden, weary sigh sounding, Eliano explains that the Baron was ordered to make Fable live as though he were dead.
Howard narrows his eyes as a heavy silence fills the room.
Howard looks at his wife and suggests that such caution might be a necessary virtue for the boy.
Eliano is stunned by her husband's unexpected agreement with the instructor's harsh methods.
She argues that the young prince has already endured enough contempt and questions the purpose of further oppression.
Eliano turns away with a sudden, sharp turn sounding and refuses to listen to any defense of the Crown Prince's actions. Howard relents and agrees to drop the subject of Harris while pivoting the conversation toward Fable's future education.
His hands come together with a sudden, firm clasp sounding as he prepares to speak.
Howard points out that the more the boy learns, the more he will attract dangerous scrutiny from both the crown prince and the emperor.
Eliano snaps back, finding it absurd to suggest that the North is too weak to protect a single child's growth.
She stops mid-sentence with a sudden, abrupt halt sounding as her husband's gaze remains steady.
Howard looks down and asks if she is truly afraid of defying the imperial authority.
Eliano looks away in silence, processing the weight of his question. With a sudden, quick spring sounding, the Duchess stands up and prepares to assert her position.
She firmly declares that she will not permit anyone, regardless of rank, to harm the interests of the House of Howard. Carol bows deeply and asks for her instructions.
Eliano looks away and informs the maid that she has a specific task for her to perform.
Turning back with a sudden, decisive turn sounding, she tells Carol to use the current situation to spread a calculated rumor.
She wants the world to know that the Grand Duchess is seeking a symbolic flower of trust and intends to deal directly with its owner.
The sound of silver against porcelain fills the room with sudden, rhythmic clack and clatter sounding as the couple eats in total silence.
Eliano steals a sudden, quiet glance sounding toward her husband across the long table.
Howard remains focused on his meal, offering no conversation to break the tension.
Eliano closes her eyes with a sudden, soft sigh sounding, weighed down by the growing distance between them.
The sound of cutlery hitting a plate creates a sudden, light clink sounding as Eliano admits she has lost her appetite.
Walking through the halls with a sudden, steady step sounding, she reflects on how she hasn't been able to face her husband lately.
Narration explains that she has been avoiding their shared chamber for several days.
Eliano sits alone and realizes that her frustration stems from her inability to understand Howard's perspective.
She reaches out toward falling petals in a moment of quiet contemplation. She questions the difficult path laid out for Fable and her relationship with Howard.
The Grand Castle stands silent under the glow of a full moon.
A cloaked figure enters the room with a sudden light slide sounding and notes Eliano's lack of surprise at the intrusion.
The mysterious visitor crouches low, hidden in the shadows of the moonlight.
Eliano remains seated and remarks that she is actually surprised it took the visitor so long to arrive.
The cloaked woman approaches with a sudden, purposeful step, sounding and thanks the Duchess for her patience.
The visitor is curious to know how Eliano correctly identified her as the Guildmaster of Aster. Eliano explains that since she specifically requested the master, she assumed anyone who arrived would be the person in charge.
The Guildmaster breaks into a sudden, cheerful smile, sounding and promises to provide her most valued customer with exceptional service.
She asks for the specific reason behind such an urgent and direct request. Eliano demands that the Guildmaster identify every traitor within the Howard mansion and provide evidence of their betrayal.
The figure turns away with a sudden, quick turn sounding and notes that the task is far more complicated than it appears.
The Guildmaster smirks as she prepares to depart through the window.
She swears an oath to Aster that she will deliver every single traitor to the Duchess.
Eliano produces a dark token with a sudden, sharp swish sounding to finalize their agreement.
The master instructs her to present that token at the new northern branch soon to facilitate their next meeting.
Pausing with a sudden, light step sounding, the visitor suggests Eliano visit her husband tonight instead of leaving him alone.
Eliano reacts with a sudden, startled jolt sounding at the boldness of the Guildmaster's personal advice.
Howard sits on the edge of the bed in his nightclothes, looking weary and pensive.
He looks up in surprise as someone enters the room.
The door opens with a sudden, soft creak, sounding as Eliano steps inside and asks how long he has been waiting for her.
Howard notes that he has just arrived and asks if she intends to stay the night.
The couple sits back to back in the quiet solitude of the bedroom.
Accompanied by a sudden, soft turn and hug sounding, they finally reach out to close the distance between them.
Eliano gasps with a sudden, gentle slide, sounding as Howard pulls her closer to him.
The two share a sudden, passionate kiss, sounding finally mending the cold silence of the past few days. A lamp glows warmly on the table as the rest of the room falls into shadow.
Eliano stares at a blank parchment, preparing to receive the names of those who betrayed her.
The Guildmaster remarks on the outrageous sum of money involved in the sheer audacity of a man named Miles. She asks the Duchess if Miles has been a member of the Howard estate for a long time.
The master believes bites is the wrong word for the situation, prompting Eliano to ask for clarification.
Accompanied by a sudden, rhythmic tap-tap sounding, the master points to the specific flow of funds on the document. She suggests that being sold out is a far more fitting description of what has transpired.
The master promises that a list of traitors will be ready soon, leaving Eliano impressed by her speed.
The cloaked woman laughs and notes that the traitors were completely careless in their actions. She explains that the servants did nothing to hide themselves and even gathered together to share their findings.
The master remarks that their overconfidence was their undoing, and that none would have dared expose them if Eliano hadn't acted.
The two women share a lighthearted moment of agreement as they finalize their plans.
The master's eyes narrow as she prepares to share one final, vital piece of information.
She describes a literal network of spies serving one individual and acting as eyes and ears across the entire region.
The scene shifts to a vast, clear blue sky filled with drifting clouds.
Eliana reflects on how she would have preferred to bring Fable along if the circumstances were different.
Two noble women share tea together in a bright and quiet room.
Charlotte expresses her complete assurance in leaving the boy under the Duchess's capable care.
Accompanied by a sudden, formal bow sounding, Charlotte asks Eliano to look after him during her absence.
Eliano reassures her friend that she will pay close attention to the boy's safety.
Eliano and Fable wave goodbye as Charlotte's carriage departs from the castle grounds.
An ornate green chair stands alone in the sunlight.
Accompanied by a sudden, heavy step sounding, Fable rests peacefully in his chair.
A shadowed figure approaches the sleeping boy with a sudden, silent step sounding.
Accompanied by a sudden, sharp whoosh sounding, the intruder raises a deadly blade. A struggle breaks out as the assassin's weapon is intercepted midair.
Darkness and violent red streaks fill the scene as the tension reaches a breaking point.
Accompanied by a sudden, lethal whoosh sounding, the killer attempts another desperate strike.
Accompanied by a sudden, sharp halt sounding, a maid is caught moving suspiciously in the light of day. Accompanied by a sudden, heavy dun sounding, the brown-haired officer realizes the Duchess was correct about the infiltrators. Accompanied by a sudden, quick swish sounding, the officer demands to know why the maid has come here. Accompanied by a sudden, violent snatch sounding, the officer seizes the tray as the maid screams in terror. Accompanied by a sudden, loud clatter sounding, the evidence falls to the floor and the officer draws her blade. Accompanied by a sudden, angry grit sounding, the officer prepares to enforce the Duchess's justice.
Eliano pets her cat and declares that those who cross the Howards will soon pay the price.
Accompanied by a sudden, low rumble sounding, Eliano asks Jane to bring her a cup of Melanie tea.
A cup filled with steaming purple tea is placed on the table. Jane notes that it has been a long time since the Duchess asked for that tea, which was Lady Isabella's final gift.
Eliano calmly states that they are finally ridding the mansion of the vermin that have plagued it for too long.
A spiked torture chair sits under the flickering light of a torch in the dungeon.
The traitor maid, now bloodied and bound, hangs her head in the cold cell.
Accompanied by a sudden, defiant glance sounding, the prisoner stares back with an unbroken spirit. Accompanied by a sudden, sharp tisk sounding, the brown-haired officer watches the interrogation with cold detachment.
The knight reports that the prisoner refuses to flinch, even under the most brutal torture.
Accompanied by a sudden, firm step sounding, Eliano arrives and declares that there is no further need to wait for orders.
The brown-haired officer reacts with a sudden, startled jolt sounding as the Duchess approaches her in the dungeon.
Looking down with closed eyes, the officer asks what brings the Duchess to the dungeon and suggests she avoid the grim sight.
Eliano's hand rests on the chair with a sudden, heavy flop sounding as she asks if any progress has been made with the interrogation. The officer reports that the prisoner remains silent despite their efforts and wonders who could be orchestrating her actions.
Looking up from her seat, Eliana asks for clarification on the report.
Eliano maintains a cold and resolute expression. Standing before the bloodied maid, Eliano offers to spare her life if she chooses to cooperate. The brown-haired officer shouts in surprise at the Duchess's unexpected mercy.
Eliano explains that since they won't get information through pain, it is better to offer the prisoner a chance to live in exchange for the truth.
Addressing the bound woman, the Duchess asks for her answer and promises not to pry into the identity of her master if she complies.
The battered prisoner remains silent as blood drips from her chin.
Accompanied by a sudden metallic clank and thunk sounding, the prisoners scream in agony and curse the Howards.
Looking down at the blood-stained floor, a kneeling prisoner demands to know if they realize who sent them on this mission.
The man threatens that those who sent them will exact a terrible price for the Duchess's actions.
Eliano stares down at the prisoner with an empty gaze.
The Duchess remarks that such threats have clearly protected them before, but warns that they have severely underestimated their family's resolve.
The brown-haired officer steals a sudden, quiet glance sounding toward the Duchess, disturbed that she isn't shocked by the brutality.
Looking at the blood-soaked torture wheel, the officer wonders how Eliano is so familiar with such gruesome interrogation methods.
The cell gate shuts with a sudden, violent slam sounding as the atmosphere thickens. The scene fades into a dark and oppressive shadow.
Howard enters the dungeon with a grim and imposing presence.
The brown-haired officer gasps in shock at the Grand Duke's sudden arrival.
Howard advances through the stone hallway with a sudden, heavy step sounding.
Looking down at the scene, Howard demands to know what the Grand Duchess is doing there and asks for an explanation.
The officer explains that they captured spies and assassins sent by an unknown group under the Duchess's direct command.
Howard rejects the explanation as inadequate and demands to know why the Duchess was involved in a matter the guards should have handled.
Stepping forward with a sudden, firm step sounding, Eliano clarifies that she came to the dungeon of her own accord.
The Duchess firmly asserts that she started this investigation and intends to see it through personally.
Howard insists she leave the rest to him and return to her quarters, but Eliano declares that as a Howard, she will watch the resolution herself.
Releasing a sudden, weary sigh sounding, Howard reluctantly agrees to let her stay.
He asks his wife to wait for a moment, promising that he will finish the business quickly.
Howard draws his blade with a sudden, sharp shing sounding and holds it against a prisoner's throat.
The Grand Duke looms over the captive and commands him to speak the truth. The cold steel of the blade presses against the prisoner's neck.
Accompanied by a sudden, lethal stab sounding, Howard cuts down a prisoner as another captive gasps in horror. Blood splatters across the floor with a sudden, wet splat sounding.
With blood on his face, Howard turns his cold gaze toward the next captive and tells him it is his turn.
The prisoner lets out a terrified shriek and reacts with a sudden, desperate flinch sounding. Howard grips his sword and strikes again with a sudden, violent stab sounding. A scream of agony follows a sudden, sharp slash sounding. The prisoner groans in pain after another sudden, brutal slash sounding.
Fresh blood sprays across the darkened walls of the cell.
Towering over the survivor, Howard listens as the man begs for mercy and promises to confess.
The prisoner shouts that a man named Miles was the one covering their movements.
Howard's eyes widen in silent fury as he processes the name of the traitor.
The captive repeats his confession, identifying Miles as their internal contact while Howard and Eliano listen.
Eliano notes that the prisoner has finally decided to cooperate.
Looking down at him, she asks if there is more and reiterates her offer of mercy for useful information.
Accompanied by a sudden, sharp wish sounding, the prisoner pleads for her to listen to his final revelation.
He screams in terror that the one who sent them is none other than the Emperor's Inquisitor.
Howard's guards react with a sudden, startled jolt sounding as the brown-haired officer shouts in shock at the prisoner's revelation. Eliano's eyes narrow as she lets out a frustrated drat while processing the unexpected turn of events.
As Howard turns away, Eliano realizes the spies were careless but never thought they would expose the mastermind, leaving her worried that he might try to cover this up.
Howard's blood-spattered face causes Eliano to react with a sudden, uneasy flinch, sounding as she asks if he was already aware of the situation.
Howard offers a cold and knowing smile as he looks back at his wife.
Howard states that he finally understands her worries and reassures her that there is no need to worry anymore.
Eliano remains silent and pensive as Howard turns his back to her. Accompanied by a sudden, firm step sounding, Howard approaches the bound prisoners and demands to know the exact orders they were given and how the contact took place.
Bloody and resolute, Howard commands the traitors to state every detail. The title card for the regressed Empress's abduction marriage appears against a dark backdrop.
Flames consume the evidence as Eliana reflects on the beheading and burning of the spies, noting they were meant to meet their leader, Clover, in 2 days.
Eliano's gaze is cold as she notes that the Emperor will soon realize all the spies he planted have been killed.
The Grand Duke and Duchess sit in quiet contemplation in their chambers as they discuss the fallout.
Accompanied by a sudden, cold chill sounding, Howard declares that the mastermind owes him a great debt, so he will let this betrayal stand as repayment.
Eliano remains pensive, knowing that more spies will come and she will be forced to act again.
Howard tells his wife Leah that she is thinking too much and they should deal with future threats when they arrive.
Eliano looks at the flowers and asks how he dealt with Miles.
Howard sits in silence, staring into the darkness of the room.
Empty shackles hang on the cold dungeon wall as a reminder of the prisoners. Miles sits bound and defeated in the interrogation chair.
Miles steals a sudden, fearful glance sounding up at Howard's bloodstained attire.
Howard reflects on how Miles guarded the region faithfully for 30 years and how it was thanks to people like him that he could return to the north.
Howard's hand tightens into a fist as he recalls the trust he once placed in the man.
Howard's eyes are filled with disappointment as he notes that Miles' loyalty had already turned toward the Emperor.
Miles weeps as he faces his judgment from the master he betrayed.
Miles begs for forgiveness under the flickering torchlight.
A younger Miles is struck with grief as he hears the news that the Grand Duke and Duchess have passed away.
Accompanied by a sudden, heavy thud sounding, Miles collapses in despair before the royal portrait.
He had lived with the belief that the family's heir would never return home to reclaim his title.
The Emperor's relentless pressure to test his faithfulness eventually wore him down over the years.
Miles clutched his head in agony as the Emperor's eyes watched his every move from the shadows.
Desperation led him to pledge loyalty to the sun and pay half the North's taxes as tribute. Chests of gold and jewels were sent to buy the Emperor's favor and protect his position.
Miles weeps and asks his master to believe he was truly glad for his return, stating he will not ask for mercy.
Accompanied by a sudden, heavy step sounding, Howard moves toward the traitor.
Howard advances through the cell with a sudden, silent step sounding as Miles waits.
The Grand Duke closes the distance with a sudden, firm step sounding. Accompanied by a sudden, violent slam sounding, blood splatters across the cell as the guards watch the execution in silence.
Back in the room, Eliano asks why he chose to forgive him.
Howard clarifies that he did not forgive him, but merely yielded the right of vengeance to those who would take it in his stead.
He explains that while Miles' loyalty to the Howard family was genuine, he had no desire to take personal revenge.
Howard clasps his hands and notes that Miles' loyalty belonged to his parents, not to him personally.
Eliano realizes that such loyalty cannot simply be transferred between generations, and parents are different people.
Looking at Howard, Eliano wonders if he'd be angry to hear he's being persecuted just because he bears his parents' name. The two sit in the dimly lit hall as the weight of the day's events settles between them. The scene shifts as a bright light begins to fill the frame. Charlotte rushes to Fable and asks if he is hurt, to which the boy reassures her that he is fine. Accompanied by a sudden, emotional hug sounding, Eliano watches the two reunite.
Charlotte cries out in fear, questioning if anyone who seeks Fable's life would ever show him kindness.
Eliano's eyes narrow as she realized this wasn't the first time such an ambush had occurred. Eliano reflects on how Charlotte likely died in her previous life while protecting Fable.
Eliano clarifies that Charlotte is not the person currently targeting Fable's life.
Holding Fable tightly, Charlotte desperately demands to know who the real enemy is.
Eliano explains that the estate assassins were actually spies planted by the Emperor and asks if Charlotte understands yet.
The young boy gazes ahead with wide, trembling eyes. Eliano sighs, noting that the ambushes will continue until Fable finally ascends the throne. Charlotte admits her mistake and resolves to stop Fable's education to raise him as an ordinary child.
Accompanied by a sudden, firm grab sounding, a hand takes hold of the blonde woman. Eliano argues that Fable's royal lineage cannot be hidden, comparing his destiny to Howard's own unavoidable family name.
Charlotte cries out that they are trapped because she cannot change the boy's family name.
Eliano points out Charlotte's own name change, causing her to react with a sudden, silent halt sounding.
Eliano observes that even the Emperor would not dare to attack the magic tower. The pink-haired woman stands before the towering, dark magic tower. The three characters stand together in the ornate, sunlit hall.
Eliano privately worries that Fable's inability to use magic makes their plan far too risky.
She asks Charlotte if ordinary people are permitted to live in Kesef.
Charlotte sadly admits that while possible, non-mages face brutal and severe discrimination there. Charlotte fiercely declares she will never allow Fable to endure such a life.
Eliano pauses to consider the woman's protective and defiant stance.
She grimly remarks that enduring discrimination would be a much better fate than death. Fable looks up at Charlotte with a determined expression. Accompanied by a sudden, tense clench sounding, Fable grips his clothes tightly.
The boy looks directly at Charlotte and insists that he wants to go to Kesef.
Accompanied by a sudden, resolute clench sounding, Fable dismisses his fears of being discriminated against. Fable shouts that he cannot stand the thought of Charlotte being in danger because of him. The two share a bright and emotionally charged moment together.
Charlotte pulls the boy into a sudden, tight hug sounding.
Eliano watches the emotional reunion with a slightly skeptical and sweating expression.
The blonde pair obediently acknowledges the Duchess's authority and agrees to her terms. Releasing a sudden, weary sigh sounding, Eliano questions why they are so convinced that misfortune awaits them.
Charlotte looks away in silence.
Eliano encourages Charlotte to use her status at the tower to initiate a reform for people like Fable.
Reacting with a sudden, startled jolt sounding, Charlotte asks if she is truly capable of such a reform.
Accompanied by a sudden, soft flap sounding, Eliano admits that changing centuries-old traditions will be nearly impossible.
She asks Charlotte if she is really planning to give up without even trying to change things.
Charlotte moves forward with purpose. Fable smiles with bright hope.
Charlotte swears on her honor as the tower's next head to protect Fable.
Sunlight bathes the garden's garden. Accompanied by a sudden, rhythmic step sounding, Howard notes it has been a long time since he walked with Leah.
Eliano expresses deep concern about the increasing frequency of monster attacks and suggests taking action.
Howard reassures her that the annual damage remains minimal and precautions have been taken. Eliano remains unconvinced that the North should handle such a heavy burden alone. Accompanied by a sudden, heavy thump sounding, Eliano spots a golden-haired man standing by an apple tree. The golden-haired man turns back. A sudden, loud thump sounding echoes as blood-red shadows loom over the scene.
Eliano's eyes widen in terror.
Her legs give way with a sudden, unsteady wobble sounder. Howard catches his wife and calls her name while her heart gives a sudden, frantic thump sounding. Eliano's mind reels in shock as she wonders why the man has suddenly appeared. The blonde-haired man reacts with a sudden, silent shock sounding as he looks back. Accompanied by a sudden, startled jolt sounding, Here Eyes dashes forward and asks the Grand Duchess what has happened.
Hyris and Howard lean in close to ask if Eliano is all right.
Eliano clutches her chest with a pained and sickly expression.
Eliano privately questions the coldness of the earlier remark.
The three sit together in the ornate garden gazebo as the afternoon sun shines down.
Accompanied by a sudden, cheerful crunch sounding, Hyris happily enjoys a piece of fruit.
Hyris explains the rarity of the fruit as Eliano asks if he traveled all this way just for a snack.
Accompanied by a sudden, quick flip sounding, a hand unrolls an official scroll.
The Emperor's command appears, tasking Flint Howard with hosting the upcoming negotiations with the Jacador envoy.
Howard remains stoic as he processes the new royal orders. Accompanied by a sudden, soft slide sounding, Hyris explains that the Jacadorian prince is coming to offer condolences for Princess Isabella. Eliano wonders why the Emperor has suddenly chosen to break his long silence.
Looking at Howard, Eliano questions the suspicious timing of the prince's arrival. Hyris continues his explanation with a calm yet serious demeanor.
Accompanied by a sudden, tense squeeze sounding, Eliano clenches her hands as she sits in the garden.
The Emperor's message continues, praising their wedding planning and promising to send palace personnel to assist with the reception. Eliano questions Hyris directly about why the responsibility was shifted to the Howard family. The Duchess remains seated in contemplation as the discussion concludes. Eliano politely asks to be excused so she can begin making notes for the envoy's arrival.
Accompanied by a sudden, graceful rise sounding, the Grand Duchess stands up to leave.
Accompanied by a sudden, firm grab sounding, Howard stops Hyris to speak with him privately.
Eliano looks back over her shoulder as she departs the gazebo.
Accompanied by a sudden, rushing swoosh sounding, the two men are left alone to discuss matters of state.
Hyris clutches his head in exhaustion and stress.
Accompanied by a sudden, weary flop sounding, Howard leans back in his seat.
Hyris berates Howard for killing the Emperor's spies and notes the great effort required to soothe the ruler's fury.
Howard calmly claims he didn't realize the men he executed were the Emperor's personal agents.
Hyris reacts with a sudden, skeptical frown sounding as he listens to the excuse.
He warns Howard that the Emperor will simply send more spies and urges him not to repeat his actions.
Howard's hand reaches for his teacup as the tension in the room lingers.
Howard sips his tea in silence, his mind drifting to a past uncertainty.
Eliano walks alone through the sun-drenched library, lost in her own thoughts.
A memory of despair echoes through the darkness as a voice declares that all is lost.
In a flashback, Hyris sits broken and defeated in a dimly lit chamber.
A brown-haired woman shouts at the prince, demanding he snap out of his hopelessness.
She reassures him that as long as he remains alive, he can regain his standing in Vianteca.
Hyris cries out in fear, certain that his stepbrother's supporters will hunt him down.
Accompanied by a sudden thunderous roar sounding, the woman and the crowd urge him to strike first as Howard watches from the shadows. Accompanied by a sudden, tired sigh sounding, the woman admits to Howard that she initially wanted the prince dead, but now feels pity.
She looks down with a somber expression, reflecting on the boy's struggle.
Howard warns her against pampering the prince too much.
He notes that the prince's future survival depends entirely on his own strength of will.
The woman acknowledges Howard's cold assessment with a quiet agreement.
Harry's determination returns as he finally shakes off the paralysis of his anxiety.
A sudden, blood-curdling scream sounding pierces the way. Shadows flicker across the room in a blur of motion.
Accompanied by a sudden, frantic huff sounding, Hyris bolts upright in bed, drenched in sweat. Accompanied by a sudden, desperate grip sounding, he clutches his chest while his nightmare fades.
His return to the capital looms large as the memory of his half-brother haunts his thoughts. A tall man looks down at a boy.
Shadows and blood stain the darkness.
Hyris reflects on his inability to kill the young boy who looks so much like himself.
Hyris calls out to Flint as a sudden rhythmic step sounding fills the hall.
Hyris wishes that the young child could stay innocent and young forever.
The title card appears for The Regressed Empress's Abduction Marriage. Flint expresses relief at the prince's arrival while Hyris asks if anything significant has occurred.
Flint informs the prince that Charlotte has already returned to Kesef with young Fable.
Hyris asks if it's merely a tour, but Flint reacts with a sudden, silent shake sounding. Flint reveals the woman's plan to take the prince as an apprentice, causing Hyris to react with a sudden, startled flinch sounding.
Hyris rages that the Emperor will hold everyone accountable for allowing a prince to become a common apprentice.
Flint explains that he could not possibly refuse a request from the future head of the Magic Tower. The prince laughs at the absurdity of the situation, while Flint notes it should ultimately benefit their cause.
Hyris admits he feels pathetic for being outperformed by a brother so much younger than himself.
Flint mentions that the young prince left a meaningful message before his departure from the north.
Charlotte and Fable share a bright and hopeful moment together in a memory.
The two men continue their serious conversation from the comfort of the sofas.
Flint slides the documents forward with a sudden soft slide sounding as the group finalizes their strategy.
Leah promises to send dedicated personnel to assist the prince once she returns to the capital.
Cuirass asks if the Grand Duchess requires a new lady-in-waiting to assist her.
Leah agrees and expresses her intention to find a suitable young lady for the prestigious position.
Flint and Leah sit together as the focus of the discussion shifts to their household staff.
Flint doubts that Veronica can take the role, prompting Leah to ask for a specific reason.
Flint explains that he believes the woman is meant for a much higher purpose, as Leah reacts with a sudden, sharp glance.
Narrative text explains that she was unfairly denied her noble title due to her birth order. A woman stands shadowed by a man's silhouette in a moment of past reflection.
Narrative text describes her deep resentment and her relentless pursuit of her family's inheritance.
In Leah's past life, the woman eventually seized the title following a suspicious tragedy involving the heir. Leah reveals she has a candidate in mind but needs time to properly elevate their social standing. Flint asks if she is referring to Jane as the potential candidate.
Leah considers the choice of her lady-in-waiting with a serious and contemplative expression. Flint offers to arrange an official adoption into a noble household for the maid as Leah expresses her gratitude.
Harris watches the couple's cooperative exchange with a quiet and observant interest.
Cuirass notices Leah's familiar way of addressing her husband and reacts with a sudden, silent stare sounding.
Leah details Jane's background as a descendant of a noble house that fell into ruin long ago.
Flint confirms that Jane's noble lineage will be sufficient to justify the adoption plan.
The prince teases the couple about how close they have suddenly become.
Flint clears his throat with a sudden, awkward ahem sounding and insists their closeness is natural for a married couple.
Here is mocks Flint's delayed self-awareness with a sudden, dramatic boom sounding as he prepares to inform the maid. Jane is completely stunned by the suggestion that she could ever become a noblewoman. The maid drops to the floor with a sudden, heavy thud sounding and begs the Duchess to reconsider the plan.
Leah helps the trembling woman stand up with a sudden, gentle lift sounding.
Leah reassures her frightened maid with a sudden, rhythmic pat sounding on her shoulder. Jane sadly questions how someone of her low status could ever hope to bridge the gap to nobility. Jane politely declines the offer, stating she is content with her current life and grateful for the kindness. Leah's expression turns cold and stern with a sudden, chilling ice sounding.
Leah sharply questions the maid's assumption, causing her to react with a sudden, fearful flinch sounding.
Leah explains that the promotion is a strategic move to keep a loyal ally as her representative and helper.
The Duchess admits her selfishness, stating the change is primarily for her own benefit and security.
Leah privately reflects on Jane's unparalleled loyalty and her deep desire to keep such a person on her side.
Eliano stares intensely as she asks the maid if she intends to disobey her direct orders.
Accompanied by a sudden, sharp grit sounding, Jane clenches her jaw as she processes the Duchess's stern demand.
Bowing deeply, Jane relents and confirms she will follow the Grand Duchess's command.
Narrative text explains that the Marquis and Marchioness of Cyclamen have officially offered to adopt Jane as their daughter. Jane appears transformed into a refined noblewoman standing amidst a beautiful floral frame. The scene shifts to a cluttered desk as a voice confirms the magic gate for the envoys is booked and asks about Oliver's report. Accompanied by a sudden, focused raise sounding, Howard reviews the proposal for fee increases despite the predictable resistance from local merchants.
Eliano and Howard continue their work in the study as Howard presents the next set of documents for review.
Accompanied by a sudden, sleepy yawn sounding, Eliano struggles through the long days of preparing for the arriving envoys. The work continues late into the night as the pair processes the massive backlog of state papers. Accompanied by a sudden, rhythmic step sounding, Howard is informed that a recent mine scout found no trace of mana stones. Accompanied by a sudden, abrupt halt sounding, Eliano stops reading as she encounters a startling piece of information. Howard turns to Eliano, stating there is a specific matter regarding the Northern Territory that they must discuss privately. Howard explains that the rising cost and unpredictable nature of monster outbreaks mean the North should no longer handle defense alone. Eliano questions Howard's logic, asking who else would manage the North's problems if they themselves did not.
Howard notes that his family has upheld the duty of protecting the North since before their official rise to power.
Eliano listens intently to her husband's explanation of their ancestral responsibilities.
Accompanied by a sudden, powerful rise sounding, Howard gathers the nearly finished papers to send them down to their secretaries. Howard reaches for the bell cord and questions why the North's defense should be their responsibility alone while part of the Empire. Howard stands by the rope, his expression growing increasingly troubled as he contemplates their heavy burden.
From across the desk, Eliano asks him directly if he has ever felt that this inherited burden was inherently unreasonable.
Howard argues that because the North falls under his family's governance, they are naturally expected to solve its crises. Eliano counters that their status as governors does not make them sovereign rulers of the land.
She leans forward, pointedly asking Howard if he harbors a secret desire to actually become the sovereign.
Accompanied by a sudden, violent snap sounding,
The rope breaks as Eliano asks if he plans to finish his grandfather's failed mission. Accompanied by a sudden heavy thud sounding, Eliano watches in shock as the heavy cord falls to the floor.
Accompanied by a sudden, anxious rustle sounding, Howard runs a hand through his hair and calls out Leah's name in distress.
Howard looks away, admitting he is truly unaware of what his grandfather's ultimate intentions actually were.
Accompanied by a sudden nervous gulp sounding, Eliano feels the mounting tension in the silent room.
Accompanied by a sudden clumsy bump sounding, an ink bottle is knocked toward the edge of the desk. Accompanied by a sudden chaotic shatter sounding, the glass breaks and stains the floor. Eliano sits frozen as the spilled ink pools beneath the desk, mirroring the fractured mood of their conversation.
Accompanied by a sudden firm grab sounding, Howard rushes to Eliano's side and asks if she was injured.
The two share a tense, intimate moment as Howard checks on her, his worry overriding their political disagreement.
Accompanied by a sudden, clear jingle sounding, a bell rings out in the quiet library.
Howard remains focused on the broken cord in his hand, his mind clearly troubled by her accusations.
Eliano advises him to show anger if he is ever questioned like that again, noting that intense emotions can appear noble.
Howard calls for the office to be cleaned and declares that their work for the day is finally concluded. Narrative text confirms that a bloody civil war has officially erupted within the neighboring kingdom of Kennison.
Eliana reads a report stating the king assassinated his queen, prompting their son to raise an army for revenge.
Jane observes that Kennison will be too distracted by war to interfere with the new alliance between Vianteca and Jacador.
Accompanied by a sudden rhythmic step sounding, Jane walks past a birdcage toward the balcony.
Jane carefully attaches a secret message to the leg of a messenger pigeon. Accompanied by a sudden, powerful flap sounding, the bird takes flight to deliver the intelligence.
Eliano stands before a board covered in various reports and documents, lost in strategic thought.
Her eyes widen as she spots a specific piece of writing among the numerous papers. Accompanied by a sudden soft slide sounding, Eliano's hand moves over a note mentioning Laurent and his habit of wandering aimlessly.
Eliano asks Jane to find the current location of Princess Lavrante, and Jane immediately accepts the task.
Jane suggests that the Duchess take a break, expressing concern for her mistress's visible exhaustion.
Eliano smiles and explains that the current situation is a burden that only she and the Grand Duke can bear.
A sudden, dizzy-sounding wave of disorientation hits Leah as she mentions Howard's busy schedule. Leah begins to lose her balance with a sudden, unsteady wobble sounding as she struggles to remain standing.
Leah hits the floor with a sudden heavy thud sounding, causing Jane to scream out for her mistress in terror.
The scene shifts to the dark and quiet corners of the Duchess's bedchamber.
A physician concludes that Leah's sudden collapse was merely caused by work-related fatigue.
Jane begs Leah to rest as the Duchess promises to take better care of herself.
The doctor prepares a recovery prescription before pausing to deliver a far more serious piece of news.
The physician delivers the grim news that Leah's womb is weak, making any future conception incredibly difficult.
Leah stares ahead in a state of stunned and hollow silence.
Leah issues a sudden, chilling, ice-sounding command for absolute secrecy regarding her medical condition.
The doctor stands frozen as the weight of the Duchess's demand settles over the room.
The trembling physician immediately agrees to follow the Duchess's order.
Leah sternly warns Jane that even the Grand Duke must never hear of her diagnosis. Leah threatens the physician's life with a sudden fearful flinch sounding if the news ever reaches Howard's ears.
The doctor bows deeply in terror, vowing never to forget the command.
Jane tentatively speaks up as the physician departs the chamber.
Jane questions if Howard should be told, but Leah dismisses the idea as unnecessary.
The maid insists that as her husband, the Grand Duke would surely keep her confidence.
Accompanied by a sudden heavy sigh sounding, Leah insists that Howard is the one person who must never know.
Leah fears that Howard would replace her with a mistress to provide an heir, leaving Jane in a sudden, shocked flinch-sounding state.
Jane tries to defend the Duke's character as Leah reacts with a sudden, sharp grit sounding of her teeth.
Leah suddenly springs upward with a sudden explosive rise sounding and berates Jane for her naive belief in men.
Jane cowers as the Duchess's anger flares over the suggestion of trust. Jane pleads for her mistress to trust Howard, asking if she truly loves her husband.
The word love echoes in Leah's mind as a strange and foreign concept.
Leah questions if such a feeling could ever belong to a person like her.
Leah looms over Jane with a sudden, sharp flinch sounding, demanding to know if she truly believes she loves Howard.
Leah erupts in a sudden, violent shout, sounding vehemently denying any love for her husband.
Leah explains she only married Howard for survival, her voice full of desperation and resentment toward her past.
Jane wonders if running away from home was never a viable option for her mistress. Leah's fist clenches with a sudden tight squeeze, sounding as she imagines the consequences of a failed escape from her father.
Leah screams about her father's previous brutality and the threat of being sold off to Jacador in disgrace.
Leah's eyes burn with the memory of past suffering and the cold reality of her situation.
Leah recalls her past life's tragedy, fearing a repeat of dying at the hands of a philandering husband.
Narrative text concludes that Leah views Howard as nothing more than a typical man who cannot be trusted.
Flint Howard stands alone in the shadows of the corridor, having heard the entire conversation.
Narrative text states that Leah views her husband as someone she must never give her heart to.
Leah's face contorts into a sudden, deep frown as sounding as she addresses her maid. Leah lashes out at Jane for looking at her with such obvious pity. Leah falls into a heavy, resentful silence as she looks away from her servant. Leah reminds Jane that while her previous interference saved her life, it also forced her to reveal her shame to Howard.
Leah decides to forgive Jane's current behavior only because of her past life-saving loyalty.
Flint stands silently in the dark, his expression completely unreadable. The Grand Duke prepares to depart the area in total silence. Flint walks away with a sudden rhythmic step, sounding as Leah's heartless confession continues to echo through the hallway. Flint retreats into the long, dark corridor alone, leaving the Duchess's chamber behind. Flint's face remains a mask of cold, hollow shock as he processes his wife's words. He remembers the warmth and happiness Leah seemed to radiate in her recent expressions. Flint recalls the soft voice that previously spoke of love, now realizing it was all a calculated lie. Flint stands at the threshold of a vast and empty hall, isolated by the truth he just discovered.
Narrative text emphasizes that her previous actions were driven purely by a survival instinct.
Accompanied by a sudden, firm grip sounding, Flint clutches his chest while questioning how he could possibly be unfamiliar with that desperate feeling.
A bittersweet memory depicts a grieving woman holding a newborn Flint after the tragic loss of his mother.
Narrative text recalls how death's dark shadow haunted Flint from his earliest childhood.
A young, terrified Flint cowers as a monstrous silhouette reaches for him in the darkness. A dying knight gasps out a final, bloody plea for the young lord to survive at any cost. Accompanied by a sudden, heavy thud sounding, the young Flint resolves to live for the sake of those who sacrificed themselves to protect him. Trembling hands clutch at the blood-stained fabric of a fallen guardian's garment. The boy grows into a cold and focused warrior, dedicated to the defense of his northern home. Flint kneels before the Emperor in a grand hall, officially accepting his ancestral burden as the North's shield. A cold and empty bed highlights the deep isolation Flint felt before his marriage. Flint recalls a rare moment of genuine warmth and intimacy shared with Leah in their bedchamber.
Narrative text reflects his realization that Leah's deception was merely a desperate struggle to stay alive.
Flint lies awake in the silent dark, processing the hollow reality of his wife's heartless admission. He rests a hand over his face, looking utterly drained by the weight of her rejection.
Flint sits up in the quiet room and whispers Leah's name into the empty air.
In his library, Adele observes that drinking in the office is an unusual break in protocol for the Grand Duke.
Flint remains silent as he drains a glass of whiskey, his expression dark and troubled.
Adele watches her master with a look of deep concern and silent questioning.
The secretary stands by as Flint turns away, clearly lost in his own despair. Accompanied by a sudden, rhythmic pour sounding, Adele tentatively calls out to him again. Adele finally grows frustrated, asking why she was summoned if he intended to remain in silent contemplation.
Accompanied by a sudden, quick top sounding, Flint asks Adele if she was already aware of a specific truth regarding the Duchess. Flint bluntly confirms that his wife does not love him, leaving Adele in a state of stunned silence.
A heavy, uncomfortable silence settles over the vast library as the two process his admission.
Accompanied by a sudden, nervous flinch sounding, Adele asks if Leah actually spoke the words of rejection directly to him. Accompanied by a sudden, polite ahem sounding, Flint concludes that Adele must have known the truth all along.
Adele argues that even if it is not love, the Duchess regards him favorably, and affection can still grow within their marriage. Flint watches his own steps as he notes that Leah only married him to achieve a specific personal goal.
He imagines a cruel scenario where Leah gleefully bids him farewell the moment she no longer needs him. Accompanied by a sudden, soft sniffle sounding, Flint's composure finally breaks as tears begin to fall. Adele stares in absolute horror at the sight of her stoic master crying.
Narrative text expresses Adele's complete disbelief that the legendary Flint Howard is capable of such a display. A memory of a younger, arrogant Flint claiming tears are for the weak contrasts sharply with his current vulnerability.
Narrative text concludes that the transformative power of love is truly a terrifying thing to witness. Accompanied by a sudden, quick wipe sounding, Flint dries his face and offers a formal apology for his disgraceful behavior. Accompanied by a sudden, polite ahem sounding, Adele suggests he simply win Leah's heart completely so she never desires to leave.
Flint slumps into a dejected chibi state and asks how he is supposed to accomplish such a feat.
Adele advises that while it seems unfair to make the effort alone, he has no other choice but to try.
Flint looks away, the gears of his mind turning as he considers her strategic advice.
Accompanied by a sudden metallic clink sounding, a variety of dishes are laid out for a solitary meal.
Leah sits alone at the grand dining table, looking small against the vastness of the room.
Accompanied by a sudden, respectful bow sounding, an older maid informs her that the Grand Duke has left for an appointment.
Leah asks for Jane to be summoned, expressing a desire for companionship during her meal.
Jane appears with a dark and heavy cloud of gloom hanging over her head.
Accompanied by a sudden clack-clatter sounding, the two women eat together in a thick and awkward silence. Accompanied by a sudden, heavy sigh sounding, Leah remarks that Jane's expression makes it look like Leah has been cruel to her.
Accompanied by a sudden nervous flinch sounding, Jane gasps out a startled apology.
Jane frantically denies any resentment as Leah offers a soft, sad smile of reconciliation.
Leah invites Jane to her bedroom after their meal, requesting some tea and a moment of quiet together.
Leah focuses on the real. Accompanied by a sudden, soft trickle sounding, Leah offers a quiet apology for her earlier outburst.
Leah urges her maid to disregard her previous words, while Jane quickly assures her mistress that she has already forgotten the entire conversation.
Leah quietly holds her to.
The Duchess sits in silence.
Leah calls Jane back over. Accompanied by a sudden, radiant beam sounding, Leah asks her maid to check if the Grand Duke has returned, prompting an enthusiastic response from Jane.
Leah tentatively requests that Jane invite Flint for tea should he happen to be back in the estate.
Accompanied by a sudden, joyful yay sounding, Jane celebrates the possibility of the couple's reconciliation. Accompanied by a sudden, low creak sounding, the tea set waits on the table. Leah waits alone for mess. Accompanied by a sudden, mournful droop sounding, Jane returns to report that Flint is occupied with urgent business and cannot join the Duchess. Accompanied by a sudden, light lift sounding, Leah accepts the rejection and suggests sending the tea directly to his office instead. Accompanied by a sudden, sharp clack sounding, Leah places the teapot back onto the serving tray.
A maid carries the tray.
Accompanied by a sudden, polite knock-knock sounding, Jane announces herself at the Grand Duke's study. Flint acknowledges the delivery and instructs the maid to leave the tray inside. Jane lingers outside the closed doors, hearing only the distant murmur of ongoing business within. Accompanied by a sudden, warm crackle sounding, the fireplace burns late into the night. Sitting alone in the dark, Leah realizes it has been 2 full days since she last saw her husband and wonders if he is intentionally avoiding her.
Leah reflects on the sensitivity of their last discussion, assuming Flint's absence is a result of his lingering anger toward her.
Narrative text explains that while Leah trusts her husband's character, she remains wary of love due to the betrayal she suffered at the hands of her previous spouse.
Accompanied by a sudden, soft plop sounding, Leah rests her head against her knees in a moment of dejection. Accompanied by a sudden, quick whip sounding, Leah looks up as the door to the chamber finally opens.
Flint enters the room looking startled, questioning why his wife is waiting there at such a late hour.
Accompanied by a sudden, smooth slip sounding, Leah rises to meet him and questions why it would be unusual for a wife to be in her own bedroom. Accompanied by a sudden, firm grab sounding, Leah takes hold of her husband's hand. Accompanied by a sudden, rhythmic step sounding, Leah leads a bewildered Flint toward the bed. Accompanied by a sudden, heavy flop sounding, Leah pulls him down and declares that any refusal to stay would confirm his lingering resentment, which he immediately denies.
The couple gazes at each other,